Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, mic 1. And I'm on air, testing, testing, 1, 2. Brilliant.
last night just popping all night long. But there we are. We're back with the bookstore at last. So, well, we haven't been able to do it since July last year because Jay and I got stuck on it, couldn't drive and all sorts of things. So the day before yesterday, we went up to our old house and got the books out of the garage. They have promised once everything's sorted out down the back there that we'll find somewhere to put a shed up. But oh dear me.
Well, enjoy the day. Were you there yesterday?
Yeah. Oh, you bet.
Nice.
The only day I've missed so far of any of the games was day 3 at Surrey because I came back to the women's game here.
Yeah.
And although we lost here, I can honestly say that I think I made the right decision. Because I think to have been there to see us ignominiously collapse like that would have been almost more than I could bear. But well, I'm hoping that Alan won't try and pull this off
A very good morning to you. Welcome to a sunlit Cooper Associates County Ground for this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 fixture between Somerset and Essex. I can tell you at the outset that Somerset have done what could be, they've got the first thing right, we think, up here at any rate, because it is the greenest wicket that I have ever seen at Taunton. There it is. You can hardly distinguish it from the wickets on either side, which aren't prepared. And Lewis Gregory has won the toss and, rather as we anticipated, has put Essex in to bat. I'm Stephen Lamb. With me is Sophie Luff. Sophie, it could be an important toss looking at that track.
I think Lewis will be very grateful that the coin fell on the right side for him this morning. I was here during the week. We've obviously been prepping in between two home games here ourselves, and I was wondering what strip they were going to be playing on, because at that moment I couldn't decipher which wicket they were preparing. And given the green nature of it, I think Somerset will be very glad that they're bowling first this morning.
First commentary game for you and for me, and it's always a very special moment in the year, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's brilliant to be back up here. I think you never get bored of the view from up here. It's a glorious day here in Taunton. You can see the Quantocks in the background, the crowd filling into the ground as Craig Overton just goes through a few more bowl throughs. But it's going to be a great day, I feel.
Yeah, and that's very good to see Craig Overton in action out there. There is the full Somerset team. A couple of changes from the defeat at the Oval. One of them enforced in that Sean Dixon can't play due to an injured hand sustained in that game. So Andy Umead comes in for him, and Craig Overton coming in for Casey Aldridge. Those are the two changes. Otherwise, the same team. And Somerset, this is a very, very important game for them. They are second from bottom in the table after 4 games. The last 3 off the reel have been away from home, so this is only the second home game of the season. Couldn't quite beat Worcestershire in the first, and Somerset against Essex usually is a very entertaining match.
Yeah, from memory, it's usually quite a quick game, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. 2 days last year.
And looking at the wicket, we might not be far away from that, but I'd be really interested to see how it plays here. That first home game against Worcester seems a long time ago now. The boys have been on the road, playing back-to-back games week on week. So, we've probably seen a little bit of rotation within the bowlers. Obviously, an enforced change last week. Craig Overton with a back spasm at the Oval, but great to see him back today, and hopefully he can utilise this wicket to his advantage. And hopefully, from a Somerset perspective anyway, they'll be thinking of some early polls. And Essex, they seem to be going pretty well. They're mid-table. They've had a fair few draws, a couple of wins of late. So, they'll be looking to get a win on the road.
Yeah, 4th in the table with 47 points at the moment. They have a game in hand over Somerset as well. So we are hearing the players coming out. I'm not sure whether we've got the award of a cap or something down there at the moment. But it's relating to Tom Banton's 371, which he made here. That trips lightly off the tongue. So that's good to see the Somerset boys all ready to go. There is Tom Banton with a certificate of some kind and a picture.
I reckon it might be a score sheet if Polly Rhodes is there. I reckon she's done up a lovely score sheet for him.
Yeah, and there is the celebration. That was here 3 weeks or so, 4 weeks ago. Both arms held aloft. What a day that was for him. And warm applause from all his teammates. So he'll be out again very shortly in the field to join the rest of the Somerset team. The Essex line-up. We'll see Dean Elgar opening the batting. And he is no stranger to Taunton. He's done a couple of stints here, Dean Elgar, and we expect will be opening the batting with Paul Walter. There's the Essex team on your screen. Tom Westley, Jordan Cox. This is potential batting order. Matt Critchley, Michael Pepper, the keeper. Then Noah Thane, Simon Harmer, Sam Cook, Kassan Rajitha and Jamie Porter. Looks a pretty strong side. It's Dean Elgar's first game of the season, and he will certainly strengthen the batting. But who knows in these conditions that he's going to come out to face. A green top to end all green tops in your picture there. So plenty to look forward to here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. The crowd is building nicely. Bank holiday weekend coming up. And just confirming Somerset winning the toss this morning and putting Essex in to bat. So the Quantocks haven't moved at all over the winter. Still laid out nicely. The patchwork of fields of varying colours. Got some maize growing over to the left and some recently ploughed fields. And there is the dugout just in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Did you winter well, Sophie?
Yeah, had a brilliant winter, Stephen. I was just telling you about it off air, actually. But yeah, it's been, I guess, our first winter as a Somerset women's team. So for me personally, it's been amazing to be here full time. I love coming to this place. It really does feel like home, and I think a lot of the girls within the squad are feeling exactly the same way now as well, that it really does feel like home here.
And a fantastic away start to the season.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than being Surrey, does it? I actually had a message off our old operations manager. He came over from Australia, was with us for a couple of years, and he's back in Sydney now. And he messaged me and he said, when Surrey lose, the whole of England wins. And it does very much feel like that. Had numerous messages off girls from other teams saying, well done, love to see it. And yeah, I think the women's county structure as it is now, obviously South East Stars and now Surrey, and I guess similar territory to the men's game. And
plenty of Australian influence on the last couple of overs.
Yeah, she's not bad, Amanda Jade Wellington. Yeah, we know what she's capable of, but I've never seen anything like it. That finish to the game was unbelievable, and I think the thing for me was it wasn't brute hitting. I think in that situation, when you need that many runs off that few balls, you're likely to see people sort of swinging really, really hard, and there was just so much skill with the way that she played with the field. She basically just hit it where there weren't any fielders, used the pace of the ball, used her wrists brilliantly, and it was just crazy. It's amazing how momentum can shift in a game of cricket. She got a couple of boundaries away, and you think, can we? I'm not sure. We still need quite a lot of runs, and then everything just went in our favour. They changed the field. They put a deep point out because that's where she kept hitting it, and she went, I don't care that you've got that one. I'm just going to hit it to deep cover. It was just a masterclass.
And in terms of the winter here, that must have been an exciting one as well, with the various changes that we've had at the ground here.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. We've obviously seen a bit of infrastructure change, especially in the Andy Caddick Pavilion, mainly to accommodate two teams. So the gym's been expanded to accommodate two teams. There's a bigger science and medicine facility in terms of physio support. Unfortunately the admin staff have had to vacate that pavilion, and they're now
below us
in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. They've got their own office down here now, and that pavilion is very cricket heavy, cricket focused. But yeah, it's been brilliant. They've done our changing rooms up. We've all got lockers now. It's such a small thing, it almost sounds silly me saying it, like having my name on a locker, being able to leave your kit bag in that space. Really, really small detail, but it just makes you feel very valued, and like it is a home from home.
Yeah, and you're very much part of history, the first Somerset women's captain.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy when you say that. I probably didn't realise not how much it meant, but I guess being the first ever, I probably didn't realise that when I agreed to do the role. And maybe that was because I've played here like all my career, really. It maybe didn't feel as big a thing as what it is perceived as. So yeah, I think it maybe didn't feel that real to start with either. But yeah, it's slowly sinking in. It's a great feeling leading the team, and yeah, we've had a bit of success so far, so hopefully it continues.
Absolutely, yeah. Setback against Lancashire, but then just down the road, went well against the side that it's the same one, isn't it? Essex.
Yeah, so fingers crossed. Essex are on the losing side of this one as well. Yeah, brilliant day yesterday at Taunton Vale. I mean, look, the weather helps at this time of year, but we had a brilliant crowd. We really do feel well supported. We had a brilliant crowd here on Sunday as well, even though we lost that one to Lancashire. It's a pretty close league at the moment. Everyone seems to be beating everyone, and yeah, it's very competitive. And I think it's really interesting to see how the new women's county structure unfolds. There's been a fair bit of movement from players across the different counties as well, so you're kind of rocking up and you're like, oh, I didn't realise you played here. But yeah, it's great to see, and yeah, the girls are high on confidence at the moment. We've got a long road trip tomorrow. We're going up to Durham, so yeah, it'll be a fair amount of time on the coach tomorrow, ready to play on Sunday.
There go the two umpires in this match, Ben Debenham and Nigel Long. Nigel Long being marginally the taller of the two as they go out. Panama's very much the order of the day with bright sunshine. We've hardly had any rain over the last couple of months. One or two scarred pitches out there already that the umpires will be walking over, and they're followed by the Somerset side and the two Essex openers.
You can tell the difference between the two Essex openers, can't you?
Absolutely.
Tall Paul.
And Dean Elgar, yeah, a little the shorter of the two, and coming out, as I said, onto familiar territory. Dean Elgar, successful stints here for Somerset during what's been a hugely successful career, both in county cricket and, of course, in international cricket. Former South Africa captain, of course. So it'll be a testing period, we anticipate, with all this grass on the wicket. Craig Overton he doesn't quite have the new ball in hand yet, but he's having a chat with Nigel Long just at the moment. The new ball is being exchanged between the two fielders who will presumably be at mid-on and mid-off. We're going to start off with 4 slips, and always a buzz of anticipation at the start of a match here in Taunton. That new ball glinting in the early summer sunshine. May Day yesterday, and all set and ready. Nigel Long having a look around and looks at Craig Overton and says play. Here's the first ball of the match.
Craigo into Elgar and fended away. Looked a little bit uncomfortable, that one.
Surveying the scene, Dean Elgar. Not too many fielders out at the moment. We've got a cover point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a long leg. No one in the third area as yet.
Full from Overton, and Elgar drives to Banton, I think it is, at mid-off there.
So he's got another picture to hang on his wall, Tom Banton, and one presumes it will have pride of place somewhere in the Banton residence.
Yeah, it must have been an incredibly special couple of days. I know the boys would have been gutted not to get over the line. Craigo round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who's defending back to the bowler. Yeah, I can't even imagine what that feels like, to be honest. Hitting 370, just remarkable. yeah, it's hard to top that though when you set the benchmark first game of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on it actually. I was covering the Middlesex-Lancashire game at Lord's that day, and I do recall just as he was approaching 322. I was here for that one. That was Viv Richards.
Oh, wow.
That was one of the individual scores that he overhauled.
It's a leg by there. Overton straying onto the pads of Elgar. Josh Davey does the fielding down at long leg.
Yes, it was very different to Taunton then. I think it was 1985 that Viv Richards made that 3-2-2. I was sat in the press box, but it was a totally different building in those days. It was the old wooden pavilion.
That's like 40 years ago. Wow.
Yeah, and actually the end result of the game was the same as Tom Banton's. It ended in a draw. But yeah, what a special moment it would have been, and what a shame from Somerset's point of view that they couldn't go on and win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. They got so close as well. Overton then, last ball of first over of the day. And that's defended into the mid-wicket region by Paul Walter. Imposing figure of Paul Walter. Good start by Craig Overton. Essex won without loss.
Yeah, he's got to be 6 inches taller, hasn't he, than Dean Elgar? Maybe a little bit more. As they have a quick chat mid-pitch. So, no difficulty at all in identifying who's on strike, and we've actually got a really near perfect view as Dean Elgar takes guard. I think that was a middle stump guard taken by the side. You take it again, just making sure of it. Maybe middle and off. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he asked for the same guard, almost to double check it. So I reckon he might be, yeah, middle and off. Davy's going to start round the wicket.
To the left-hander, Davies' first ball of the match. Maybe a little bit of wobble there, but it started off outside the off stump. No need for Elgar to engage with it. Really beautiful day here at Taunton, and certainly several of the stands are well populated. James Hildreth's stand over to our left as we look out of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion is always popular. Appeal for LBW, but it's always a bit of a giveaway when the bowler goes up a little later than the field.
Just see the replay here.
Squared him up a bit.
Did, yeah.
Not far off. Just wonder whether there'll be any seam movement off this grassy looking wicket.
Yeah, you can. Well, I guess the sun is reflecting down, but you can almost hardly see the crease lines from this river end.
Elgar hurried into a defensive stroke there. Played it comfortably enough in the end.
Davey just making sure his feet are landing pretty safely, just scuffing up the crease there.
So yeah, we mentioned the draw against Worcestershire. Since then, 3 away games, and Somerset lost 2 of them. Driven, no power in the stroke. Lost at Hove, then drew down at what's now the Utilita Bowl.
Utilita Bowl, yeah. It's hard to keep up with all these grounds these days.
and then losing to Surrey at the Oval, that horrible second innings batting collapse, which we won't dwell on.
No, today's a new day, Stephen.
Nicely clipped away. There's protection down at long leg though, in the form of Jack Leach. Perfect throw into James Rue. You mentioned Tom Banton's marathon knock. James Rue had a pretty good game against Worcestershire as well.
It's amazing, isn't it, when you get 150 and somehow not being spoken about at all, almost. But yeah, that partnership was remarkable from the two of them.
Oh, little dabble outside the off stump, which could have been the end of him, but wasn't. This all left-hand opening partnership of Elgar and Walter, just the one off Josh Davies' first over of the match. Essex put into bat are 2 without loss.
Some late shape there from Josh Davies, just tempted Walter into pushing and probing at that one outside of the off stump. Tight start from the Somerset pair, Overton and Davey, and Overton back in as Elgar defending only as far as Archie Vaughan at point.
Good to see Craig Overton back and firing with the new ball. Just pulled out on the morning of the first day at the Oval with a back spasm. Had been expected to play in that game. Runs here, at least a couple will be pulled in, but Dean Elgar knew he just had to trot those two.
Played that really late, Dean Elgar. I think that's what these two Essex batters will be looking to do, especially if there is a little bit of movement out there for the Somerset bowlers. Left alone on that occasion.
Yes, most of the movement of that was after it had passed the bat. James Rue adjusting to his right to take it.
Four slips waiting as Craig Overton round the wicket. Again, Elgar defending behind point. Jack Leach is he's warming up already.
Wow.
I think he just loves bowling.
Yeah. Indeed. Don't think we'll see him for a little bit. Not with ball in hand, at least. Perched at square leg at the moment.
He's just moving, actually. Driven
Nicely
beautifully by Dean Elgar. That's going to race away. Overton just over pitching, trying to get it full for that early movement. Elgar too good on that occasion. Again, Elgar defending to Vaughan just behind point.
Something slightly ominous about that off drive. It was very easily struck.
Effortless, wasn't it?
Will certainly do a lot for Dean Elgar's confidence. He's got all but one of Essex's runs so far. So Craig Overton goes into the slip cordon. He's got Lewis Gregory and Tom Abel, captain and former captain, either side of him. Here's Josh Davey. And there's a leave from Paul Walter. So no alarms really for Essex as yet after Lewis Gregory put them into bat just 40 minutes or so ago.
Well, I think Somerset just need to be patient. I think you can almost force things too much sometimes when you look at the wicket and you think everything's in our favour.
That's going to be a leg by, looking to play it away down to long leg. And Ben Debenham looking well balanced as he stands on one leg, signalling to Polly Rhodes. And the Essex scorer, who are opposite us in the little box on top of the Lord Ian Botham stand. That's covered up nicely by Dean Elgar. Scoreboard hasn't quite caught up with the fact that Elgar's on strike. Ground does look an absolute picture in this spring sunshine. Trees around it coming into leaf, different shades of green, and a row of, I think they're copper beeches over between the Colin Atkinson and Andy Caddick pavilions. I wouldn't pretend to be an expert on trees, but I think that's about the right colour.
I trust your judgment, Stephen. You could have said anything then, and I'd be like, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I reckon the same. I think Josh Davies just struggling with where he's landing. I think we're waiting for some sawdust. Tom Abel sort of wandering towards the groundsman's shed.
You wouldn't have thought that sawdust would be necessary in these conditions with all the sunshine we've had, but that looks like what's required, and the relevant bucket is now being carried out into the middle. Took a little bit of time for the ground staff. Maybe they were quite surprised to be asked for sawdust.
Yeah, they're probably having a cup of tea, putting their feet up. They've done all their hard work, haven't they, in the last few days in terms of prepping the venue, and obviously this morning working hard to get everything ready as well.
And then probably had to rootle around amongst all the various bits of equipment in the shed down there, which is just to the right of Gimlet's Hill, and the sawdust now being applied. Yeah, Gimlet's Hill, always popular with members here. Not that many seats down there, but they're all occupied. It's a good position to watch from. So there will be a little pile deposited. There we go.
Oh, very little pile.
Yeah, that's really rather pathetic. I think he's going to have to fill that bucket up again.
I think he might be running back on in a minute.
So, sawdust drama here at Taunton in the early stages of this Rothesay County Championship match. Here's Davey again. Nicely driven, but won't be a run because it's right back at Josh Davey. Yeah, he looks more comfortable now that sawdust has been applied. So Essex so far without alarm. 15 minutes play gone. And again, that one's played pretty comfortably by Dean Elgar. Lewis Gregory, I'm sure we'll see him with ball in hand in this session. But Davy and Overton entrusted with the new ball. A little bit of movement, but it started off outside the off stump, so Elgar not tempted into the stroke. End of the over, 9 without loss. Elgar is 7. Walter yet to get off the mark.
Again, that movement is very late. It's almost moving and swinging after it passes the blade of the batter. Both Overton and Davy choosing to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Essex pair. Walter on strike to Overton now, who clips to Jack Leach just in front of square.
He'll be disappointed with that, Paul Walter, because he timed it beautifully.
Yeah, especially when you're not off the mark yet as well, and you do get one where you feel like, oh, I've hit the fielder. That could have been me away.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he'll be really patient, which Essex might have to be on this surface initially. Oh, that's a great delivery by Craig Overton. Warm applause by the Somerset faithful as well.
That's the best ball of the morning.
It is. We see it
Straightening.
again.
Yeah, Walter will be quite happy that that one's passed him by without kissing the edge.
Punched through the offside. I think it is going to race away. It's a quick outfield here at Taunton. And Walter off the mark with a 4 through that cover region.
Yeah, well, he had to wait a while, but did it in style in the end. Lovely stroke. One from each on the offside, one from each opener now.
Defended up to mid-on. I don't know a whole lot about Essex, but Paul Walter opening the batting this year, it's not something he would have done previously for them.
No, I think middle order before.
He's gone very well at the top for them. It's going to be a leg bye. Nigel Long's got a very casual leg bye signal.
Yeah, he has been going well, Sophie, as you say. 95 against Surrey, 76 and 41 not out against Notts, and 1 and 104 against Worcestershire.
Driven through mid-on. I don't think that's going to get to the fence. Pretorius does the fielding. Elgar picks up another couple of runs. End of the 5th over here. End of Craig Overton's 3rd. And Essex are 16 without loss.
Yeah, he must have one hell of an average, Paul Walter, this season.
He averages 79.25. Done my research, Stephen.
Very good. That not out will help, the 41. So, a tremendous start to the season for him. He's on strike now to Josh Davey. Still the 3 slips in. Nothing really for Lewis Gregory to get too enthusiastic about as yet after he won the toss. The strategy was pretty clear really from the moment we all arrived at the ground this morning and saw what the wicket looked like. Watchfully, comfortably defended by Walter. Be 31 later this month, Paul Walter. Basildon born. Josh Davey then. Lovely drive. And didn't even look up, Paul Walter. Just ambled a yard or two down the wicket to do a bit of gardening. And we've seen 3 of those now. Classic off drives.
Beautiful balance from Paul Walter. I mean, Banton was at a mid-off position. He didn't even move. It was struck that well, and it wasn't that far away from him, really. Again, Davey just getting slightly too full, trying to look for that movement, that lateral movement here.
Yeah, in fairness, it was only the second scoring shot of Josh Davey, and that's the third, and that's also gone to the boundary. Down at deep backward square. So Davies' figures being messed up rather. 0 for 1 at the start of the over, now 0 for 9.
That's absolutely flown away. Do get good value here at Taunton. Only 2 slips in play now. Tom Abel's gone into cover.
Yeah, a little bit of movement there, but started off outside the off stump, and the batter, well, at this stage of the innings, he's unlikely to be getting involved with that. Just lets it go through to James Rue. So Walter, having taken a while to get off the mark, has stormed to double figures. He's on 12, Elgar on 9, 24 without loss.
I think we're going to have a change in the bowling attack. It's going to be the skipper, Lewis Gregory, that comes in from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Glorious sight of the James Hildreth stand there. There's not too many empty seats over there. Very popular place to sit and watch the game. Big round of applause for Gregory then. He's just going to warm up. He's going to be bowling to Dean Elgar. Defending that first ball from Gregory.
So I just wonder whether Lewis Gregory can make the ball talk a little more.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen as much movement as we might have expected given the surface, but Essex, fair play, they've also played the first 6 overs very well. They'll be pretty happy with their start here. Gregory in round the wicket to Elgar, who's top edging that one, and that's, I think, it's going to evade the fielders, going to race away to the boundary, but Tom Abel just about gathers it in. Shorter delivery there, not in control of that shot was Elgar. I'm not sure he really knew where that one went.
It hung in the air for a long time, but was always going to fall out of reach of the slip cordon.
Just off the toe of the bat there. Picks up a couple of runs.
Yeah,
Lewis, good length there by Gregory.
It's the first full shot he's played, Dean Elgar. Didn't really know where it had gone, but was never going to present as a chance.
Gregory in. Elgar tucking that one down to fine leg. Gregory's got 3 slips in.
He's bringing the third man into the ring, Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, just changing the field for the change in batter. So we've now got a cover for Paul Walter. 3 slips wait. Gregory round the wicket and defending to cover is Walter. One ball to go here in the 7th over. Whipping that one, well fielded by Pretorius mid-on. Had to work to his left, he did very well there. That was struck nicely by Walter, but saved a good few runs there.
Yeah, because it was sweetly struck again, wasn't it? Right off the meat of the bat. So just a 3-over spell for Craig Overton with the new ball. He will come back pretty fresh later on, I'm sure. Other options that Lewis Gregory has. Expect we'll see Miguel Pretorius pretty soon. Jack Leach, of course. Davey in the meantime, though. That's finding Andy Umid just in front of square on the leg side. So it won't be a run. Josh Davey looking to reassert himself after leaking some runs in the previous over. And no need to play that. The sawdust does seem to have done the trick, though. He looks more comfortable with his delivery stride, Josh Davey, than he was doing earlier.
Yeah, I wonder whether there's just some slight moisture just with it being quite heavy with that grass covering.
Firm push from Walter, who looks like a man in form.
Yeah, I mean, apart from that false shot from Elgar to that shorter delivery in the last over, there hasn't been much to suggest that the Essex pair are in too much trouble out there. Both timed the ball nicely, especially off the front foot, those drives through the offside in particular.
Didn't middle that, but they'll pick up a single for it. Umid running round to intercept. He's looking to play that straighter, Paul Walter. Just a little bit of encouragement for the bowler there. Walter going on to 14 with that single. Appeal for LBW, I think, but given not out by Ben Debenham. Josh Davey looks very disappointed. Hands on knees. Have another look. Oh, it's close.
That is close.
Davey up immediately. Oh, maybe that's just outside the line.
Marginal, isn't it? That's a close call. You can see why Davies disappointed.
Yeah, from
Fractionally.
it's very, very close. Try again. Oh, that's beauty. It's not a bad follow-up, is it?
That's pretty good.
It's good to see, because it's a disappointment when you have a close call like that. But to respond with a delivery of that nature, that'll give his teammates plenty of encouragement as well as himself. Elgar comprehensively beaten.
I think he just got his line right on his last couple of deliveries, Davey. Almost squaring Elgar up.
Come on, Lewis, shouts a Somerset supporter below us.
Edge to third slip, but pretty much went on the ground from the off. Soft hands from Paul Walter. Somerset will be hoping that they can find a couple of edges. Certainly try and get a couple of wickets on the board in the next few overs. Make the most of this new ball.
Oh, a big appeal. I wonder whether there was inside edge there.
He's a tall man. He looked a little bit high on first glance. Be interested to see the replay here. Oh.
I reckon that's very, very close.
I think you might be right that he must have got some sort of bat on that.
Yeah.
For that not to be given. But
I mean, he looked pretty nonchalant as the appeal went up, which is always a sign that the batsman knows that he's hit it, because he's in the best position to tell. If there's a little nick inside edge, you hear it, don't you?
yeah.
I think that may be what saved him.
Somerset definitely asking a few more questions in the last couple of overs. Gregory ran the wicket again, and Walter is tucking that down to fine leg.
That was good from Gregory, though. He was feeling for that a bit, Paul Walter. Just looked a little bit uncertain, but has picked up the single. Trying to build some pressure, Somerset.
Slight change in the field for Elgar. Third man. Oh. Yep, third. Or it's going to be
He was going to come in
maybe
and
a deep, sort of a deep backward point, and Archie Vaughan finds himself at cover.
the deep backward point's going to be in action. Almost put there specifically for that type of shot.
Yeah, interesting feel, because obviously probably identified that Elgar very strong through that region, but also without having a point in, for me it becomes almost too easy a single option for a player of his calibre. The way that he defends, everything goes late into that backward point region. As Walter defends, Mead does the fielding. End of the 9th over here. Essex 31 without loss, Elgar 13 not out, and Walter there on 15.
Yeah, 6 runs off Lewis Gregory's first 2 overs. We were talking about the varied colours of the Quantocks earlier on. There they are, spire of St Andrew's Church. Not quite up there, still in Taunton for that spire. But we've got a lovely view of those hills. They're very pleasant to walk on as well. Davey running away from them as he bowls to Dean Elgar. Yeah, as backcloths to first class grounds go, I don't think you can do better than the Quantocks. And if you're up there, you've got a much clearer view of where the county ground is since the floodlights were put in. Nicely played by Dean Elgar.
Davies gone back to 3 slips here. Tom Abel back in the cordon.
Oh, another play and a miss. That wasn't a great stroke, actually. It was a ball that he didn't have to play. Just, I think the bat some way from body as well. Not much feet movement there.
You can tell by Elgar's reaction, he's
Yeah.
annoyed with himself. He knows that he shouldn't have tried to play that, and well, he's got away with that anyway.
Eyes cast to the heavens usually tells a story. But he survives. And plays that one more comfortably. On middle and leg this time from Josh Davey. Into his 5th over.
Been pretty tight so far, Davey.
Yeah, of the 10 runs off him, 2 of them were boundaries.
And in the same over, weren't they?
Oh, movement there. And most of it after the ball had gone through.
Great take by James Rue in the end. That one came back in a long way and, well, left on length by Elgar. But Rue had a little bit of work to do to his right-hand side.
Yeah, exaggerated movement after it had passed the bat. Firmly driven and won't be a run. End of another tight over from Josh Davey. A maiden to boot. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 10. Would he be given another one? Will he be given a break? Craig Overton has only bowled 3, so could come back. Miguel Pretorius could come on. So probably what's the options that are going through the mind of the skipper at the moment as he prepares to bowl his 3rd. Still round the wicket to Paul Walter,
who defends that back to the bowler. Josh Davey just got a lovely warm applause. Walking back to his fielding position down at fine leg in front of the James Hildreth stand. I was only talking about this yesterday, but must be, I don't know this feeling because I'm not a bowler, but it must be a great feeling when you've bowled a decent over, you walk back to your fielding position on the edge of the crowd and you just get a lovely warm reception. Flicked through mid-wicket, Paul Walter. I think it might only be a couple. Pretorius in pursuit. And they settle for 2, the Essex pair.
Yeah, he found the gap well between the infielders, which resulted in quite a chase for Miguel Pretorius. So Walter's still on strike. Nicely driven, but only back to the bowler. Lewis Gregory into his second full season as Somerset captain. Took over from Tom Abel last year.
He's going to change his angle here, Lewis. He's going to come over the wicket.
I think this is the first over-the-wicket delivery we've seen this morning.
I think you're right, Stephen. Yeah, I don't mind this from Gregory. Into Paul Walter, who's playing a false shot as it goes through to James Root.
Yeah, it was neither one thing nor the other, really, was it? It was a sort of poke.
Yeah, wanted to drive, but didn't really commit in the end, and just held away from him in the end. James Rue doing a little bit more diving.
Uncharacteristic from Walter in the context of what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I guess just a change of angle does change things a little bit. And he's, again, squared up to point on that occasion.
It sort of emphasises your point, Sophie, about the change of angle, which can cause a little bit of confusion.
I think you can just settle in as a batter when you know the angle of delivery, especially if there is a little bit of movement as well. You know which balls you can leave, etc. You know where your off stump is. I think as soon as you change that angle, just ask a few more questions, or as a batter, you then need to reset to what the challenge is in front of you. So I do like this angle of attack from Gregory.
It's tempting Walter into playing that one outside the off stump, but Walter has nothing to do with it. End of the over. Good variation from Lewis Gregory, but still no breakthrough for Somerset. After winning the toss this morning, Essex 33 without loss.
We have a change of bowling from the River End, sponsored by Southwest Cleaning Equipment. Number 7, Craig Overton.
It's rather odd when you hear the sponsor's name first.
Yeah, but you were right, Stephen. They are going back to Overton. He's going to have a go from the River End. Josh Davey, lovely little spell. Would have probably liked a number in that wickets column though. Hopefully from a Somerset perspective, Overton can make a breakthrough. Just adjusting the field.
Here he comes then. The first ball from the River End. That will be a dot as it fielded at backward point. Josh Davies figures 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 10. As he has a rest. Yes, those sponsors' names. I remember Dan Worrell when he was playing for Gloucestershire. He was sponsored by a local funeral director. So it's a rather melancholy introduction when he came on to bowl. Fine bowler too. And that was Surrey, of course. No run there for Dean Elgar. Played his part, Dan Worrell, in the Somerset defeat at the Oval last week. And questions being asked by pundits as to whether he may win an England cap this year. He's qualified. Just qualified. Elgar not interested in engaging with that. Animated conversation amongst the slip cordon and James Rue.
Lammonby's found himself in the slip cordon now. He's at third.
Slightly tentative push all along the ground out to Archie Vaughan at backward point. Here is Overton again. Comfortably driven and neatly fielded by the big man. He's never had any problem leaning down to field off his own bowling, Craig Overton. Very agile fielder. Oh, late decision to play that, and again the look heavenward from Dean Elgar, saying to himself, why did I do that? Doesn't matter too much though, because he's still there at the end of the over. Yeah, because he seemed committed to leaving it, and then suddenly had a little bit of a dash. He'd have been furious with himself if he'd edged that.
Essex pair just grabbing a quick drink.
As is Lewis Gregory. Well deserved by all, batters and bowler. Now will he stay over the wicket, Lewis? I think he's going to.
Walter on strike.
Oh, that's not a good shot. Infectious disease spreading, plays and misses.
Yeah, loud cry from Craig Overton there as the Rue did great work going across the cordon there to gather it. Walter, annoyed with himself, hits his pad with his bat. I do like this angle from Gregory to Walter in particular. He's had to make more decisions, I feel.
Given a little bit of room on his pads there.
Slightly too straight there. Davey does brilliant work out there. Again, almost a false drive there from Walter, just pushing out in front.
That's more the angle, isn't it, to get just a round off stump, maybe a little bit outside. Slanting across the left-hander.
Gregory just comes a little bit straighter on that occasion. Another dot ball. He's going to come back around now, probably for the last couple of balls in the over. Walter just adjusts his guard with the change of angle. Full and driven and misfielded by Pretorius. He's going to pull it in though. A couple of runs to Walter, he moves into the 20s.
Yeah, it looked like he'd had that covered, Miguel Pretorius, but somehow the ball found a way underneath him.
Yeah, maybe just dived slightly over the ball on that occasion. But struck nicely by Paul Walter. He has timed it well. Whipped into the leg side behind square. Davey has more work in the over.
Plenty of shouts of encouragement out there from the Somerset fielders, but no breakthrough as yet. Driven by Dean Elgar. No breakthrough in that over either. Gregory's fourth. 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 15. Somerset still searching for their first win of the season. Game so close in all 3 formats last year. You wouldn't really know that from the way things have gone so far. Narrowly failed to beat Worcestershire in the first game, then went to Hove and lost, drew at Southampton. Oh, beauty, beauty. Now that's Craig Overton's first delivery from over the wicket. And look at the effect. Absolute jaffa.
No real footwork from Paul Walter. Oh, just too good.
And then that defeat at the Oval last week has left them rather perilously placed, second from bottom in the table with just 33 points. Oh, this is poor from Walter. That was a bit of a flail, really, outside the off stump. Lost his shape. Nottinghamshire top of the table at the moment with 70, 2 wins and 2 draws for them. That's better. Firm defensive push. Surrey advancing thanks to that win at the Oval last week, their first of the season. They drew their first 3 games. They're second in the table. And then Sussex with 52.
Yeah, Sussex came up and they've started very well in Division 1.
In the air and taken. Straightforward catch at mid-on. Paul Walter will not be too happy with that. Craig Overton has made the first breakthrough. 40 for 1. Walter gone for 22.
That change in angle certainly worked, and probably not how you expect to see the first wicket fall here. Caught at mid-on, but safe hands there, and Overton gets rewards. Deserved a wicket earlier in the over with a decent delivery, and it's probably more of a poor shot from Paul Walter there. That's his downfall on that occasion.
Well, he seemed to lose the plot a little bit in that over. There was that sort of rather airy waft outside the off stump, which could have been the end of him. And then catch really easy as you like to Josh Davey. And as you say, Sophie, you expect wickets to fall at the other end, really, in the slip cordon. And that was taken at mid-on. Easy as you like. So, breakthrough for Somerset with 40 on the board. Much needed breakthrough. The 2 openers separated. And Craig Overton has the first wicket of the match. Still 2 deliveries remaining in the over. And Dean Elgar having a chat with his captain, the incoming batter, Tom Westley. So for the first time, we have a right-hander. A bit of a feeling of relief, I imagine, for Lewis Gregory when you're the man who's made the decision to insert the opposition. And you've had to wait for the first breakthrough. Important moment in the 14th over. Played comfortably enough up to mid-on. Tom Banton is stationed there. I think Josh Davey must have been rather surprised to see that catch heading towards him.
Yeah, I was thinking that. You don't probably expect the ball to come to you in the air, sort of at this stage of the game. Left alone by Wesley there. End of the 14th over. Essex 40 for 1. Craig Overton with a lovely little wicket in that over, much needed for Somerset.
Yeah, important breakthrough.
Elgar just pulling out as Gregory starts his run out. Maybe someone had got up from their seat below us.
I think that's the likely scenario, isn't it?
We had quite a lot of that yesterday at Taunton Vale, actually. Just, it's hard at an outground, people just aimlessly walking in front of the sight screen. There were a couple of occasions where the batters had to pull away. Gregory in. He stayed over the wicket to Elgar.
Yeah, it's working well, this over the wicket ploy.
Yeah, I mean, it worked to Paul Water, didn't it? So I think they're going to try it to the other left-hander in Elgar.
Got a train pulling into Taunton Station. That's the cross-country livery on that. Didn't have quite the full conviction about it, that appeal.
I think that might have pitched outside leg.
Mm. Yeah. I think you're right. Can 1 mean 2 for Somerset? That's what they'll be fervently hoping. Oh, beauty. I think that may have been too high that time. Certainly umpire Long, who's in the best position to judge, was giving it not out.
Certainly asking a few more questions in these last few overs, Somerset. Gregory in. Again, this is going to be a leg bite. Just worked off Elgar's hip.
Yes, the long leg, as it were, doesn't
really get up much, does it?
Not in the way that Ben Debenhams does. Ben Debenham could almost manage a pirouette the way he does it.
Oh, I need to watch that. I need to watch closely from the other end.
So, seeing a right-hander taking guard at that river end for the first time. 3 slips in for Tom Westley. Here's Gregory. Bowling a beauty. Played at that and couldn't make any contact with it. It's so easy to say it with hindsight, but you wonder why the over-the-wicket ploy wasn't tried a bit earlier. The way it's worked, not that they would have known that it was going to work this way, but they've both looked far more threatening.
Yeah, I guess it's what maybe the bowler's more comfortable with. But yeah, we certainly saw that it affected Paul Walter's footwork. As that's on the pads, big appeal.
Not interested, Nigel Long. Walked away from the stumps and produces Lewis Gregory's cap, and maybe just a little word to say why the finger wasn't raised. So 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15, Lewis Gregory. Just the 3 bowlers used so far today, and that's how it will remain for the moment. Just over an hour's play gone. Nicely driven, and knew the moment the bat had met the ball that he wasn't going to need to run for that. There's no deep field protection out at extra cover, so he knew once it was past the ring, it was a comfortable boundary.
Glorious shot from Elgar there. He's looked a little bit more tentative the last few overs. That might just settle him down again.
Moves on to 17 with that. Yeah, thought about playing it, but in the end, just holding his bat inside the line, Dean Elgar. Yeah. Crowd are enjoying some bright sunshine here at Taunton. It's filled up a bit since the start. Mentioned the James Hildreth stand, always populated. There's just one section of the Somerset stand open, and at this stage of the day, as a plane passes high over the ground, got a gull up there as well. The plane's a bit higher than the gull. It's defended. Yeah, just the one section of the Somerset stand open. 5 of them in all, and then the Lord Botham stand, Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Plenty of spectators in all of those. Here's Overton again. Played with respect defensively by Dean Elgar. Yeah, there's the James Hildreth stand. One of the most popular parts of the ground, with the River Tone flowing past the back of it. Driven nicely. There'll be runs here, at least 2. I don't think it's got the legs to go all the way. And indeed it's pulled in a few metres inside the rope by Tom Banton. A couple more for Dean Elgar to complete the over. 19 for him, 47 for 1 Essex.
Yeah, a couple of nice shots in that Craig Overton over by Dean Elgar. Wesley yet to get off the mark. He'll be facing up to Gregory. Just faced the 4 balls so far. Again, I think we're just waiting for a spectator to sit down or move along.
I think they're having a bit of trouble attracting said spectators' attention.
Nigel Long's doing his best, though, to usher what he wants to happen. Gregory runs away from us here into Wesley, who leaves outside the off stump.
You mentioned the trip that you've got next, Sophie, up to Durham. Is that to the Riverside?
It is, yep, Chester Street. We play there on Sunday. We're actually on the road for, well, what feels like the next week. We head up tomorrow and we come back down via Edgbaston to play Warwickshire. So yeah, we've got about 5 days away.
And hoping to maintain that away form.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, girls are in really good spirits, so hopefully we can take some momentum up north, and yeah, it'd be great to get a couple more wins on the road. Really set up the start of the season for us. Defended by Tom Wesley. I've only played there a couple of times up at Durham, but enjoyed both times that I played there. Lovely ground up there. It's just miles away from where we live, unfortunately.
It's about as far as you can go, isn't it? Southwest to northeast.
Yeah.
I think there were 2 noises there, bat and pad. Yeah, I just made 1 trip up to the Riverside, and it was to cover, I think it was a 1-day international. Drove up, I missed the turn-off, realised that I had done when I was confronted by the Angel of the North. Got there, and the entire game was rained off.
Oh no.
So the ground wasn't quite looking at its best. Horrible drizzle all day.
Oh, yeah. That's not what you want, especially after a long drive.
5 hours 52 you got, Sophie.
Apparently so. Thankfully, yeah, thankfully I'm getting picked up en route as a Bristol pickup as they come through on the M5. So
oh, that's good. That locks a bit off.
Slightly shorter for me, but yeah, the girls will have a long stint from Taunton.
There's another beauty from Lewis Gregory. They've been a bit unlucky, these two, not to take more than 1 wicket between them. Both have bowled well. These are 2 experienced Somerset campaigners, captain and vice-captain. That's a maiden for Lewis Gregory. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 15. Craigo is going to continue. This is his 2nd spell, of course. He bowled the first of 3 overs from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. He's now got the river behind him as he comes in to bowl to the left-handed Elgar.
We are very lucky though, Stephen. We do get a nice coach to travel in. There's, you know, not really any responsibility on anyone having to drive that distance. So, yeah, we do get well looked after. I'm sure there'll be a few card games and whatnot on the bus, trying to occupy the time.
Yeah, that's quite a relaxing way to pass the time, isn't it? What are the favourite card games?
Actually, a lot of us like to play Monopoly Deal.
Okay.
Which is, well, a card version game of Monopoly. It's a lot faster than the the old school Monopoly.
Yes, that could take hours.
Yes, I mean, to be fair,
Although to
that
Durham.
might be a better option actually tomorrow.
The men enjoy the board game Catan.
Yeah,
I'm hearing.
I've not played that one.
I can't help on that either. I do remember playing Monopoly in the old-fashioned version as a kid. People getting very upset. Landing on Mayfair with a hotel. That's the end. That's that.
Yeah, well, in this game you can steal cards off each other and you can steal Mayfair. Yeah, it's all about stealing properties off each other.
Going to be a single here for Elgar. Andy Umid in action at square leg. So how do you go about the theft then?
So you have to play certain cards. So there's sort of sly deal, there's a deal breaker, so then you can steal a whole property set off people.
Okay.
But people can have just say no cards as well, so they can turn down your requests as well. But yeah, it does get pretty competitive.
Craig Overton bowling the fifth ball of his seventh over. Thinking too much about Monopoly.
Yeah, Wesley has faced 11 balls, still yet to get off the mark.
I used to like the oranges in the old board game.
Okay.
Bow Street, Marlborough Street and Vine Street. I thought they were good value. Be a single here for Wesley. That's well placed in the gap. Banton's got to run around from mid-on to intercept that. So no joy for Craig Overton in his seventh. 1 for 20, 49 for 1. Elgar is on 20. Not without the odd blemish, but he's still there, having come in to open the innings with Paul Walter about an hour and 15 minutes ago. Walter, the one-man, dismissed. Here is Lewis Gregory.
Wesley clips that into the leg side. Banton does the fielding, but picks up a single as the 50 is up for Essex. Just the loss of the one wicket.
Generously applauded, as ever, by the Somerset faithful.
As Elgar clips that to mid-wicket. Gregory choosing to stay over the wicket to the left-hander.
For all its greenness, the pitch hasn't really done all that much, has it, as yet?
No, I wouldn't say there's been that much lateral movement or movement off the seam.
Played with soft hands nicely down to backward point. Another comfortable single for Dean Elgar, who examines his bat, looks satisfied, and then crosses his legs at the non-striker's end.
It's a proper non-striker's pose, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a classic.
Lean on the bat, cross leg.
Looking nonchalant. Or even nonchalant in English.
That one was left alone by Wesley. Gregory into his 7th over now. He's asked a couple of questions, Nigel Long, but with no success so far. full and driven, but only as far as hand of Lewis Gregory. Doesn't pick it up cleanly. Elgar actually helps out at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory, a former teammate of his, of course. Dean Elgar. Diving attempt, but unavailing. It's going to go all the way, I think. Just got the legs to take it over the rope in front of the Ondarchi pavilion. Nicely timed. Frustrating end to the over from Lewis Gregory's point of view.
Yeah, whipped off the stumps there by Wesley. I felt Lewis, he certainly felt that he was in the game had Wesley missed that, but the Essex skipper picks up a boundary. I think it's Alfie Ogborn running a drink out there.
Yes, he was in the squad, Alfie Ogborn, but didn't make the final 11. Craig Overton's going to go round the wicket initially to Elgar. It's comfortably defended. Overton into the 5th over of this spell. Now coming over. Much attention being paid to the ball by Tom Lammonby at third slip, giving it a thorough polish before it's gradually returned to the bowler. Firm drive, but won't bring a run. Craig Overton can't quite bring off the stop. Ends up in a bit of a heap. Down you go, Craig. Oh.
Yeah, Josh Davey did well actually to slide across and save the single.
Well played, but for no run. Archie Vaughan is at backward point. Could well be a bowling option further down the line. Doubt whether we'll see him this side of lunch. Now I've said that, of course he'll come on next over. Here's the big man again. Well, that's not off the middle. Fetches up at cover, and again there won't be a run. So Overton's 8th over complete, a maiden, 1 for 20 at the end of it. Mention. So there is going to be the 4th bowler of the day introduced. Miguel Pretorius. Encouraging applause. It's nice for a bowler to hear on being introduced to the attack, the big man. What can he do for Somerset here?
Looks like Alfie Ogborn is actually on his 12th, as Pretorius is in some late swing away from the right-handed Wesley, but again, real late movement as it passes the stumps.
Nine wickets so far for Somerset. Played in all 3 away games. Miguel Pretorius.
Left alone by Wesley.
2 for 63 in the first innings at Hove, as well as making 59. He's been in good form with the bat, actually. 47 not out against Hampshire, to go with his 5 for 64. And then Norton 54. That 54 in rather a lost cause, really, at the Oval. 2 for 93.
Good line from Pretorius there.
And a little bit of wobble.
Both the Essex pair doing a little bit of gardening on this green wicket.
He's a little bit of movement, which will encourage him. There's Shoaib Bashir, included in the latest England squad, which was announced a short while ago.
Pretorius in, and again left alone by Wesley. Great carry there through to James Root. Takes that, fingers pointing up. Tom Abel there giving plenty of support to his bowler as he's in last ball of his first over. Defended to backward point. It's a good start from Pretorius. Starts with a maiden. Essex still 55 for 1.
Drinks time for a few. Yeah, the full England squad. This is for the first test of the summer against Zimbabwe. Ben Stokes captain, of course. Gus Atkinson, Harry Brook, Sam Cook of Essex, Jordan Cox, Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope, Matthew Potts, Joe Root, Jamie Smith and Josh Tongue, alongside Shoaib Bashir. I said we won't see Archie Vaughan before lunch. We are going to see spin, though, in the 22nd over of the game, in the familiar form around these parts of Jack Leach.
Well, he was warming up in the first over of the day. 20 overs later, he's got ball in hand from the river end. He's going to start to to Dean Elgar. As Somerset just tinker with the field.
Just the one slip. As this is tucked away on the leg side, Tom Abel is lurking at short mid-wicket. Not to be trifled with in the field anywhere. Gets it to his left this time. Dean Elgar will pick up another single out to deep mid-wicket. Tom Banton is out there and is now, as he becomes deep extra cover for the right-handed Wesley, is being dispatched all the way out to the boundary. Long off being brought in to mid-off, slightly set back. Got a cover and a backward point as well. Run savers on the offside. Tucked around the corner by Tom Wesley, but there's a man also saving the single at backward square leg. That's Pretorius. Watchful Wesley. Oh, beaten. Turned away from the right-hander. That'll encourage Jack Leach.
Yeah, big smile on his face there, Leachy, after that delivery.
Wow.
Oh.
Covered up nicely this time by the Essex captain. Well, that's an interesting over, particularly the fifth delivery of it. I wonder what that portends. 56 for 1. Exaggerated turn on a green top.
Yeah, that went quite big, didn't it?
It's the older black Kookaburra keeper pad, so it's in my bag, please. Your boxes on? What? What? Jan, helmet, thanks.
Pretorius then to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. First over was a maiden. This won't be though, because that's been tucked away down to third.
A little bit of a South African battle between Pretorius Elgar.
Yes, just having a little exchange of pleasantries out there. I hope they were pleasantries anyway.
Into the right-handed Wesley this time. Pretorius leaving alone. Yeah, it will be interesting to see whether that ball from Jack Leach was just the occasional ball that's going to spin, or whether it's going to spin on a more consistent basis.
Yes, I've seen it before where you've seen one go and then there hasn't been anything more in the session. But to see it go like that in the first over is interesting.
Defending up on his toes, Wesley.
Been on target from the outset, Pretorius. Which is good to see. Asking questions. Big and strong lad.
Slightly fuller, a little bit more movement away there. Started slightly wider, so Wesley comfortably leaves that one alone.
Gets a lot into that action, doesn't he, Miguel? Wholehearted cricketer.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen him bowl sort of first hand. Got a fantastic view as he runs directly away from us. As Wesley tries to work that into the leg side, finds Tom Lammonby there.
He's broad-shouldered and plenty of that goes into the action. Played for Somerset for the first time last year and impressed sufficiently to be invited back this. Well bowled. Nicely done. Not quite a maiden, but next best thing. Just the single off it. And I am going to make way, Sophie. I'll see you later on. For Jonathan Lewis-Oliver.
Thanks, Stephen. Slight change up here in the commentary box. Somerset just organising the field. I think we've got some pads and a helmet coming on for Tom Banton. As J-Lo joins me.
Hello, Sophie. Pleasure to be here.
This is a first, isn't it?
Our second, actually.
Is it?
So
oh, God, that's poor from me that I don't remember the first time.
I was fortunate to do a stint with Stephen Lamb back end of last year when, who was it? Gregory nearly got a hat-trick with the first 3 balls of the innings against Hampshire.
Oh, wow. Well, it'd be great if Lynchy can
we need
do
something
similar. How are you, anyway?
I'm all right, thank you. Yeah, getting into the peak of summer, enjoying watching you play and the team, and now a bit of the men as well. It's been a little break for the men since their last game. It's been nearly a month since they were here, but we're getting the thick of the season now.
Elgar works that one away to deep square.
So you've got a bit of a straight view from what I've been looking at this morning. Has it been seaming much?
It's not been loads of movement. Not as probably as much as you'd expect looking at the surface. Good amount of carry, which you'd expect with more grass on the surface usually. Means that it's going to get through to Rui nicely.
Yeah, I just wonder if that'll mean Lynchy maybe gets a little bit more zip off the pitch than what he's had so far this season, home and away.
Yeah, you got 1 to go in the last over. See if he can turn a few more this. Oh, just as I say that, one beats the outside edge of Tom Wesley. Wesley defends this time. Slip and short leg in.
They've got someone out on the sweep and they're quite far behind square. When it's looking like it's turning like this, you feel a little bit more risky with the sweep shot. So I suppose he's also catching position slightly out there for the top edge.
Yeah, I guess sometimes you can almost nullify the spin with the sweep. I'm not sure against Leachy whether sweeping is the best option either. I don't see many people
No, you don't, no.
sweep him and have real success. So yeah, Wesley just looking to defend and almost bide his time at the moment.
Somerset continue with the 3 slips, but as I say that, Tom Abel has been moved out into point position.
Such a key position there for Elgar, I feel. A lot of his runs will come in that backward point region.
And they've got deep third out as well, protecting.
It's driven nicely by Elgar. Hamid is in pursuit and
doesn't brave the dive.
Yeah, probably a wise decision there, actually.
I think I'm not sure he was going to pull that in.
Yeah, that almost picked up pace. Quick outfield here at Taunton. We've seen a couple of lovely drives from Elgar so far this morning.
Yeah, it shows what a bit of dry weather does to the pace of the ball running away, because I think in your first innings it really wasn't running away when you played here earlier in the week. A little bit of movement.
Yeah, left alone. Yeah, I think obviously it's very sandy, the outfield. I think you get, when it's dry in particular, you get a lot of value for keeping the ball on the deck. And yeah, Elgar, strong square of the wicket. When you're hitting it against those used surfaces as well, when they're quite bare, it's just going to race away.
Still trying to tempt him out there, isn't he? The last 2 balls.
Yeah, I definitely prefer this angle of over the wicket from the Somerset attack to the left-hander. Certainly was the downfall of Paul Walter.
Yeah, and there were a few close calls before that. LBW and running through them. Elgar just stepping slightly out of his crease. Archie Vaughan's rolling his arm over. I don't know if he's warming up or if he's just sort of thinking about it.
Yeah, Elgar, you can see batting outside of his crease there. Side on view. So he's defending off the back foot to Abel at point. Yeah, we had Jack Leach warming up in the first over.
Okay.
He had to wait 20 overs. I did actually think he'd have to wait a lot longer than 20 overs to get his first bowl, but
yeah, I mean,
I'd be surprised if we saw double spin before lunch here. 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised we've seen any at all, but I suppose that's just the Essex have played really well, only losing the 1 wicket, having been put in. Sneaker single.
Deflected off the stumps at the non-striker's end. 5 off that Pretorius over. Oh, final chance. 5 days to go. Vitality Blast. Early bird tickets available.
Yep, take advantage before the prices go up on the 8th. So your last chance you've got until the 7th of May to take advantage of the early bird price. And we've got our first game here on the 30th of May, double header. Should be exciting. That's blast off. And then a sort of week and a half till the 12th of June for our second game against Middlesex. How are you looking forward to those double headers? We've got 4 double headers this summer.
Yeah, double headers are always great. yeah, it's like a proper day out. We obviously love playing in front of as many people as possible, and the double-header format allows us to maybe see more people come into the ground and watch us. So yeah, really looking forward to the opportunity of playing a few more this year, and I guess almost being genuine double-headers under the Somerset badge as well. I think that's 100%. A really exciting proposition for fans. Yeah, hopefully this warm weather continues as well, because there's nothing better than a sunny day here in Taunton. 2 games of cricket.
Yeah, I think those doubleheaders are really exciting as we start to build the eyes on both teams, build the fan base up, get the attention on the team, and then Friday the 13th of June, that's one of the games I'm most excited for. That's your first standalone game under the floodlights. We're going to try and get it rocking in here with Taylor Swift afterwards, or tribute, Taylor Swift tribute.
Yeah,
afterwards.
I know. I'm on a poster with Taylor Swift. Yes. Getting quite a lot of stick for that, but.
Were you told that was happening before it went?
No, look, there it is on
God,
screen now. Yeah. And she's even got the right colour on. Amazing. I'm not really a Swiftie, but I'm sure the girls will enjoy some entertainment.
After you're celebrating a win, you might as well get out there in the fan village. Let's come along to that. It's only £5 for cricket and a tribute with Taylor Swift.
I think Fran Wilson actually thought the Taylor Swift was flying in for our game. Just see a replay there off the pad of Elgar.
He's getting some bite and bounce though. That is at least promising, I think.
Essex 65 for 1 here. Glorious day at Taunton. If you are able to get down to the ground, a couple more sessions to go in the day. Not far off lunch now. Somerset will be hoping they can get another, at least one before lunch. That's clipped to mid-on. Mead does the fielding. Wesley moves to 8. What does a match day look like for you, J-Lo, usually? Do you get to watch much, or...?
Not as much as I'd like. I probably watched more before I worked here, I think. So it's an honour to be here with this perfect view from right above Pretorius as he comes in. Oh, just dropped short. Craig Overton at 3rd slip. So they're continuing with 2 slips in to Elgar. I don't know if you've seen Andy Mead's Instagram when he's had the GoPro on when he's been practicing in the slips, and as a non-professional player, it comes at them so fast off the bat. Oh, that's a beauty, and he's given it. Elgar looks back at the umpire a bit, but that looked like pitched in line.
He deserves that, Pretorius. Elgar, not happy with himself, has to go for a patient 30. And Pretorius, as we see on screen now with the replay, strikes. Nigel Long, finger goes straight up. And delight for Somerset. They needed that one before lunch.
It's a good angle. Yeah, he's out of his crease, but it's not going over the top, is it? That looks pretty good. Finger went up straight away. It was almost a celeb appeal.
Jordan Cox, the new batter in. recently named in England's first Test squad of the summer.
Just seamed in, didn't it, slightly?
Yeah, Pretorius knew it was out from the moment it hit his pad. So we've got two right-handers at the crease for the first time today.
And a pretty crucial 15 minutes. That was a huge wicket, so we've got 15 minutes at a new bat and a relatively new bat in Wesley for before the lunch interval. And if Somerset can get one more and have them 70-80 for 3 before lunch, then that's probably an alright morning, having put them in.
Somerset hunting for a third then. Pretorius to Cox, who defends.
It's a good one first up. Testing the stumps. Slight seam away.
He's been pretty impeccable since he came on, Pretorius, into his 4th over.
Yeah, and even the shot through the covers, you don't really mind that with slips in plays. They clearly want to get them coming forward on this pitch. So you take the odd shot through the covers. They leave the gap there, although they have got able extra. Oh, well, not able. That's Jack Leach, extra cover, I believe.
It is, yeah. Abel's at 3rd slip, I think. I can see why you'd get them confused though, because they've both got hats
that have worn
brown tinge.
Yeah, you can tell the players have been playing for a while.
Yeah, whereas Archie Vaughan down here is looking pretty good condition. The slip cordon looking a bit worse for wear.
Ooh.
Bouncer.
Just keep him honest.
It's a brilliant over from Miguel Pretorius. Gets a loud, warm applause here from Somerset supporters.
And there's a great number in today. The Hildreth stand, always a popular spot, is looking pretty full. Pretty much all areas of the ground that are open are well populated. But there's not really better days in the summer to watch than Essex on day one and clear skies. It's always a good contest, this match. I think the last couple of years they've been hotly fought games.
Leachy to continue. It's well fielded at mid-wicket.
Josh Davey gets down quickly to his right. And he had to. I think that would have run away.
Banton still under the lid, but he's gone on to the offside now. No sweeper out on the leg side. Just the one out on the cover point boundary. So Wesley tucks that into the leg side. He's going to pick up a couple of runs here.
Banton will swap to short leg now.
Leading edge there. Gets off strike. Certainly looks like Wesley favours the leg side. Very strong through mid-wicket on that occasion. Just slightly too early on that Leach delivery. Cox defends his first ball Happy faces from Jack Leach. Plays that off the back foot. Cut away. Cox is off the mark.
Yeah, it wasn't that short, but he's got back so quickly there. Not that wide or short, but he's just picked up the length so quickly.
Likely to see a couple more overs before that lunch interval.
Yeah, it'd be good to see a couple more from Pretorius. He is charging in at the moment, putting it right on the spot. Last ball at Cox of his last over was a bouncer. I imagine that's just to keep him honest. So what are you thinking here? 2-3 overs to go as captain? You just want bowlers bowling, not trying anything in particular, just keeping it full, bringing the slips in, making them play?
Yeah, I think Pretorius just needs to do exactly what he's done so far. His line's been pretty impeccable. Hammering that length, top of the stumps, as Cox plays that really late, guides it down to a vacant third man region, and fielder can't pull that in. I think it was Josh Davey doing the legwork there. Just open the face.
Sprinted after it, but they're going to keep him down there and take third slip out. Just Tom Abel is going to go into a point where Davey was fielding. Or are they? He's going to come back into slip, and Davey's going to go to a very wide third, more deep cover. Well, no, very deep third.
Yeah, deep third, just a wide third.
Wow.
Great shape from Pretorius. There's a lot of movement from Jordan Cox since he's come to the crease. Slightly off balance there. He's quite animated after each delivery he faces. That's certainly the delivery that Gregory wants Pretorius to keep emulating here. See there, Cox almost just walks into line at that one.
Yeah, it's an interesting tactic, isn't it? You can, because Miguel was bowling right on the money with his lengths, so Jordan's coming out to try and meet that length and put it on the half volley, or put him off, I suppose, more than anything.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to negate that slight movement, make sure he's slightly more in line with the ball.
And that one is a bit more back of a length, so is that Jordan Cox moving him, making him think about it at the top of his mark rather than just settling in on his zone? I always think as a bowler that would make you just want to dial in and settle into a rhythm. But as soon as they start doing that, you're just thinking slightly different things at the top of mark or as you're running in.
Wesley defends that one. Hard length from Pretorius. He finishes his fifth over. He's got figures of 1 for 12. And I reckon we might get through one more of Leach. And fingers crossed, one more of Pretorius.
Yeah, Leach has been getting through his overs quite quickly, so I'd imagine they will get another one in. And thanks to WPA Health Insurance, they are our principal partner, principal county championship partner, and live stream sponsor. They've been doing that for a number of years. They keep it going. Wow. Can't do much of that with that as a bat, can you?
Yeah, just enough there, isn't there, for Leach. Too good for Cox on that occasion. Banton's just come in at a short extra cover, catching there.
Yeah, he's almost in the line of Overton at mid-off, but he's there for the catch on the drive. That one is slightly fuller. It looks like Cox is batting really deep in his crease.
Which again might suggest why he was unable to play that one off the back foot in
Yeah.
the previous over as well as he did.
Yeah, like that one, that's not really that short, but he's tried to punch it out there for the single to the deep.
Yeah, almost his front foot is probably on the crease there, isn't it? Just work that through mid-wicket. I think that's going to race away. He's almost just punched that into the leg side.
It's really clever batting if he's done that, because like you say, if he was batting in a orthodox position, that might not be short enough to do that, but he's so quick at going back. He does go a lot fuller with that ball. I love all these little intricacies with the mindset, technical side of the longer overs game, 50 over and 4 day, because you are almost having that battle with the bowler, trying to outthink them.
Yeah, I mean, we don't play any red ball cricket, but I can imagine there's a real skill in trying to outthink every single batter as a bowler. That sort of individual challenge, I think, becomes even more noticeable.
Yeah, I think when you go all the way down to 2020, you lose that. But 50 over, I think it's still there, but definitely in the longest format.
Pretorius looks like he's working hard on that ball. Red mark on his playing shirt. He's into Tom Wesley, who's whipping that into the leg side.
Yeah, I never really noticed anyone else. Like Somerset seem to have brought that to fruition. You always see, like Craig, Overton, Tom Lammonby, they rub it hard on their shirt like that. And 5, 6, 7 years ago, it was always on the leg.
Yeah.
I still would do it on the leg, but
Craig almost does it. I don't know if he's got a skin on underneath, but he almost does it like under his shirt. Must be a nightmare to get it out.
They get enough shirts. Ooh,
Clipped.
okay.
Just behind square. Might push hard for 2 here. They do. Banton does the fielding.
So they're obviously working on this ball really hard for the whole innings. With the white ball, 50 overs, how long are you going with that ball? What's the general tactics at the start of the innings as you move through?
Yeah, you obviously want to look after the ball for as long as possible. I think it depends how much it's swinging, really. As soon as it stops swinging or getting the spinners on, then there's comms around. You know, if you're in the outfield throwing it on the bounce into the keeper.
Softening it up as quick as possible.
But in general, the white ball's just a lot harder to work on.
Yeah.
It's not much you can do with it, really.
It's Kookaburra, isn't it, as well?
Yes, yeah. But yeah, obviously, like again, another skill that you probably don't see in the women's game because we don't play much red ball cricket. Art of looking after the ball, like, is a massive part of the game in county championship.
Would you like to play the longer format?
Personally, I'd love to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be interesting if you asked maybe like the younger generation coming through, though.
Absolutely.
It seems to be that the format's getting shorter all of the time.
Yeah, and there's so much short foot cricket. When you're growing up, you don't set yourself up to play the longer format as much. So that will be lunch. Somerset got the second wicket, which is important, otherwise that would have been heavily an Essex session after being put in. So they finished 81 for 2. Somerset got through 31 overs in the session. Pretorius bowled 6 overs at the end there, 1 for 14. And Leach bowled a very economical 5 overs for 12 runs. And during this lunch interval, we've got a special session. Richard Walsh sat down with the legend that is Joel Garner, and when Joel visited us last summer, and they got themselves out on the Hallow Turf, out on the outfield, for a little one-to-one. So we'll leave you with that for the lunch interval and catch us up in about 40 minutes.
Well, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, and today we're sitting amongst Somerset royalty. I'd like to welcome to the ground Mr. Joel Gardner, who really needs no introduction to people who've been following the game for a long time. He's somebody who's very special, and we're delighted to welcome you back here, Joel.
Thank you very much.
What's it feel like to be back here after, 47 years since you were first here?
Well, it is not the only time that I've been here. I came through last year. I was here a year before. Came back during World Cup. I would say that I've been coming back to Somerset ever since I stopped playing for Somerset. After I finished, I still lived here for about 2 or 3 years before I moved away up north. Played in Glastonbury, played in Oldham, played in Lancashire, and then went back home. But every time I came back to England on holiday, I don't think that the people at the ground would have seen me because they would have been hiding out in Wiveliscombe. Of all places, Wiveliscombe, yeah.
Wiveliscombe, special place.
Yeah.
A very special place.
Yeah, my very good friend, Bugsy,
right.
He is from Wiveliscombe, and that is where I would spend a lot of my days when I come back to Somerset.
Of course, when you first came here, Closey was captain, and what do I need to say more? Have you got a few Closey memories for me?
I don't remember me a Closey, man. I think it's because of Closey that I didn't start at Somerset a little bit earlier. I decided, as long as he was captain, for the few games that I played with him as captain, I worked really hard. When I say worked really hard, my first game was against Australia. I bowled 3 spells before lunch, and after we went back up for lunch, he said, your turn. I said, you got to be joking. He said, you got to be kidding me. I said, Closey, all iron rest. And this isn't all iron. And I said, if I keep bowling like this, I won't be able to play very long. And I think that was part of the keep back to from playing for Somerset. And we actually had four or five fast bowlers or 5 quick men in the team when they played against Australia.
You did, but we had a win, didn't we?
Very
First time
so,
we've ever beaten Australia.
I'd made Greg Chappell a promise as a youngster in Barbados about 5 or 6 years earlier. Australia came to the West Indies to play in a test series. And I met him outside the Kensington Oval. And I asked him for an autograph. He gave it to me, and I said, I'm going to see you in the not too distant future, and I'm going to torment you.
And you did?
And I did. And he looked at me. He said, can't use the language that he used." When I met him, he says, "Yeah, you sure did."
Yeah, yeah. And then we were in the old pavilion still here, weren't we?
Old Pavilion, oh my, that's a place. We used to call it the shed. We had the heat in the middle of the room. You had to get in early and pick the spot up so that you can keep yourself warm. And you know, it was an interesting place. I think the senior boys like Merv and them used to be up the stairs. Merv and Budgie, the old fellas. But the youngsters would all be huddled downstairs around the heater.
And what about the shower unit? Or was it a bath there? Was it a big bath, wasn't it, if I remember rightly?
Yeah, but you got into you always went. I was never one, even though I don't like baths. I prefer to have a shower. So
Yeah.
I would get in early, I'd get my shower because I knew what was going to happen when Mr. Botham got to the shower. It was going to be a madhouse.
Yeah. Still the same.
Still the same.
Still the same. Anyway, Joel, let's wind back and talk about your beginnings back in Barbados. How did you come to learn your cricket in the first place?
I don't know if it's a matter of learning it. Like all of us played cricket as young boys. My cricket started on the field behind my house. My uncle was a cricketer. We had a village team, and they played cricket. While I was going to school, I was still playing village cricket rather than school cricket, and then I had to leave the village cricket and go to the school cricket. I played maybe one game in under 15, the very last game of the season,
Mm-hmm.
but that was not by my doing. The fellas told me that I was not good enough to make the team, so I never argued with them, never made any noise, never said anything, just kept playing my local cricket.
Yeah.
And then when I played the last game, you know, I kept playing for the school. After that, though, I think the headmaster found out that I was playing for a local team as opposed to playing for the school team.
Yeah.
And that was a no-no. He said, "No, you must play for the school team." So that's how I ended up playing for my school team. And then that was more or less the beginning. Junior cricket. Did well at school, did well. Left school, went to work with Cable and Wireless, West Hall and Company.
Yeah.
Another good works team. And it was actually enjoying my cricket with them. It was intermediate cricket, but yeah, it was one level down from the top level. But when we talk about a good club side and a good group of fellas, if you are in a happy environment, you're not too in a hurry to leave it and
Of
go
course not.
anywhere.
No, absolutely.
So, you know, I kept with them for about 3 years. Whilst I was with them, I was going to trials, and there was a lot of rumblings and a lot of noise, and they said to me that you can't play cricket for Barbados from intermediate. But Van Holder had done it, Malcolm Marshall had done it afterwards. I think there were only about 2 or 3 people who would have played for Barbados from intermediate. And I didn't think that it made a lot of difference because I was enjoying it. When I tell you I was enjoying it, I was really enjoying it. Like I said, good group of fellas, we were all good friends, we worked together, party together, played together, and then after the rumblings and they said I couldn't play cricket for Barbados from intermediate, I said, okay, what I'll do, I'll move, I'll go up to First Division. And I left them and I went to First Division, played First Division, played for Barbados the same year. Still doing the same things, still enjoying it, still having fun. But I always went to clubs. I always played for clubs that had good club life.
Yeah.
I think that is part of the success of any business. If you got workers and you got people who get on and who enjoy each other's company, it is going to be the place that you would want to be.
Yeah, yeah. And that was one of the things about the team here, wasn't it? When you, the team that you came and joined, or that we became, it was an enjoyable unit of people. You all got on so well.
Yeah, that's the funny part about it. I came over to England by chance, not by design or anything like that, because it was, like I said, it was working. I was happy working where I was, playing cricket in Barbados, and Duncan Carter said to me, "Little Bird's looking for a pro." I said, "Thanks." I'm happy at home. I'm comfortable. I actually had permanent residence to Canada while I was growing up.
Yeah.
Because my family lived there.
Yes.
And my mum and my brothers and
Yeah, yeah.
you know, they were all there. And I said, don't. I'm happy playing where I am. He said, give it a try. I said, you sure that he said, yeah, you would do well, man. I said, don't. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I'm happy, I'm comfortable. I don't know. I didn't resign. I actually went to Littleborough. I took vacation.
Yeah.
And I organized with some fellas from the same workplace to work for me when the vacation was up. You know, I said I'll give it 2 months and see if I enjoyed it. If I didn't, I would come back to work. And then after about 2 months or so, I said, can't keep asking the fellas to work for me. But I always had a backup plan, because if it didn't work for me, I'd given myself 2 years in the cricket business.
Yeah.
And I said, you know, if I didn't make it by the second year, I would have gone back home and joined the police force.
Right.
So I always had a plan.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I always knew that after the cricket, I was going to work anyhow.
Yeah. And of course, you were successful at Littleborough, weren't you? You had a big season that first season.
I had 3 big seasons at Littleborough, but the first 2, yeah, and I'd signed a contract for the third when they started playing with Somerset part-time.
Yeah.
But I was on one. I didn't, because I've signed with them, I said to them, I won't break the contract. What I'll do is I'll play out the contract, and then I'll make my mind up on what I'll do in the, you know, going forward.
Yeah.
Which I think was the right thing to do, you know. And I played with them, and I played for Somerset part-time, and closely retired, and the rest is history.
Yeah, but then you came here full time, didn't you, in 79?
79, yeah.
But 78 we had big disappointments, didn't we? Because we did well, because we made we made a Gillette Cup final on the Saturday.
We had a good weekend. One of the best weekends that the club would have had.
Yeah.
Disappointing, yeah, but I suppose that most of the fellas that would have never gone to
No.
that level of,
Yeah.
of cricket or excitement or final. When you think about it, you know, we had fun, and that was the beginning or the platform to go forward and do well. The disappointment was good, you know.
Yeah.
Because it made them a lot harder and a lot, you know, more determined to do well going forward.
And that was a fairly young team, wasn't it, that Rosie picked
very
up,
young
really?
team, yeah. A fairly
Closey
young
had
team.
gone.
Yeah.
Apart from Derek Taylor, you're all pretty
youngsters in the 20s.
pretty green behind the ears.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. We were all very young. And
Yeah. And then 79 was your first year here, full time, wasn't it?
yeah, that's my first full year.
And you had a big season because West Indies won the World Cup, didn't they? And beat England in the final.
You said a big season. We always have big seasons because we enjoy the cricket. Yeah, you know, winning is good, yeah, but like we go back to the environment that you're in. The reason why I think that we were successful at that level is that we were all good friends. We enjoy each other's company. Not saying that everything always went 100%, but the good thing about it is that we enjoyed each other's company. We, you know, supported each other. So, you know, coming here, then we had a young team, which was good, and we all got on well. We used to share, like, when it came to time for us to travel, you know, we traveled 2 and 3 together, and many nights when we were wherever, we go to dinner, 2 or 3 of us would go to dinner, not always the same 2 or 3, which, you know, helped to a certain extent, where we started to get to understand and get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses and good habits and bad habits, if there were any. If you want to put it down, yeah.
I'm sure there weren't any bad habits, Joel.
Nah, just drinking habits.
Oh, well, there's always some things that go with cricket, they go together.
Yeah.
But that 79 season, though, I remember the Kent quarter-final, semi-final here, wasn't it? Wasn't that the season when we were struggling at 126 for 8 or 7, and you came in and put runs on with Budgie, didn't you?
Yeah, that was. But like everything else, like you know, if excuse me, like if you're supporting each other, things will happen. And you know, if you're in a hole and you need somebody, I'm sure that if I didn't do it, the next person behind me would have done it. But you were there at the time, and you're always expected to just stick around and help. He was a senior partner at the time. I was just the junior who was there assisting.
And then, if I remember rightly, we put Kent in, and then we knocked him over for 60, didn't we? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, that was. Can't tell you all the scores, but I don't think I remember Shep saying, not in an unpleasant kind of way. He called me a few names, but I said that's the nature of the game. We here to win, and we trying to win.
Yeah. And the people here, I was here that day, and I can remember the ground was packed. I mean, people have always loved their one-day cricket down here, haven't they? And they've loved the way that we've played it.
We were always going to struggle in 3-day and 4-day cricket. When I say we Somerset, we were always going to struggle. Nobody is going to give us a chance, even to chase 300, say in 65, 70 overs. And I think that was our weakness in that. Because of the side that we had, we were always setting targets if we wanted to win. I think the highest that we would have placed in county cricket is 5th. Because nobody is going to, with Viv and Ian and Dasha and those fellas batting, nobody was going to set us a target. We always had to be batting first and then giving them a toll and trying to bowl them out. So we were never going to be winners. Not in the county championship.
No. We were certainly winners in one-day cricket.
Well, yeah, one-day cricket, you know what you got to do. In 3-day cricket, it calls for a lot more in that. Your winning is dependent. I don't think anybody ever declared and gave us 300 runs to win in 50 overs. When you think about it. But
yeah, exactly.
We were always the ones to declare and say, okay, you chase.
They were afraid of what our boys would do.
Very much so.
Yeah. And I think that, people don't realise that. But we did go on to win, didn't we? And we won the Gillette against Northants on the finals day that year.
You carry me back some years, man.
And then the next day, didn't have a chance to celebrate. You drove up to Trent Bridge and you played Notts. John Player.
Oh, I don't remember a lot after. The Saturday night, yes, because we had to travel. I remember going up to Nottingham with Chris Greenslade, and they said, Chris, we are not going home. We are not going to drive after this game. And he said to me, you sure? He said, I'm sure that we are not going to drive anywhere after this game. And so I said, so then we came up, we left Nottingham at 11 o'clock the next day to drive back to Taunton, because they knew that we weren't going to drive, not after the night. It is like we played a final at Lordstone. When we played the final, the fella said, Taunton is the place we want to be. I said, nah, we in London already, let's stay. The fella said, no, Taunton. You're coming on the road and you pass 13 or 14 coaches coming down the road, coming back. And you made it back to Somerset and you made it back to Taunton, and that was it. You slept wherever you were for the night. You wouldn't drive again.
No, that's right. No.
Yeah. We had. I think that people down here knew how to celebrate as well. And what made it interesting too is the scrumpy and the here. Bears are here, going to Lords. I don't think that the people at Middlesex knew what hit them when Somerset were coming to a final.
Talking about cider, look, we've sorted out a brew for you there, Joel.
There you go,
Cheers.
Joel.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, you had 6 wickets at Lords against Northants, 6 for 29, and then up the road to Notts, and we won the next day, and came back with 2 trophies
2 on the weekend.
on the weekend.
The beginning of a 5-year run.
Oh, fantastic! Absolutely fantastic, unbelievable. The club had waited that long. It was founded in 1875. We waited 104 years, and then we got 2.
Yep.
What did it feel to be part of that, though, Joel? I mean, with that group of boys that you sort of spent, well, 3 or 4 years with already, hadn't you?
But you know, like you're happy for them because you were part of a club that that everybody saw them made. We call them the bridesmaids. They would always say, "Don't worry about Somerset. They don't win anything." And then all of a sudden, you got a young group of fellas who were keen, winning. I was glad for them because I'd also tasted success, in playing for the West Indies when we won the World Cup the year before. So it was a happy time. It was a happy time. The dressing room was a mad place. I still call it the madhouse.
Yeah.
The madhouse.
Yeah, yeah. And then 1980 you weren't here because you were touring England with the West Indies. And 81 when you came back here, we had the new pavilion over there. And that was a bit different, wasn't it?
That's interesting. You call it the new pavilion and over there. But I think that it was a given that we always held or kept or changed in the corner. In the old dressing room, you look for the heater.
Yeah, yeah.
In the new dressing room, we changed in the corner because the door to the heater was also in the corner. So and then it was vivid. It was myself. It was vivid. Hallam. So we used to be the ones closest, but the dressing room was a lot different and a lot friendlier too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
yeah.
We had good time. We had some good times.
Yeah, and I mean, and that team really stuck together mostly, didn't it? I mean, Budgie went at the end of '79. He retired, and Derek Taylor went early '80s, but then Gardy came in, and
there weren't a lot of changes. I don't think that we had.
But most of the other people were part and parcel of the setup right the way through, weren't they?
Yeah, the nucleus of the nucleus of the team was there.
Yeah, yeah. Then of course it all sort of, I suppose, after we won the 5th title in '83. I don't think you were around for one of the seasons, and then obviously things happened. And at the end of '86, you played your last game here in '86, didn't you? Derbyshire in a John Player League.
See, you remember.
I do remember because I was here that game. I remember. It was all tinged with sadness because you 3 lads were going to disappear.
Yeah, well, I went past all of that. Maybe a year after it was all over. I just put it behind me. It's part of life. You move on. You don't keep things that happen that don't make sense. And I always knew that when I got to 35 that I don't see myself running around and playing cricket again. Not as a fast bowler.
No.
And I was close to 35, so
yeah.
I wasn't really too worried. I just went back to the leagues I don't even know why I went back to the leagues. They kept saying to me, come and play. But by then, my body was taking a battering, so.
Yeah. But you came back here in '93 with Glastonbury. I mean, I can remember you playing against Taunton. I was playing at Taunton then, and playing against you, and yeah, that was even in those days it was quite an eye opener.
Yeah, but I don't even know why I was playing because I said to the fellas, I'm finished. I was over 40 at the time, and the fellas said to me, "No, come and play." I said, "Old men don't play cricket," and if part of the confusion is that you played on the Saturday or you played on the Sunday. And then you had to recover. You had to recover Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You spent those 4 days recovering, and then you said, "You mean they're going back to do the same nonsense again on the weekend?" You go back and you take the 4 days. I said, nah. Body can't take this.
But again, you enjoyed your time, because I know you did, because you were great company when you were locally here playing cricket again.
But it is like to me, cricket is like work. If you go to work and you don't enjoy it, or you got a job and you don't enjoy it, you look for another one. And if you play cricket and you don't enjoy it, you look for another job.
Yeah.
So why am I going to go and play cricket if I'm not enjoying it? So, you know, I have no regrets whatsoever when I was playing the cricket. And if I had to do it all over again, I'd do it all over again.
You'd come to Somerset all over again.
All over again. Well, put it this way, when I was talking to Somerset, or when I had more or less agreed, when I was playing part-time for Somerset, Lancashire offered me a contract. I started laughing because I used to go to Lancashire during the day, during the week, and go to the nets. They weren't interested. And then the chairman said to me, "Oh, it's a privilege to play for Lancashire." I said, "You gotta be kidding me. You had first opportunity, none of you were interested." Clive was away with the West Indies team when I was going there. I think only 2 people, Peter Lever. Yeah, that's his name, fast bowler.
Yes, it was. He's still around.
Peter Lever and Farouk Engineer were the only 2 people who actually talked to me when I was there. I was like, you walk into this club to play cricket, but I was around here for a whole year and nothing was happening. These are the only 2 people who ever spoke to me when they got to the nets.
So how did you end up coming down here? How did that all come about?
I don't know, but what I could tell you is that I'm sure that I might have been playing in a test match. And Viv said to me, "There's a man called Lane Creed who wants to talk to you." I said,
right.
"Lane Creed?"
Yeah.
He said, "Yeah, you want to talk to you. Wonder if you were interested in playing cricket for Somerset." I said, "I think about it, Smokey." He said, "He's here, he's in Barbados, and he's going to talk to you." I said, "No problem." And I had a word with Lane Creed, and I said to him, "I'm already playing cricket up in the north." And he said to me, "You should come to Somerset and see what it's like." I said, "I should come to Somerset and see what I'm already playing cricket up in the north." Well, he said, "No, you'll like it." But then Viv said to me, "Doc, it's a good place to be." And I said, "All right, we'll see." And then Lane Creed was talking to my chairman at Littleborough, Fred Hamer.
Yeah.
And he thought I was talking that they didn't know. And Fred just turned to me and said, "You're going to Somerset to play cricket?" I said, "Fred, I haven't made up my mind yet if I want to play cricket in Somerset or not." He said, "Well, the chairman is calling me and make your mind up." I said, "But I got a contract with you." He said, "I know you got a contract with me, but he's in my ears every day." And I said, "Well, good luck to you and him." And I like Fred, regardless of what. I think I got home well with most of the chairmen at the clubs that I played cricket with because they understood me. Like, I wasn't really hard and fast, serious about.
Yeah.
You know, I just took things as it came along.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And when I played against Australia, maybe 12 or 14 people from up north came down to watch the game as well.
Did
they? Yeah. Yeah, came to watch the game.
Wherever you've gone, you've made friends, haven't you? But through sport you do.
But that's part of life. If you play a sport and you don't have any friends when you finish playing, you would have wasted all of the time that you played.
Absolutely.
And all of my friends are not from the cricket. They're people around the cricket.
Yeah.
Take Bugsy for example. Bugsy is a mechanic by profession.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're like this. You know, Chris is a chef and a publican, Chris Greenslade.
Yeah.
And we're like this. We talk on the phone, we meet up, we have a few drinks, we enjoy each other's company. They came on holiday to Barbados, and we, enjoy, we have a few.
A few Thatchers over here, there'd be red stripe over there.
Yeah, I drink any and everything. I'm not worried when it comes to I'm not too partial when it comes to things.
Well, Joel, we've talked a long time. Well, I will say what I think everybody else would say. Thank you for coming to join Somerset in the first place, and thank you for all the pleasure that you've brought to Somerset fans over the years. And it's great that you've come and talking to us today. Thank you so much for your time.
It's my pleasure. I wouldn't do anything differently. I'll keep coming back to Somerset. Brought my family to Somerset. They've enjoyed being in Somerset. Despite what people might think, they all have fond memories of the place.
Wonderful.
And like I said, if I had to do it, I'd do it all over again. I'd come back to Somerset as a youngster and play here again.
Thanks, Joel. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground as the Somerset players head out into the middle. Lovely, lovely summer's day here. And the position on day one of this Rothesay County Championship match between Somerset and Essex is that Essex, after being inserted by Lewis Gregory this morning, are 81 for 2. Both the openers are out. Paul Walter was the first to go. He and Dean Elgar looked pretty comfortable, actually, in the first hour's play, which would have come as something of a disappointment to Somerset on this extremely green wicket. They would have been hoping that the ball might do rather more than it did. But Paul Walter was the first to go, to everyone's surprise, really. He just chipped a full delivery from Craig Overton straight to Josh Davey at mid-on. So that was Walter gone for 22, Essex 40 for 1. And then Dean Elgar, LBW to Miguel Pretorius, who bowled an excellent spell of 6 overs from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end, came on as second change. And we've also seen 5 overs from Jack Leach for just 12 runs, and he has turned a couple. Bit early to say how significant that is, but he's getting proceedings underway in this second session. It's steered nicely by Jordan Cox to backward point. Jordan Cox included in the England squad for the test against Zimbabwe. First test of the summer in England. And he's looked the part. He's on 10 not out. Dean Elgar looked a bit disappointed with the LBW decision. He was gone for 30. That was 66 for 2. These two have added another 15. And there's the first run of the afternoon. Squeezed nicely away to Tom Banton, who's patrolling the extra cover boundary. So that will bring the Essex skipper onto strike, Tom Wesley. Here's Jack Leach again. You can see the scars on some of those wickets to the right of the pitch that's being played on in this game. Nicely driven. There'll be at least one here. Banton in action again and keeps it down to 1. That's an excellent throw from the deep. Good arm on him. So Cox back onto strike. But yeah, those scarred used pitches showing how little rain there's been this summer in recent weeks. Another comfortable single for Jordan Cox. End of Jack Leach's 6th over in all. 0 for 15 he has. 84 for 2. Lewis Gregory is going to take up the attack from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. Taking over from Miguel Pretorius. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. Really tidy figures for Pretorius. And here in the meantime is Gregory. Bit of a sighter to start with, well outside the off stump and seaming a little as it went through. Jonathan Lewis Oliver has come in alongside. Afternoon.
Hello, Stephen.
How are you?
I'm all right, thanks.
Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you as well. Pleased to be back on after lunch. How was your lunch?
It was good. It's a nice pie in the stragglers.
Oh, that's all right.
Chicken and leek. Had to be. Every time. Here is Gregory. That's straighter and played comfortably enough in the end by Jordan Cox, he's looked the part, hasn't he, since he
He
came
has, yeah, and whilst Sophie and I were on before lunch, his testing little spell, they really didn't want to lose another wicket, but he came out with quick feet. He was coming down the track a little bit just to put Pretorius off his length. He was sitting deep in his crease against Leach, so he could go rock back nice and easily if anything was slightly short, and we'll see how he does against Lewis now.
Yeah, that's neatly tapped into the offside, that gap there between point and extra cover. So there's a comfortable single to be taken there.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously the ball runs away really quickly across the outfield, particularly in this heat, but across the square. But they've got Jack Leach out there on the deep cover boundary, I guess just in a saving 4 position.
Here's Gregory again, into his second spell. Yeah, there is a little bit of movement, but it tends to, it just seems to be after it's in the business area. It tends to happen after the ball's gone past the bat.
Yeah, any movement in the air has been, as you see there, so...
It's just dying on James Rue as it reached him.
It has, but I think particularly the Elgar wicket, Pretorius, he was going across him, and he had that one that's seen back in.
Driven nicely. There'll be a single here. You mentioned Jack Leach out there. He's in business.
Jack Leach with his right arm, throwing that in.
What did you reckon on the Elgar dismissal? I was square on by the Ondarchi Pavilion, so I was in no position.
Well, you might have a better perspective on the height, but I think from us down the barrel here, it looked pretty out. He was batting out of his crease, but it pitched in line and straightened.
Nicely driven.
I don't think Leach is going to get round to that.
No, that was silken touch. Really was from Jordan Cox. Beautifully. He plays the ball late.
Yeah.
And that was just perfection, really, through extra cover.
He looks very confident out there.
He looked disappointed, Elgar, certainly.
He
I
did,
picked
yeah.
that up.
And I was wondering if he was... On first viewing, I thought he was maybe unhappy with the decision. I think he was more likely unhappy with just getting out. I think. I don't think he looked back at the umpire much. I think he was just disgruntled.
The finger went straight up.
It did straight away, yeah. Yeah.
Almost went up in unison with the appeal.
Yeah, it started as a celeb appeal from Pretorius, and it was definitely up before he turned around to see.
This is the dismissal. Have another look at it. Oh, that looks out to me.
Yeah, I think it has come back in enough.
Driven, and will be more runs here. Tom Banton is in sweeping action once more. They'll take a couple. Excellent throw again.
Picks up one-handed over the top.
Yeah, it's always nice for the bowler or keeper to get a throw in like that.
Yeah.
Right by the stumps. More work for Banton. This time it's just going to be a single. Not so much ground to cover out there. Big area to sweep. Yeah, the 2 wickets falling would have been a relief to Somerset, really, because it was a rather unpromising first hour or so.
Yeah, they needed the second.
Skews that one down to backward point.
He's just searching for his length a little bit here, isn't he, Leach? The first one was slightly full. He went a little bit short, and that enabled him to rock back through the covers, and that one quite full again. But Cox is really deep in his crease again, like he was before lunch.
Yeah. It's actually the first time I've seen Jordan Cox bat, and he's got something about
live,
him.
Yeah. Yeah, some batters just have that authority at the crease, don't they? It's a little bit closer to the length he wants there.
There's been much gardening going on amongst all the batters.
Yeah.
Yeah, respectfully defended to conclude the over.
Have batters always done that? Always sort of gone down, had a little
Yeah.
prod for the little marks, as long as you can remember?
Certainly. Yes, prodding of pitches, especially if they're of the colour that this one is.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a wicket as green as this at Taunton ever.
No, but it's coming on. I think it's doing a little bit off the pitch, but you'd still say it's, the full balls have been driven comfortably.
Yeah, there have been some good off drives. Every batter's played one.
I always find it intriguing watching Gregory bowl, because he does bowl an attacking length. He bowls full, so he will go for the odd runs, but he inevitably picks up wickets as well because of that. And I guess that's why the cover boundary is protected.
Yeah, he was in two minds about whether to play that or not.
Just about pulled out of it. Oh, maybe not actually. Might have just actually played at that. Not sure he pulled the bat away just in time. Yeah, he's played at that.
And he has. And then rather made it look as though he hasn't.
Yeah.
the guilty pulling away of the bat.
I got nowhere near it, bowler, honest. And there's a little in-swinger there, wasn't it?
Oh, there's some neat footwork as well. Knocking the ball up.
So the approach they've got two slips, they've got point in, they've got deep third and deep cover, so they are trying to protect those runs as much as they're going for the wickets, aren't they? I think they're recognising they can't go all out attack.
Yeah, they started off with 3 slips this morning, that's down to 2 now. Bit of lift there.
Yeah, so he's gone in swing of the ball before, that one was the away swinger, and he's prodding exactly where that pitched as it seemed and moved away. Wasn't quite close enough on line to draw him into a shot. 2 changes in the Somerset side from the one that lost to Surrey at the Oval. Going to be a single down to third here for the Essex captain. Craig Overton, who would have played in that game but for a back spasm on the first morning, comes in for Casey Aldridge, and an enforced change in that Sean Dixon sustained that hand injury, and Andy Umeed has come in for him. Yeah, and sometimes that's your only way into the side, isn't it, really? But Umeed's been in the runs, in the 2s. Taken. Great diving take is that. Lewis is switching up between the in-swinger and the out-swinger. He's got that skill that he can move it both ways, and it is certainly moving now. That, again, though, like you were saying, it's moved really late. Almost after the bat, isn't it, again? Yeah. Good, really sharp reactions needed from James Rue, and he had them. Oh, appeal here for LBW. Not out, says Nigel Long. Half appeal from Lewis. You can always tell when he thinks it out, because he basically goes off celebrating, doesn't he, with his arms aloft. Yes. But that was a semi-appeal. Yeah. Yeah, by no means the full Monty. 96 for 2 then. Essex would be the marginally happier of the 2 sides at the moment, but had a couple of wickets and it would be totally different. There is the 150th anniversary book, which I can assure you is an excellent read. Yeah, okay. There's a lot in that, going back over Somerset's history. As Leach starts a new over. I learned quite a bit, actually. I did the section on
the end of the Second World War to 1970.
Okay.
And some of the players highlighted. Bill Alley was a great Somerset signing. Nearly 40 when they signed him. And he played for a decade.
Yeah. So can you give us any little anecdotes without giving too much away that means that people don't have to read it by themselves?
I'll have to have a think about that. Yeah. Fred Romsey. He was a splendid bowler and very important part of the Somerset setup in the 6 seasons he was here. And the Professional Cricketers Association was very much his brainchild. Fred Romsey.
And he's got a box named after him here in the Andarchi Pavilion. So is Bill Alley, actually.
Yeah. He had the effrontery to bowl a bouncer at Fred Truman.
Okay.
Who, legend has it, let's just watch this next ball, came down the wicket after the bouncer was delivered and said, "Dost thou want to die, Rumsey?" Now, there's one anecdote from the book.
Yeah.
But there are contributions from a lot of the Somerset greats. Joel Garner, Marcus Trescothick. It's I would strongly recommend it. And it's the kind of book you can dip into. You don't have to do the whole thing. You can just do it in bite-sized chunks.
And Somerset have a lot of legends over their 150 years. And in however many years' time, hopefully a few more out here, we will look back on as legends of the club. Again, moving a lot after it goes past the bat.
Yeah.
What I'm finding interesting is Jordan Cox is, before lunch, he was batting out of his crease and coming down to Pretorius, but to Gregory, he's really, really deep. All these little mind games. I wonder if they think about that long before the game, or whether he's doing it as he sees as the pitch is playing.
Good ball. Well, they're very, very decent, these batters, aren't they? Picking up the ball, returning it to the bowler.
As you stand there with your feet and say, "Come on then, come get it."
Yeah. I remember Richie Benno getting very cross about that once when Australia were batting. It was in a test match. I think it may have been Rick McCosker who picked up the ball and gave it back to the fielder. And I'll come back to it. Well taken again by James Rue. I think he said something like, I can't do the accent, no one can. He said, "Oh, nice, Rick. Don't let the fielder tire himself out."
Yeah. I've in the limited cricket that I've played with some coaches that it's all about that body language. You don't give anything away. Don't do anything to help the opposition.
Well, catch it was a bit optimistic, I think. That was going down the leg side.
I played with a coach once, which he was always fuming at us if anyone would stand in the field with their arms crossed, hands in their pockets. Definitely no. It was all like, that is the wrong body language. And if you're out there for 100 overs, sometimes it must be quite difficult not to just stand in a little bit more of a relaxed position. But
that's radar gone.
Yeah. He's gone with the in-swinger and he's gone straight, and it is gone away.
It's buys as well. That's very hard on James Rue. Yeah. He was never going to reach that.
As lively as he is on his feet, he's not getting over to that.
You need 2 James Rues to get to that.
Yeah. But it's interesting, Lewis Gregory's tactic here. He's fully mixing up. He's not going. You'd hear Anderson go almost 2 overs of away swingers before he does the in-swinger and that. But Lewis is mixing up quite a lot here. And that's the away swinger, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and he was pretty much on target. Could have done with being a little bit tighter onto off stump. That's the end of another over, and there is the 100 up for Essex on the major scoreboard. The two scoreboards at this ground. That's the slightly larger one. There's a little bit more information on it, right alongside Gimlet's Hill. Always people passing along that brickwork, that small stand. You can't really even call it a stand, Gimlet's Hill. Just a very pleasant and popular patch to view from.
And the front row is obviously our accessible location now. And
yeah, it was upgraded, wasn't it, a couple of years ago?
And now it's an ideal spot.
Yeah, people look fully engaged down there with proceedings. They've got a bit of shade to sit in as well.
Yeah, I got a little bit burnt earlier being outside. Left my cap in the car as I was putting the pitch mats out, and I've gone a bit pink.
Yeah. It's only the beginning of May, but it feels like June.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I think we've been due this. I think a summer like this. Well, hopefully, as long as it continues. The COVID
well,
year
it's forecast to continue, isn't it, for the moment? Here's Jack Leach.
So our county championship fans, although we don't always get many 4-day games in the middle of summer. I know we've got a game in June, game in July, but the May games so far, this game and the April game, have been absolutely stunning. That's a lovely length from...
And a bit of turn, I fancy.
Yeah, and that's Cox deep in his crease. He goes back, and that's a really tough length, that.
Yeah.
Look at that turn, okay. Really bit off the pitch.
Yes, that's encouragement, more encouragement. We saw a bit of it before lunch. That's the first one since the interval that we've seen go. I fancy Jack Leach is going to get through some overs in this game. Quite a few of them.
Yeah. He's beat the bat a few times already, so...
Outside edge, and that will bring a single to Jordan Cox. So another good over and another encouraging over for Jack Leach. His 9th in all. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 20. Spell interrupted only by the lunch interval. Mid-pitch conference between the two batters. They'll have that turning delivery in their minds. They're bound to have. Festival of Red Ball Cricket coming up. You mentioned the June game, Jonathan. There it is. And here is Gregory.
Oh, that's an absolute beauty again, isn't it? Just slightly back of a length, and he moves away, and Cox just goes with it slightly. Lucky not to get a little nick.
Stitched him up.
That's a brilliant delivery, isn't it?
He's deserved a wicket, Lewis Gregory. Hasn't yet taken one. Yeah, more swing, but it started off a little bit too far outside the off stump.
Yeah.
So Cox had the opportunity just to watch it go by.
So 2 away swingers to start with. It must be so hard when he's swinging it both ways to get it right in the right spot every time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to be in the batter's mind. You can't, you know he's going both ways with it. Away again, and still slightly too wide to draw him in.
So what's going through the skipper's mind now? Are we going to have it going the other way.
I think I'd like him to stay there and just get slightly closer. I don't, like I said before, I'd like him to do more away swingers before the one that comes back in, just try and catch him out. He's really moving it, so it is threatening if he can get it just in the right spot.
Oh, yeah.
That was the in-swinger.
Yeah. Well played in the end by Jordan Cox. Ready for it. Yeah, while the bowler's working out which one it's going to be next, the batter's got to wonder.
Yeah. You can see Cox there, he was trying to just nudge that to cover for one, and he's a little bit annoyed with himself that he got the inside edge on it.
What will this next one bring?
Wow.
Oh, he took a couple of steps down the wicket. Jordan Cox couldn't connect with the bat. This is a good over. Oh, and a very tempting looking cake has appeared before my eyes. Mr. Everett.
It's good for you, Stephen. Healthy. Thank you for Somerset breakfast.
Thank you for that. Jonathan's turned his back very firmly on it. He's going to let it go by outside the off stump.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a despairing dive.
Is that Bashir at backward point?
Yeah.
But they only get the one out of it. Maybe he got a hand on it. It was interesting. Cox obviously trying to counter the movement, coming down the wicket, put him off that length that he was trying to settle into Gregory. But Gregory, I think he moved early enough that Gregory was able to adjust and come back. And he's lucky he didn't get a nick on that one. It was like you said, it was a really good contest that over. Mind games constantly.
Yeah, it's engrossing stuff to watch. And we're in a great position to see it as well, because we're right behind the bowler's arm. That's where this wicket has been.
Best wicket for this.
Couldn't be better, could it really? So Jack Leach is to continue. Be bowling to Tom Westley. Each batter on 20. 104 for 2. We're going to have another close-in fielder coming in.
Yeah, and obviously he bowled a pretty good over last one up, and it does feel like a matter of time until someone gets a nick. And so, yeah, we had one go past first slip, didn't we, for one last over. So Craig Overton has moved into second slip next to Lewis Gregory at first.
Here comes Jack. Watchfully defended by Tom Westley. I wonder what he would have done if the coin had fallen the other way up. I suspect he would have made the same decision.
I suspect the same, yeah. And
okay, he in fact said so at the time.
yeah, I mean, when you were out there, I mean, it's been a good wicket. I think it
has played pretty well.
It's had for game in it for both, but yeah, this Essex bowling attack is top class, and I think they do well on most wickets. But if they see a green seamer, they're probably thinking, yeah, they're rubbing their hands together.
Played from the crease this time by Tom Westley. Oh, wow. Played and missed, I think, unless he got a little bit of bat on it.
I think it's just buys, yeah. It's gone through Rue's legs. He tried to close him quickly to get behind it, but yeah, let's see on the replay now what this one's actually done. Oh, it's just turned. Turned. Did it keep slightly low? I don't know. I think it's just turned.
I think it did keep a bit low. More encouragement there for the bowler.
Yeah, he's got some grit. Oh, that one just got straight on as well. So after the big turn, he's tried to slide one in there. That's classic Leach. That's why he's got so many wickets in international cricket, when he puts that one in as the batters go back. They go forward, 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 and he gets a little quicker one in there, not turning, and they go back and trying to catch them out OBW.
I tell you, you're missing out on this cake, Jonathan.
Hey, look, that was a fair bit left. I might go have a look later.
Still to be Lewis Gregory, who's not thinking in the least about cake. He's thinking about poles.
Yeah. And that's not the quickest bouncer, and Cox looked like he had a lot of time to rock back and hit that. Maybe slightly too short, even for the bouncer.
Yeah.
That's so well played, isn't it? It's right under his eyes. Put that in slow-mo on repeat. That is an awesome pull shot.
Full control.
Right over the top of it.
Wanted a single, isn't there. Lewis Gregory quickly onto it. Cries of encouragement from the fielders. They need another breakthrough, Somerset.
Yeah. Cox has moved pretty quickly onto his 24. He takes advantage of any bad balls so far in this knock. I say pretty quickly. He's still faced 50 balls, but he does make the most of it when you go too full or too short.
He just looks like he's got time to spare, Jordan Cox. Just watches that one go through.
Yeah, he's just looks really comfortable, doesn't he? So who else we got? We've got in the seam attack.
Well, we saw a good spell from Miguel Pretorius before lunch.
He was really threatening, yeah.
Yeah, Josh Davey has only bowled the opening spell from the river end. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 10, and I think there were only well bowled. Oh, more deft footwork. Wow, it's applauded around the ground.
Love that.
Cool.
He's so confident out there, isn't he? He's so comfortable.
But yeah, in that 0 for 10, there were 2 boundaries, so there weren't that many scoring strokes.
No.
4 to be precise, off Josh Davey in those 5 overs. So we might see a bit more of him.
And I have to say, you feel Davey has had some tough wickets not suited for him so far this season, as he punches that in the covers for an easy single in the vacant area. And I feel like this is a pitch maybe a bit for him, a bit seaming. So I do hope we see a little more of him. I feel he could be quite effective on here.
Well, he could be the next on at this Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, conceivably, when Lewis Gregory finishes this spell. This is the last ball of his 12th in all. No. Nothing consequential from the bowler. A few cries from the slip cordon, but more of frustration than inquiry. So, end of Gregory's over. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 39.
these two bats, they've got different setups, haven't they? Cox is certainly chosen since lunch to stay deep in his crease, but Wesley, he's such a much taller man. He's batting further down the wicket. It means your length's got to be completely different when they do get that single and switch ends.
Here's Jack Leach then. And that's treated with due respect. Full length ball to Jordan Cox. Came in after Tom Wesley, but he's overtaken him in scoring terms. Another turning delivery.
Yeah, it's tricky. Oh, that's really gripped and gone. But he does do the one that goes straight on, so you are tempted to play that if it feels like it's angled on the stumps.
Yeah, he's well forward with that one, Jordan Cox, looking to nullify any spin. And again, nicely played.
Looks like Josh Davey is doing a few leg raises there, so maybe that's...
We've talked him back on.
Talked him back on, yeah.
One delivery of the over remaining in the meantime for Jack Leach. And again, defended. That's a maiden.
Yeah, and pretty good control that over, wasn't it? I think he's zoned in a little bit more. It looked like the first couple of overs after lunch he was just adjusting slightly. That one was pretty consistent all the way through.
Yeah, 3 maidens in all for Jack Leach in his 11. And he's kept things pretty tight without yet taking a wicket. And the aforementioned Josh Davey is indeed returning to the attack.
And Gregory's been getting a lot of movement both ways, as we've seen since lunch, so I think Josh Davies got to be feeling positive. If he can get it right straight away, he's going to get some purchase through the air and off the pitch.
Yes, just moving the marker to his preferred position.
And a slightly different field, so instead of having the vacant extra cover, Abel has moved into there, saving the single, and the deep player out on the boundary. They haven't got a third man, but they have got a deep, very backward point, I suppose you might say. He's too wide to be a third, isn't he? Basically protecting that whole region on the offside.
So first ball from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end, Josh Davey.
Starts with the in-swinger.
Yeah, good length. Broad of shoulder, Josh Davey.
Yeah.
He's right on the money. It's always good to see, isn't it, when a bowler comes on for a new spell.
Yeah, no looseners. You can't afford that. And first two right on the length. I find if you go round all the bowlers in the Somerset attack, I notice, I think I see a lot of the photos in the role that I do, but oh, he's got it.
Big wicket. Tom Westley, the skipper's gone, and the bowling change that we've been talking about.
He's done the job. And Josh Davey does his classic, I was just about to say, their classic celebrations that the bowlers do. I find Josh Davies the double fist forward, and there he does. He pulled it out the bag with his, what was that, third, fourth delivery of the over?
Third, I think. Yes. See it again. Comfortable height, that, for a slip fielder. That's just how you want it, really, isn't it? In the midriff. Nicely taken by Craig Overton. Yeah, doesn't drop them.
And the bowling change has worked. That's brilliant. He's just fended at it. Yeah, it's a tough one. You feel like you have to play at that as a bat.
Yeah. Yeah, all credit to the bowler. Side-on view of it. Yeah, knew almost before it had reached Craig Overton that was fatal. So, the third wicket has fallen, which just levels this match off a bit, really. I think you could be happier as either side at the moment now.
Yeah, it's so difficult to tell, isn't it?
Also, Jordan Cox looks as though he could be key, the way he's playing. Matt Critchley is going to join him. We can see all three that have fallen. First one, that surprised us all, really. Just a little dolly to Josh Davey at mid-on. That was Craig Overton's wicket. Here comes Pretorius's. Elgar Lowe hit, and that looked pretty straightforward. Closer look at it. I think that was hitting middle and leg. And here is the one that has just fallen. Easy as you like, Craig Overton.
Yeah, I like that. It looked like Davey, he delivers that from slightly wider of the crease than certainly the Pretorius when you're seeing that ball before. So it's angling in, which makes the bats in their head feel like they have to play. It's worked a treat. So we've got an extra slip in. We've got 3 slips in now. And they work that out into the vacant gap at points. And Andy Mead flicks it up off his boot into his hand.
Big 100 Matt Critchley made in the first game of the season against Surrey. 145 not out. Then a half century against Notts. Did comparatively poorly in the last game, just 19 and 5, but he's got runs on the board already this summer. Ooh. Good lift.
Has Critchley bowled much for the Essex this year?
He has, yeah. 2 for 47 and 1 for 39 against Surrey. And a wicket in each innings against Notts. Didn't bowl in the Worcestershire game.
So he's developed into a really handy all-rounder for them.
Nicknamed Golden Arm, I'm reliably informed.
Oh, wow.
I don't think he played at that.
I don't think he did. I think he played at the one before, but then left that one, which possibly shouldn't have done.
Yeah, always useful to have a golden arm in the side.
Ooh, yeah. So it's the one before shape away, and then he shaped one back in. And that was a very testing over.
Charlie Taylor is about to come on. Thanks a lot, Jonathan.
Thanks very much for having me. Enjoy your afternoon. I'm going to go have a very late lunch.
Good to see you.
Cheers, Stephen.
Jack Leach then. Starting a new over from the River End, who's bowled 11 already. The slow left armour. He bowling to the new batter. Oh, that's turned. This is Fascinating stuff from Jack Leach. We've seen at least half a dozen deliveries turn away from the right-hander. That's the latest of them. Just feeling for it outside his off stump. And it's turned and left him. And again. And again. I think I'd be rather excited if I was Jack Leach. Afternoon, Charlie.
Hello, Stephen. Afternoon, everyone. Late arrival here, but what a day.
I don't think that was quite off the middle of the bat. He's asking plenty of questions, Jack Leach.
Yeah, good moment to arrive. Just saw that last wicket fall. Oh, that's close. Not given.
Well, it was a very confident shout.
Oh. He's causing problems, isn't he, Jack Leach? Always does.
And he's got help here from the pitch. And again, it's beaten him. Wow, this is some over.
Lovely flight on that, bit of turn as well. Day one, we're seeing that turn off this green pitch.
It's what we expected when we arrived, Charlie. Green pitch, little turn square for Jack.
It's what they're thinking, isn't it? Learning from the lessons, perhaps, of the last time I was here. The last day I was here was the day that Tom Banton broke the all-time record for Somerset, and we thought, Somerset on the way to a victory in the first game. And then, of course, 200 overs of batting later, and Worcestershire survived. So perhaps there's been a bit of heads coming together thinking, right, what are we going to do to force wins? Obviously, Somerset haven't won yet. They've had some disappointing defeats and draws. How are we going to force a win? And this is the way they're going to do it then. Jack Leach, got Craig Overton back in the team. That's crucial. We know the stats. It's been well said, hasn't it, recently, about how long it's been since Somerset won a game without Craig Overton. So any fan will be pleased to see him in the team. I think any fan would be pleased to see them win a game without him, just to prove that it can be done. But he's in this squad. Davey comes in. Wicket in the last over. And that one played off the back foot. He'll come through for a single. So there's a bit of confusion earlier today, Stephen.
So I gather.
Yeah, a bit of confusion. I won't name names, of course, but I do have a WhatsApp conversation that I'm going to read out just to clear the air as to what's going on.
To put the record straight.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, yes, my name was down to do today. Because on the 6th of April, I'll come back to this. On the 6th of April, I was asked to do this. Swap in for another member of our colleague, a team member here. This is just clipped into the leg side. So on the 6th of April, this was during the day. Actually, it was Saturday the 5th. That was the day that Tom Banton, I think, did the incredible effort.
Yeah, it was. I was at Lord's that day, but I was keeping an eye on things because I probably bored you with telling you about this, but I did see the Richards 322.
You did. I thought of you.
And I was thinking when he got 317, 18, he's going to go past Viv. I thought.
He did, and he did go past. He went past everyone.
He did.
It was an amazing, amazing day. But that was the Saturday the 5th. Following on that day, this member of the team, who I won't mention, is in the air, should be taken. Oh my goodness, that's an easy catch. They don't come easier than that. And Jordan Cox, such a dangerous player, has been removed with a complete miss shot there. He's got it all wrong and just clipped it into the air for mid-wicket.
It's a huge wicket. He looked so composed and confident. Jordan Cox really showed why he's been picked in the England squad for the test against Zimbabwe. Looked to have all the time in the world, and that's the second time today that a batter has just presented mid-on with a little dolly of a catch.
Yeah, that is far too easy. Now, obviously, it suggests that the pitch is providing a bit of help to the bowlers, perhaps 2 times, perhaps just a little bit of a question mark in Cox's head as to what he's doing there. Oh yeah, it's all wrong, isn't it? And he knows it straight away, obviously.
That feels an important moment.
But that is a big moment, because from 115 for 2, Essex now 118 for 4, and Walter, Elgar, Wesley and Cox are all gone. And it's Michael Pepper who joins Matt Critchley. So 2 new batters at the crease now. Critchley on 2, and Pepper, the new man, just coming in. Huge moments, consecutive overs for
Yeah.
Josh Davey,
Well,
picking up wickets.
Archie Vaughan must have been just about as surprised as Josh Davey was this morning to see the ball just looping up gently with plenty of time to sight it and pouch it as you like. So, Cox caught Vaughan, bowled Davey 26. So back to that WhatsApp chat shortly.
I've got a feeling that wickets might be beginning to clatter here, so I've got to try
They might interrupt.
So the following day, after this day, when this team member who I was working with on that day, and we had an amazing day watching Tom Banton hit that 300 and... Well, actually, at the end of the day, I think he was on 346 or something, because he went on to score the other remainder of his 371.
I think he'd gone past Langer.
He has. Just on the last over of the day, I think he decided he was going to do it that day, didn't want to remain on it overnight, and got past Langer. This is down the leg side just about, but not convincingly played at all by Michael Pepper, who this pitch is going to cause problems all through the match, isn't it? Certainly on day one.
You can see the body language of the fielders has gone up a notch.
Yeah. They probably would have expected actually to have a few more before lunch, being honest, but they won't mind it if they come now. And so he asked me on that day, could we swap? Could I come in and do this day for him, the 2nd of May? And I said, yeah, sure. I'm working in the morning, but I've got no other plans, so I'll come in and do that day for you. No problem at all. And then so that was the 6th of April. I confirmed it, and he said, great, thanks, mate. Davies in, this one defended. 17th of April. So this is 11 days later, Stephen. This person who will remain nameless, but let's just say he's a former Somerset player. Right?
You're looking after him very well.
Yeah, but he's a former Somerset all-rounder, so he likes to think. Thursday, the 17th of April. Hey, pal, sorry to be a total so-and-so, but can we swap those days back? So I replied, just to be absolutely clear, Stephen, of course, mate, the 2nd of May, I think that's the only one. Yes, please, sorry to mess you around. Have I heard anything else since then? No. So as you can imagine, I crossed it out of my diary and said, no problem at all. I'll stand down on the 2nd of May.
I think you can rest your case.
In comes Davey, full and straight, and pushed into the leg side. So then I get a missed call from the director about midday today, and I was in the gym at this point, as Davey gets a round of applause, rightly for picking up a wicket in that one. And I was in the gym, so I couldn't really take the calls, but I texted him back and I said, everything all right? And Ben, the director, said, yeah, just double checking you're okay, because we're expecting you here today. And I thought, hello. Something's gone on here. I said, well, have you got 3? Because I might be down on the rotor, but actually this colleague of ours cancelled the swap in the end. And he said, no, he's not here, so we're only on 2. And I said, right, I'm coming. So here I am. Sorry I'm late, but I did rush down from... I was in Bristol today working in the morning, so it's been a bit of a frantic day since that moment after the gym.
Yeah, you're doing the breakfast programme.
I was. Been doing the breakfast show on Radio Bristol this week as a bit of a change to Radio Somerset, which is what I'm normally doing. But pleased to say that Radio Bristol do cover Somerset because their patch includes North Somerset and Baines, so which is obviously covered by Somerset County Cricket Club. So I was able to talk about it as that turns past the bat again.
It does.
So so I was able to talk about Somerset and enjoyed doing that. I thought I was just on my way back, going past Western-super-Mare where my gym is. I'll go in there, go to the gym.
Yeah, look at that.
And yeah, then got the call. So here I am, as soon as I could be.
Well, I guess even if you're going to a different radio station, the hours are the same, so you're used to the type of programme.
Actually, Stephen, it was an earlier morning than normal today because there's been a big election in Bristol. They've had the mayoral election overnight. So I was there even earlier than 5 a.m.
Wow.
To get things ready for what is always a busy show.
Oh, look at that carry. I think it fell just short of Craig Overton, although he's whacking the ground in annoyance.
He would do that anyway, though, wouldn't he, Craig
He
Overton?
would.
Let's have a look.
He would.
Craig Overton, the furthest slip fielder there. Second slip.
I don't think that's quite a chance.
I don't. I think he's hard on himself there.
Yeah. I think that was never going to be better than on the half volley, even if he got to it.
Yeah. It would have been one of those which would have caused all sorts of controversy had that been taken on the half volley. You know what it's like when those happen.
Well, it's very good to see you anyway.
It's lovely to be here. I'm delighted I've got an extra day's cricket in. I'm absolutely thrilled. I was thinking about coming down anyway because my partner works in Taunton, so we're going to meet up after her shift. And we're going to a concert.
Your fiancée?
My fiancée, quite right. Very excitingly over the winter. That's changed, which is very exciting. But yeah, so we're going to meet up anyway after Taunton. So I was going to come down. I thought, well, I'll pop in and watch a bit after. I thought after tea I'll come down and watch the last session. So I'm just here a bit earlier than I was expecting, and I'm here, and I haven't done any preparation, I'm afraid. So I must say, because I'm only booked to be here on the Monday, and I was going to watch 3 days of cricket before then and sort of do my notes and everything before then. So I must say, I'm probably a bit light on the Essex knowledge. Apologies. Obviously, I've seen Essex lots of times, but as you can tell, it's been a bit of a frantic day. So apologies.
Yeah, no, well, Sophie and I manned the decks.
So I heard. Hi, Soph. Sorry I'm late. I've just been through the whole explainer, but I'm happy to go through the WhatsApp chat with you as to why that happened. Again, that colleague remaining nameless. But
I found him entirely convincing.
Yeah. I'll happily send. I sent the WhatsApp chat straight away to Ben. I said, look, this is what I had. This is what I was working off. Anyway, Essex, after all of that, 119 for 4. Somerset working their way back into it. Josh Davey, ball in hand. That one stayed low by the look of it. And Critchley managing to get bat on it. But no run scored. And things look tough now, don't they, for Essex?
And Jack Leach is extraordinarily unlucky not to have anything in the wickets column after his 13 overs. He's been hard to get away. 0 for 21. That's pretty economical.
Very good.
And Josh Davey brought back at the opposite end from where he took the new ball. Struck in the first over of his new spell. Dropped immediately into a good line and length. That was a no ball, signalled by umpire Nigel Long, which is a bit of a Josh Davey rarity.
Yeah, it's not all that often. Gregory bowls quite a few actually recently, isn't he? He's one of the. I heard Anthony mention one on the BBC commentary I was listening to a couple of weeks ago, I think. Can't remember which game it was, maybe Sussex. But he's one of the. I think it was one of his contacts that sent him a stat saying he's one of the most prolific no-ball bowlers in the Championship. But Davey less so. Oh, it's a big drive. Oh, my goodness me. That must have missed by a whisker. Critchley's thinking he's got runs to score in. That's what Davey's doing. He's trying to pitch it up, isn't he? Allowing it to swing, and he gets a bit of nibble off the deck. Look at Rue has to come right across there to take it, so you can see that movement.
Beauty.
It's a risky shot, but Critchley's thinking, well, there's probably one with my name on it coming, so let's try and score some runs while I can.
It's extraordinary, really, Charlie, because there wasn't a hint of this in the first hour or so.
Well, what can I say? They call in the pro to come and take a few wickets. That's what it is. That's why Ben was on the phone to me while I was in the gym saying, come on, mate, we need a few wickets. It was 1-1-5 for 2 when I turned up. It's 1-2-1 for 4 now.
Yeah. You must come again.
Yeah, I'll keep doing this.
So, animated conversation in the slip cordon now, which has gone back up to 3. It had gone down to 2 by lunchtime, but those 2 wickets have led to its reinforcement. Here goes Davey.
Oh, lovely ball.
Refusing to be tempted this time, Matt Critchley.
Yeah, because if Davey's thinking, well, Critchley's trying to score runs here, let's pop one just outside, on a good length, just outside the off stump, see if he goes for it. But Critchley getting the better of it that time of his mind and saying, no, actually, no point playing those just yet.
Just looking a little bit more scarred now, the pitch, as you'd expect. When we arrived this morning, Charlie, it was...
Yeah, all right, you don't have to rub in that you were here this morning, Steve. I get it, I'm late. Yeah.
No, but you've exonerated
with
yourself.
Good reason, yeah, that's right. Go on, sorry.
You're in the clear, rest assured. But it was, if it didn't have the white lines on it, you would have found it hard to distinguish it from the rest of the square.
I saw a picture just while I was... I think Somerset put up a picture, didn't they, on the social media before the game started of the pitch. And as you say, it was almost completely indistinguishable. So, it's a clear plan, isn't it? They realised, I think, some mistake. You know, when you get... Obviously, Banton's innings was fantastic. Let's not take anything away from scoring 371. It's phenomenal. It's never happened before for Somerset. But it was a pitch which obviously wasn't offering a lot to the bowlers, as Somerset found out then to their... to a big problem following innings. They couldn't bowl Worcestershire out in 200 overs. So they've decided that that's not how they're going to go about things this time. If they want to win the championship in their 150th year, which is looking a long way off from what we've seen so far this season, they're going to have to turn Taunton into a place where they regularly win. They can't afford high-scoring draws.
Yeah, it was a bad miss, really, the Worcestershire game, wasn't it?
They'll look back, if it is close, they'll look back at that game and wonder what could have been if the pitch had just offered a little bit more. Because I think, clearly in my mind, man for man, Somerset were better than Worcestershire on there. And had it been a slightly more helpful pitch, 9 times out of 10, more than that, Somerset would have beaten Worcestershire in that game.
But I'm guessing, Charlie, that you'll remember that day.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. I mean, it will go down as one of the best days of watching as a Somerset fan, as a Somerset perspective. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was awful for Worcestershire. It was absolutely horrible to watch from Worcestershire's point of view. But yeah, those big scores. You remember watching Vibs, that's
Absolutely.
those days. Yeah. Although, and the points from the game in the future will seem irrelevant, exactly. But now, when you're looking to do well in the Championship, you think back to those.
Yeah. Well, there are those days that are really, really special. Is that caught? Yes, it is. Craig Overton has taken the catch. Jack Leach, it's no surprise that he has struck. He's been looking like doing so pretty much since he came on before lunch, and the 5th Essex wicket has fallen. It's Pepper, and he's gone for a duck.
Well, that is no surprise, to be honest. Not so much about Pepper, but with the way Leach has been bowling, the problems he's been causing, that has been coming. It's the most, it's the most that a wicket has ever been coming that I've seen before. I think the way that has been over, and look, he's driven hard, so it means that it carries. So Craig Overton, who doesn't miss that kind of opportunity, snaps it up.
Yeah.
And Somerset have taken another one, a 5th, 121 for 5.
It's a sharper chance than the one he held earlier in the session, but he doesn't miss them.
No.
He's hawk-eyed, Craig Overton, and very, very sharp. He's such an asset to Somerset in every respect. Big trier, fine bowler, hits the ball hard and adhesive wherever you put him in the field.
Absolutely.
So Pepper has gone. Noah Thane is the new batter coming in. Matt Critchley has not faced that many deliveries, and from being 40 without loss, Essex now 121 for 5. Some change.
Well, it was 115 for 2, wasn't it? So that's they're 3 wickets for 6 runs. So that's your middle order as well. It's not like it's the tail being mopped up. These are very crucial wickets in what probably is going to be, I would think, a low-scoring game. Just looking at the way that the wicket is prepared, you'd think.
Well, shouldn't look too far ahead, but this game last year went on just 2 days. Here's
Very
Jack
true.
Leach. That one turned and lifted. My goodness me. Will we have 2 days with deliveries like that?
Well, bear in mind Simon Harmer's on this in this game as well. This is really and Critchley and Vaughan, who could be called upon.
He could.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, seeing deliveries like that, Lewis Gregory must be thinking about Archie Vaughan.
Yeah. Although Davey causing plenty of problems at the moment, the other end as well. So they might look back on this at the moment and think, well, Elgar's 30 might be the same as sort of an 80 or more, maybe more in a normal game, the way this is playing now. Zabel throws the ball back in, but they'll come through for that run. Yeah, exciting cricket.
Yeah, but one day to remember before I hand over to Sophie. I spotted Alfonso Thomas last week. I did a day in Bristol, day 3, which in fact was the last day of the Gloucestershire-Leicestershire match. Gloucestershire couldn't quite win it, but a day I remember here was when Alfonso took 4 wickets in 4 balls.
Yeah, what a day.
Never forget that.
What a day.
And his reactions, he was
tearing
everywhere. Anyway,
Great
I'll be
man.
handing over to Sophie.
Well, thank you, Stephen. Yeah, I used to love watching Alfonso Thomas here, the death bowler in T20 cricket, and that 4 in 4 in the Championship as well. Great memories. Those days. Those are what you remember. Although, if you can win a Championship, I should think Somerset would remember that. Somerset fans remember that for an awful long time as well. It will be Josh Davey with 3 slips in place now. Somerset, you'd say, on top, certainly in this session. But looking at that score, you'd think probably of the day, Essex definitely had the better hand in the first session, as this is too straight and clipped into the leg side. But Thane won't pick up his first run, his second run, I beg your pardon. Picked up one right at the end then. The previous over, Essex 122 for 5. Pepper gone for a duck. Still to bat, Harmer, Cook, Rajita and Porter. And that is basically the bowling attack for Essex as well. And there's plenty to be worried about, I think, for Somerset in there. Somerset skipper, Sophie Luff, alongside me after a fantastic win yesterday. Soph, congratulations. I watched the last bit of it on the stream. Oh, that one bending away. It's quite wide to begin with. Congratulations.
Yeah,
I'm sure you've spoken about it already, but I just
good
thought I'd say
day,
it.
yeah. Nice to see you, Charlie, as well.
Thanks for turning up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's our first stint together of the summer,
isn't it? Yeah,
it's
that's
my
nice.
first stint on comms this year, and usually I'm on with Stephen right at the end of the season, so we've done well this year.
Well, get it in early, yeah.
Got it in early. May's pretty good for us. Usually it's September that we find ourselves on commentary together.
Well, this is my second day, and I haven't supposed to have been here for either of them. I'm sort of covering people both times as this is defended. My first day was supposed to be the 16th of May, but I've got another day before then as well, so being called up. Super sub, yeah. But there was a slight confusion today as to whether I was subbing or if that sub had actually been cancelled. But
right, because I was expecting you today.
Yeah,
I was looking forward to seeing you.
Well, that's lovely to hear, so thanks. But yeah, as far as I was aware, on the 17th of April, this had been cancelled, but so I'd scribbled it out in my diary. But here I am, and it's a lovely day.
You brought the Wickets with you as well, which is from a Somerset perspective, fantastic.
Yeah. Essex might not be so pleased. Essex fans watching, I've got here. This is defended. Thane watching it very, very carefully. What do you think about that wicket then, Soph? Do you fancy a bat on that?
I mean, if I turned up this morning, I'd be grateful for Lewis winning the toss and Somerset being in the field. Yeah, there wasn't that much lateral movement this morning, but obviously Josh Davey bowled really tightly and probably deserved a couple earlier in the day, so great to see that he's come back on, bowling from the other end this time, and got a bit of success, and obviously Leach is dependable as ever.
I think it's been, and I think I heard Stephen mention this earlier on, it's been a tough old start to the season for Somerset's bowlers. No Matt Henry, okay, so already you're looking at bowlers doing more probably than they would have done otherwise. Craig Overton not available because of a back spasm, and he'd been rested in a previous game as well, which meant that players like Gregory taking on a lot of the work. You've got Davey as well, putting in lots and lots on actually, because of the dry weather we've had at the beginning of April and now again, some pretty dry, some pretty flat pitches. So they'll feel quite happy about this, I think, especially Davey. 2 for 15 he is, probably deserves that given all the work he's put in for Somerset so far this season. Not much reward. Oh, I'll leave after they've been sort of swinging away a little bit. That one held its line.
Yeah, I think it's just like the workload management. I mean, fair play to the players that are out there, but just in terms of the people that work behind the scenes to get the players on the park as well. So there's a lot that goes into it. The lads have played, 5 games consecutively now, back to back every week. Starting every Friday. They haven't had a bye week yet, whereas other teams are starting to have those now. So yeah, it's relentless, especially for the seamers, like you say, and especially playing on some flat wickets where you spend more time in the field, you're bowling more overs. I mean, probably grateful that they've got Jack Leach in the side to do a bulk of the work for them.
As well as being, someone who can build pressure and take wickets, just the workload you can give him, and he's a workhorse, isn't he? Spinner, you kind of rely on that, but he really does. Oh, now there's a shout. Don't think that's going to be given. Let's have a look at that one. Sorry, Sophie, this is your end. I'll let you.
Interesting shot there by
Critchley,
actually. I was talking earlier that you don't see many people sweep Jack Leach, and just trying to go for a little
come off
sort of paddle sweep there.
Looks like strange, as you say, strange looking shot.
Leach in again. That looks close, and it's given. Maybe got away with the ball before, but not that time. Matt Critchley has to go.
What do you think that's been given? Because Craig Overton's great catch. Has it come off the bat, or is he?
I think that's LBW.
Let's have it, because there was a great diving effort, a slip, just to make sure in case it did come off the bat that he could appeal for that as well. I think you're right. I think it's LBW. They were all appealing, weren't they? And Craig Overton didn't take his eye off it. So watch Craig Overton's second slip.
Yeah.
Oh, decent take,
it's
but
a very good catch, isn't it?
It's LBW,
off the pad. Great celebrations as always.
Well, if it did brush the pad and there was any doubt the bat, and there's any doubt in the umpire's mind, Overton made sure it would also be given out. Well, another one goes.
I know.
What were you doing this morning?
Lucky charm here,
Yeah.
Charlie Taylor.
Honestly, what was
Stephen
going
and
on
I
before
will
I got
be
here?
made redundant, I think.
I'm going to get called in all the time. My mate Ben's texted me saying, Charlie, you're our hero. That's nice. Cheers, Ben. 122 for 6, because I texted him earlier on to say, because I knew they would be watching the stream. I said, I've been called in. Keep an eye out. I'll go there and I'll take some wickets. Let's take a look at Craig Overton then on this angle from the side. Keep watching Craig Overton. Oh, yeah, nice. Just in front
We
of
were
him.
told that's his best angle.
That is Craig Overton's best angle, apparently. I wouldn't say that to him. Harmer in. Wow, okay, this game has moved on a lot in the last half hour. 115 for 2. It's now 122 for 6. 7 runs for 4 wickets. This is what Somerset wanted. Harmer will be licking his lips though, won't he?
I think he'll be keen to have a bowl on this wicket, yeah, but he's got a job to do with the bat first. As he faces up to Jack Leach, left outside the off stump.
Now this is where Somerset have got to be smart, isn't it? Because they know this is not going to be a high-scoring pitch. You're not going to get 371 on this. They're going to have to bat and grit it out when they eventually come around to doing that, once they've taken 4 more wickets.
Defended by Harmer.
And I've got to say, for some recent batting performances, Somerset fans might feel a little bit worried about that. Their collapse against Surrey was really disheartening.
Yeah, I think the sign of a good team is how you bounce back from something like that. So I'm sure the boys will be desperate to put in a performance with the bat in this game, and they'll have to. You know, if we want to, win these games, which we almost need to do now from the position that we're in, we're going to have to score some big runs and be more consistent at the top of the order.
Well, Somerset, the thing is with Somerset, and there's a round of applause for Leach, who's taking another wicket in that one. He's got 22 now, another maiden there, wicket maiden. The thing for Somerset is that you can make a lot of ground quite quickly when you start winning games. It's about momentum, massively. You hear players talk about momentum. I'm sure you know that, Soph, with your time with Somerset and Western Storm. So if you can build a win up from home, then great. The thing is, the problem is when you've got weather set fair as it is, it's going to be dry for the next 4 days, and you create a wicket like that, you know there's going to be a result. Which end of it are you going to be on? You're taking a risk. It's a big risk. Somerset backing themselves. You've got to back yourself, but you know Essex are a very, very good side with some serious performers, bat and ball. Will it pay off? And that's what we're here to bring to you. It's exciting stuff. As Davies in, that one does swing in a little. Left alone by Noah Thane.
It's just no easy game in
No, there isn't.
Division 1 anymore.
No.
The likes of Sussex that have come up, I think they're sitting in 3rd. They've done remarkably well. And Yorkshire have been going okay as well. Their middle order today, it failed, but Root, Brooke, Bairstow was their 4-5-6. I saw that Dom Bess had opened the batting.
Yeah, that's not bad with Root and Brooke and all that lot in there, is it? Bairstow. Oh, it's wrapped on the pads. No appeal from the bowler. Yeah, sorry, because I've been a bit all over the place. Let's have a quick look. Have we done scores recently? Let's go through quickly. Hampshire against Durham at the Utilita Bowl. Durham 155 for 4. Yorkshire 159 for 6. So you mentioned that middle order. Root just the 1. Brooke 33. Bairstow's 33 not out. Dom Bess made 16 at the top of the order. Is that going to be a new thing? Do you think we'll see Bess batting at the top of the order? What do you think?
I presume it's just for balance of side, given that they needed to get Root and Brooke in.
Oh, that's wide, starting wide and getting wider from.
See what Davies trying to do here, though. He's using his away swinger nicely, and then probably just trying to get it to wobble back into the right-handers here. He's trying to get a little bit of shape both ways. Just losing his line on that away swinger there. Somerset in a much better position now. 6 wickets on the board. It's been a brilliant spell of bowling since that lunch interval.
Full and driven nicely, yeah. You can see why he's playing it full. bowling is there just to give the ball a chance to find a bit of movement, perhaps get something off the pitch just as it pitches.
Decent shot there as well.
Yeah.
Over pitched. Got to cash in when those scoring opportunities present themselves. That's exactly what they did there, Essex.
Bess also batted at 3 earlier on in the season.
I think he was a
well.
night watcher in that game.
Yeah, I don't
then
think
got
that was
100.
quite the same. That was second innings, so things do change around, don't they, in second innings. But first innings openings, this is cut away. And I'm not sure whether Gully sort of lost it or how far away that was from him. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, cut away nicely. Because the field is so attacking, there are plenty of gaps around if you can find them. Yeah, a bit of width there. Yeah, I don't think it was anywhere near Umid there. So we'll let him off. He didn't move, did he? Umid in the squad after the injury to Sean Dixon, which was really unfortunate. I felt so sorry for Dixon because he'd had a struggle at the first few games of the season, then found some form. And then early on in that game, and also, you know, Somerset desperately needed him really as well.
Well bowled.
Yeah, good bit of bowling, good spell this.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there about Dixon. Sport can be really cruel at times, and he'd almost navigated those tough scores, parked it, got a score down at Hampshire, and then, you know, just don't get any luck going your way. And yeah, I'm not sure what the timescale is on his injury, but yeah, he's obviously definitely out of this game. I saw him and he was all strapped up the other day when I saw him in town. So yeah, disappointing for him and both Somerset. But obviously, yeah, injuries present an opportunity for someone else, and Andy Umid has been scoring a lot of runs in the second 11, and he'll be hoping that he can, you know, contribute to a win for Somerset and score a lot of runs here, hopefully.
Yeah, I'd love him to do well, Umid. Just can't. The Championship hasn't quite worked out for him. Obviously, in the One Day Cup, he had that amazing season a few years ago, didn't he? Where he scored what? How many hundreds was it? 300 or 400s, loads of them anyway. And he just looked unbeatable. But it hasn't quite worked out in the Championship with the moving ball at the top of the order.
He seems to dominate second 11 cricket, but
yeah.
I don't know. I've not watched much second 11 cricket. You know, I only watch as much Championship cricket as I can, but I can imagine the difference in bowling attacks can be quite stark, especially coming into Division 1.
Well, I don't envy him on this pitch with people like Simon Harmer, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter.
Yeah, like there's no you're not coming up against any easy bowling attacks. Like every side has got a very, very good bowling attack. So you have to be at your best every single time.
And as an opener, you've got no time for the ball to get old. You're not your team isn't getting into a good position before you come in, and you can relax a bit. You're there, naught for naught, and you're thinking, right, they've got their best bowler on with the ball at its absolute hardest, shiniest. On a wicket like this, I hope he does well, but he's a tough conditions. So yeah, Umid in. But otherwise, obviously Overton comes back in for Aldridge as well. Aldridge given a bit of a rest for this one. He's put in some hard work as well, Aldridge.
Yeah, deserves the game off.
Yeah,
Casey.
Yeah, well, they've got the bye next week, I think, Somerset, haven't they? They're not playing next week, as far as I know. Is that all right? And then they're back the week after that, I want to say, against... Who is that? Durham next week. Warwickshire. See, it's so frantic, my brain's all over the place. I'm fairly sure it was 5 games and then a bye for Somerset, which will probably be well needed for those players who have played in every single one. Of course, you could see Lammonby bowl as well. He's been bowling a little bit with his Lammonby, his left arm over. Sussex it is, the next game, and that's in a couple of weeks here at Taunton, and yet they have got a bye. We're going to see Craig Overton. Josh Davey being given a bit of a rest by Lewis Gregory. So he just warms himself up a bit. Beautiful day in Taunton, hasn't it been lovely? Yesterday, you must have been hot playing yesterday. Although it wasn't a particularly high chase for the One Day Cup, was it? But
no, it was pleasantly warm.
Was it? It wasn't too hot. Okay.
I enjoyed the heat.
Oh, it was very hot.
Taunton Vale's quite open as well.
Yes,
so
that's true. You're quite
sometimes get a
exposed
bit
there,
of
aren't
a
you?
bit of a breeze, but it's not loads of shade to get out of it.
No.
We had a couple of gazebos up, but yeah, hard to get out of it when you're just waiting around, waiting to go into bat, etc. But yeah, we had a great little crowd in actually.
It looked good on the stream. What I was
Yeah,
watching, I thought it was great. There's some
very well
a lot of people
supported.
who turned
One
up.
of the supporters has gone viral as well.
Oh really? I haven't seen
Not
this.
for good reason. He fell off his chair trying to field the ball on the boundary, and
Oh no. Is he all right?
I think he was fine. Yeah.
Oh no, it's just a sort of clip that goes viral. Oh, that's not what you want. Oh well.
I mean, he's probably not going to see it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. What you're assuming he's
I'm
not? He's
assuming
not on
he
social
doesn't
media.
have social media.
Okay. That sort of supporter. Okay, I see what you mean. Fair enough. Although you'd be surprised, I was doing speaking about an influencer who was 103 the
Oh,
other
wow.
day. Yeah, she's doing like makeup tutorials for a 103-year-old, how she used to do it back in her youth. It was getting tens of thousands of views. Overton in, just trying to get a little bit of away movement there, I think.
And are they local? Is that what?
No,
or
no,
is
that
it-
was where was that? I want to say Warrington or somewhere up in the
Okay.
northwest. It was just a story that we'd spotted, which we enjoyed. But yeah. So you never know. And there's also that old guy who's like in his 80s or 90s who sings. Have you seen that? It's called The Singing Grandad, I think, or something along those lines. And his granddaughter films him and he sings like
yeah, I might have
modern
seen that
songs.
now. Actually, now you mentioned the granddaughter.
I think there was one of him singing Pink Pony Club by Chapel Road, which is just good fun. So yeah, you never know, Soph. Maybe he's the one sort of reposting it.
Yeah, maybe.
But anyway, it was a good win yesterday. I mean, it was at the halfway stage. It was one of those games where Somerset. It was one we should win.
Yeah,
from
absolutely.
there.
I mean, crucial to get a bonus
Bowled very
point
well.
win as
Yep.
well.
Chased it down within 40 overs,
yeah,
which is
within
great.
40 overs, which you just never know how much of a difference that will make.
Yeah. Well, it's a good start to the season. Obviously, that was disappointing here on Sunday, but beating Surrey first game, that's a seriously good result.
Yeah, it was a very good win.
How good was Wello in that game?
Phenomenal, ridiculous. There's so many words to describe it. It was almost like you couldn't believe what you were watching, but then you could believe it because she kind of has that about her that you just know that like she can do almost the impossible. Yeah, I've not been in many situations with that many runs needed off that few balls where you actually chase that down. It was remarkable.
It's the quality she brings, isn't it? It's fantastic. I remember her here. Do you remember that game last season? In the end, it was ruined by rain, but Western Storm just got above the run rate
that was
just
against
in
South
time.
East Stars as well.
South
so
East Stars as well.
And it was DLS affected at Beckenham as well, so they probably hate
they're
us.
absolutely fed up with Somerset / Western Storm. But I seem to remember Storm only got above the rate because
went in
Wello
and whacked
had
a
hit a
couple of
few
sixes.
sixes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's a serious player.
Yeah.
Great sign.
It's the belief that she has. She believes that like she can win the game for a team from anywhere. Because I think Fran was fretting at the other end, and I think maybe quoted like I've lost us the game, and Wello was like, the game's not over yet.
That's what you want.
She does believe that you can win from anywhere.
Good mindset to have. Yeah, absolutely.
That's pushed out to deep cover. Harmer gets off the mark. But yeah, great to have someone of her calibre in our side. Obviously a familiar face to a lot of our squad as well. So you know, that's really helpful as well. We know how she operates, and she kind of knows how we operate as a group as well. I think she's enjoying it. Back down here in the southwest, albeit Taunton probably a little bit quieter than Bristol where she was last year.
Yeah, that's true. It's, there's a lovely charm about Taunton. I love the town. I think it's a fantastic town. But yeah, you can't really. It's hard to say there's more going on than Bristol. Bristol is a major city, isn't it? But half an hour away on the train, easy enough to get to, easy enough to get back from. Yeah, I've been spending a bit of time in Bristol this week, been doing their breakfast show up there, which has been very nice.
So what's that? Is that called like a loan move or?
Yeah,
transfer?
I like to think it's a transfer
Yeah.
move. Yeah, it's just a seasonal signing, 1 week only. Yeah, it's very good fun. It's a lovely city, Bristol. Always love a trip there.
I see you've been doing a bit of cycling, have you?
Yeah, I was actually with for what we were doing there because it was such a nice day. We thought, well, why don't we get out, chat to some people on the cycle paths around Bristol and Somerset. Did a lovely. Oh, they're going to scamper a run here. did a lovely route from the centre of Bristol to Portishead, which is absolutely lovely. Love Portishead, the marina there. Gorgeous day. And then yesterday did the Bristol to Bath railway path, which is, I don't know if you've ever done that, so because you're a keen cyclist, aren't you?
I haven't.
Well worth it. It's a very easy route, which is nice. It's obviously an old railway line, but it's about, what's it, about 12 miles from centre of Bristol to the centre of Bath, something like that, maybe a bit more, 15. But you barely notice you've done it because it's just all flat and it's gorgeous countryside off-road. So, yeah.
You can't beat it in this weather. Oh, it's just,
so good.
Yeah. I went out early this morning, actually. Just to
good
get
for
some
you.
miles in the legs before... I always think commentary is a bit of a stationary day, so I like to get out, do what I need to do, and then I can feel better about just relaxing the rest of the day watching cricket.
I mean, nodding and agreeing with you, but you are an actual elite athlete, whereas I, you know, this is literally what I do for a living. Is just talk. Yeah. But yeah, no. So go on. Where did you go this morning? You're somewhere nice?
Just local this morning.
Oh, yeah.
So
nice.
Living at Banwell at the moment.
Very nice.
So yeah, just in and around Churchill, Puxton, that region.
A few slopes, or did you stay on the flats? Because you could go up the hills there, can't you?
It's mainly flat the way that I go. Yeah. If I venture more towards like the Mendips and Cheddar, then we'll be tackling some hills, and I'm more of a flat cyclist, to be honest, Charlie. I like to just get out and use it more as like recovery, that sort of thing.
They use the word flat track bully for cricketers, but that's kind of you on the cycle.
that's me on the bike, yeah.
Yeah, I did on the Portishead one. I was coming back, and it was like the route back up into Clifton, which is where the BBC's based, which is who I was working for this week. Obviously, Clifton's up high, and I was down at river level. And I was like, it was really hot, and I'd done the 20 miles, and I was like, 20 miles was enough. So I just stopped at the Portway Park and Ride and got the train back up to Clifton. I was like, that's the easy way. It could cheat its way out, but I just couldn't be bothered.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is like you don't have to make yourself do it. You just do what you want, isn't it? That's the beauty of cycling. So you just, if you've had enough, you've had enough. But it was lovely, just really nice, exploring a bit of a new area. Portishead, that route, which is also an old railway line, so nice and flat. This is punched out to Point, Deep Point, for a single. But the runs have, we had a couple of boundaries back to back, didn't we, off Josh Davey?
Yeah, Davey.
But since those that clatter of wickets, it has become much slower, the run scoring, which Somerset won't mind one bit, but Essex will be worried because get another clatter, then at the moment they're a long way short of any bonus points, that's for sure. I think getting a single batting bonus point is going to be pretty hard work on this pitch. Going to need someone to really get going. Oh, it kept low and swung towards the end, late swing. We're even just looking at now at the Quantox there. Look, as a cyclist must be looking at that thinking that's cooling you there. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Glorious blue skies. Well, we might get a couple of days off at the end of this one, looking at the way it's going. When do you next play? When is Somerset next in action?
We're off to Durham tomorrow, Charlie.
Oof.
So I'll be spending most of my day...
Not cycling there, then?
On a bus.
That's another stationary day.
Yeah, it is.
That's why you got the ride in today.
The days that I hate. Travel days are the worst days, but it's got to be done. So we play at Chesterley Street on Sunday against Durham, and we actually are away for a few days. We come back via Edgbaston and play Warwickshire on Wednesday.
Sure.
So
you're making the most of it then, sort of taking it in on your way back.
Trying to make it work.
You played at Chesterley Street before?
Yeah, I've played a couple of times actually, not for a good couple of years, but I really enjoy the ground. Actually, I think it's a lovely little ground. It's just miles away.
Yeah.
So everyone sort of is like, "Are you sure you like playing there?" I'm like, yeah, like the ground and everything. Like Durham's a lovely place as well. It's just a very long way away from the southwest.
Yeah, it's true.
Have you been at all?
Not to Chesterley Street. I've been through Durham on a train when I was going to Newcastle for a stag do, but I saw the cathedral, which is one of my faves, as I've mentioned on the streams before. Big fan of cathedrals. Big fan. So I was looking out for Durham Cathedral from the train, and I was amazed at how good a view actually you get of it through there. But no, I've never been to Chesterley Street. Never been out for the train at Durham. Would love to go there.
Many other grounds that you haven't.
What haven't I done?
Well, I reckon you'd have done.
Yeah, I've done quite
a few.
Now. I have done quite a few. It's the ones I haven't done. I haven't done Chelmsford actually.
Okay.
With Essex here, I've never done Chelmsford. It's a long way away to go. Firstly, not that would necessarily stop me, but it's about sort of organising your day. You know, that's a night's stay in Chelmsford, really. If you're going to watch a game there. But it's the really long ones away that I haven't done for commentary. I've never been asked to do Chelmsford. Also the ones that sort of North Group, T20 ones that Somerset don't play in the Championship either, so Leicestershire and Derbyshire never done either of those two East Midlands ones. Oh, there's a call. And he's got it! Well, I think it goes up slow though. It wasn't an instant decision.
Thought about it, didn't he?
And another one comes, 136 for 7, and well, that is another wicket down, and Harmer has to go, so it'll probably be Sam Cook who comes out now, and Essex, well, they're going to have to try and eat this out as long as they can, get to as high a score as possible. I'll tell you what, I will make way if Stephen wants to come in at that wicket break, and Sophie, you can talk us through perhaps some of the... So what are the grounds you haven't played out? You played every single one yet? All the first-class grounds?
God, that's a good question actually, Charlie. I mean, you mentioned Leicester and Derby there, and I wouldn't say to you rush to those two grounds. Sorry, Derbyshire and Leicestershire fans. I've commentated at Derbyshire, but never played there. I think I've done most of the other ones, and it is going to be Sam Cook that is venturing out to the middle. Shoaib Bashir is on drinks duty. He's running out the Aqua-Me bottles. The case is actually on wheels. It's a drinks suitcase, but I'm sure groundsman Nick Pepper won't be happy if Bashir is wheeling that across the square, so he carefully picks it up. Somerset right on top here, and I mean Charlie's gone off air, so there will now be an extensive stand. Yeah,
presumably.
there'll be a bit of a lull, won't there, Stephen, with us on commentary?
Yeah, it's been quite a thing.
It's been all action since the lunch interval.
Yeah, 40 for no wicket, 115 for 2, and now 136 for 7. Here's Jack Leach, hungry for more. Yeah, Sam Cook got 2 members of the Essex side who've been picked for England. The squad against Zimbabwe. It's the second one we've seen today. It's firmly defended by Sam Cook. Jordan Cox, the other one, who batted pretty well before holing out at mid-on. Seen 2 of those today. Just wonder whether that second one had a little bit to do. It creates uncertainty, doesn't it, in the batsman's mind when Jack Leach is turning the ball. That particular wicket fell at the other end. Sometimes these things are going round in your head. And, listen to the applause. Crowd are loving this. But as the old cricket truism goes, you don't know how a pitch is playing until you've seen both sides bat on it.
Absolutely, Stephen. And at this rate, Somerset could be batting around that tea interval.
They love Jack Leach, don't they? They adore him.
I think they might want to rename that little stand the Jack Leach stand at the moment.
Yeah.
Certainly those lads at the back of the stand are absolutely loving him.
Yeah, there are 5 sections. They could give him a section, couldn't they? Here's the big lad. He'd be in the frame as well for another section. Craig Overton. It's defended pretty comfortably this time. It's been quite hot work out there. Temperatures well above average for early May. Just looking for further breakthrough, Craig Overton. He actually took the first wicket to fall out of Paul Walter. That was the other mid-on catch. Hasn't struck since. Two for Josh Davey, 3 for Jack Leach for just 25 from 18 overs. How are those for figures? could have had Noah Thane in difficulty, possibly. It's when you get into a position you're trying to play it to leg. Strangle can be on, not that time though. Thane's played some nice strokes, actually.
Yeah, he played a couple of nice shots off Josh Davey. 2 boundaries in a row in that over. Struggled to get Overton away though.
Plenty of pressure on the visitors.
Certainly feels like the ball's done a little bit more in this session. Seems to be a little bit more swing.
And we were wondering at lunchtime, we'd seen a couple turn for Jack Leach, but that's happened before here, and it hasn't necessarily been followed through. But this time, it has.
Yeah, definitely.
It's going to be another dot. Josh Davies on station at mid-on, and Craig Overton completes a maiden over, his 5th in all. He also has tidy figures, maybe not quite as impressive as Jack Leach. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 23. That's more than good enough. In the meantime, this is going to be Jack's 19th over.
Yeah, I was just looking at his figures. It's the fact that he's got 3 wickets. When you turn up and you looked at this pitch, you probably wouldn't think that Leach would have too much of a role, especially in this first innings. The fact he's got
economy rate.
3 wickets to his name. He's just such a valuable member of this Somerset side and just produces the goods week in, week out.
That's going to be a single down to fine leg. I fancy it's a leg by. We'll soon find out. Oh, isn't he neat?
Yes, I remember that from earlier now. She said about his leg by signal, and yeah, Ben Debenham definitely gets the better of Nigel Long.
137 for 7. Oh, that's spat. That was a corker.
That's missed everything, and that's just bounced off the wicket.
Look at this. Wow. Oh, and again. Not quite the bounce of the previous delivery, but my word, he's a handful.
Yeah, you see where James Rue's taking that. Has to rise with the ball. Plenty of grip for Leach, but it's the bounce that is causing the Essex batters more problems at the moment. Banton and Overton waiting there in the slip cordon.
Driven, they will get a single, which will possibly come as something of a relief to Noah
Yeah,
Thane.
I think that's what you'd be looking to do, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'll play Jack Leach from the other end.
Indeed.
The challenge, obviously, is getting up the other end in the first place.
So it's Cook's turn. And not having anything to do with that one. Yeah, you make that point about going with the ball, Sophie. It's one of the priceless arts of keeping, isn't it? Especially standing up. To go with the flow of the ball, especially when it's turning.
Yeah, I think you obviously appreciate the skill of the bowler when the ball's turning and there's bounce. We have to consider, we always talk about Somerset's fielding, their close catching, remarkable, but yeah, the wicketkeeper's such a key part in that as well, being able to keep up to the stumps and create that pressure. They make it look effortless.
They do. They do. It's quite a handful keeping to a spinner when the ball is turning as much as it's doing in this game. I mean, he has, it says on the scorecard that he's let through 8 byes. That's actually only 2 scoring shots, as it were, and the first one was out of his reach. Nicely driven. There'll be at least 2 here, out to deep extra cover. There is a sweeper out there, and just listen to the applause for Jack Leach. We believe that is emanating from the top of the open section of the Somerset stand. You're looking at it now, and we also believe that they're from Exeter University. Oh, is that... The movement was such, I wondered whether there was an edge there for a moment. But extravagant movement.
Well, the way that he flashed at that, if he'd nicked that, I reckon that was going over the slip cordon. Certainly went for that one. Yeah, and Leach has got his own little fan club out there. It's great to see. You love those parts of the game.
Nicely driven, 4. The only way to intercept that was with the dive at extra cover, and it was out of reach, really.
Yeah, it's a glorious shot. Much better than his previous attempt at driving through the offside. And he picks up another boundary. He's on to 19.
.144 for 7 now. Thane on to... That is his 3rd boundary. No need to involve himself with that one. Well outside his off stump. Craig Overton in his 3rd spell, 12th over in all.
Oh, that's a beauty. Just missed everything.
That was too good to take a wicket, really, wasn't it? Fantastic delivery. In between bat and pad.
Yeah.
Ball ends up. A little shake of the head from the batter. Fair enough. Just concentrate on the next ball. Get the middle of the bat on it. Well bowled, Craig O. Unlucky not to strike again in that over. 144 for 7. Thane is 19. Cook yet to get off the mark. Got 5 overs left before tea. Jack Leach is going to bowl 3 of them, I'm sure.
Sure he will. Rattling through his overs today.
Might Archie Vaughan be given an over?
Given certainly the bounce as well. So that's one thing Archie's definitely got in his favour as well. He's tall, gets a little bit more bounce as Leach is in, and Cook leaves that alone. Yeah, it might be worth a, you know, 1 over before tea. He's waving his arms out on the cover boundary. Not sure if Gregory's looking in his direction as Cook drives to mid-on.
Well, Jack Leach was limbering up almost in the 1st over of the day. Can see why now.
Punch to Tom Abel at point.
Yeah, Tom Abel's cap is acquiring gradually that rather distinguished colour that Somerset caps do.
Yeah, that's almost how you can tell some of them apart, isn't it? Just look at the cap colour.
Craig Overton is his beginning as well, not quite got as
Yeah,
far as...
Josh Davies is pretty ropey out there. I think he's at mid-wicket. Aerial, and Abel does well at point, gets round. They turn down the single.
It's one of life's perpetual mysteries, how Somerset caps start life dark blue and gradually go maroon.
I find it strange that they're like dark navy to start with. I don't relate that colour with Somerset, really.
Yeah, you would have thought that the colour, say, of James Rue's helmet would be more the thing.
Oh, there's a brand spanker, Archie Vaughan. His hasn't been worn down too much yet, but
Yeah, well,
I imagine his will.
Well, if he stays the course of his career here at Taunton, goodness knows what colour his will be by the time he finishes.
I mean, we're just visually looking at the colour of them, but I can't imagine the smell of them.
Yeah. I remember talking to Jack Russell about the gear he wore when he was keeping wicket, and there was some pretty smelly inner gloves.
Oh.
And he didn't mind. It put off the batter, then that was fine with him. Change of bowling at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, and a nice take from James Rue. Swinging delivery from Miguel Pretorius. I thought he bowled really well before lunch.
Yeah, he was a pick of the bowlers for me before lunch. I love how he's just done like an old school bowler's warm-up after his first delivery. Yeah, that was my loosener. Now I'm ready to go.
Took an important wicket as well, that of Dean Elgar.
Yeah, it's a big wicket.
Movement there. Detectable. Yeah, Dean Elgar's Essex's top scorer so far. 30, Paul Walter 22, Tom Wesley 20, Jordan Cox 26. The top four all in an arc between 20 and 30. I'd have been a bit concerned if I'd been Andy Umeed for a moment there. It looked as though Miguel was going to throw the ball at him.
Somerset still got the 3 slips in.
Yeah, they've been in there for most of the day. They went down to 2 for a short while this morning. Oh, that's a little defensive push, which I'm sure Thane immediately regrets. Although he survives it. That wasn't his best. Indeterminate. Big grunt, Pretorius bowls. Gives you an idea of the effort goes into each delivery. Runs and wickets for Somerset already this season. Turned out to be a really good signing last year. And he's played in all but the first game. Played in all 3 of the away games. So this is his first appearance of the season here at Taunton. He's looked the part. Yeah, he was actually called up by South Africa last year, partly in consequence of his efforts here. didn't actually play, but that's recognition of sorts, end of another good over. In fact, a maiden. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. And they're keeping the lid on things nicely, Somerset. Very much, emphatically, their session.
Absolutely.
So far.
Just thinking that it's been all Somerset this session. Not sure what they had for lunch, but sure it was a good feed, and yeah, they'll obviously be hoping to maybe sneak another before tea, but they'll definitely be thinking, let's wrap this up as quickly after that tea interval as possible.
Be a single here for Sam Cook, off the mark. Just tucked away to short, not short, ordinary backward square.
Yeah, Cook had the right idea there. First ball, the over, get off strike.
Yeah, over to you, Noah. Oh, nicely played. There'll be at least 2 here. There could be 3. It's gone into that wide open space at mid-wicket. They're going to settle for 2.
Not sure Thane has faced much of Leach, actually. He seems to have been at the other end facing the majority of the seamers.
Trying to turn that away to leg. Noah Thane. He's on 19. Popping forward to this one. In fact, he's gone on to 21. Those 2 just registered on the scoreboard, 147 for 7. Leading edge to that. Tom Abel is at backward point. No run. Yeah, that's well run. Managed to place that in the gap between 2 offside fielders. So he's going to keep the strike. Noah Thane goes to 22, 148 now for 7. Pretorius will continue. He may actually get another over or 2 in before the tea interval, because they're 2 above the over rate. You've seen so much of Jack Leach, that's the reason for that.
Pretorius in again. Full and attempted drive. It's gone down to 3rd man region where it's chased down.
I don't think he was aiming there. May have been a little bit edgy, but perfectly safe.
Yeah, I mean, massive gap on the offside, really. Obviously got a sort of a deep backward point in, or a wide 3rd, whichever way you look at it, and then the next fielder in front of square is at cover, so lots of space on that offside. Oh, that's a good delivery.
Slanting away.
Not far away from that outside edge there. Essex have ticked over to the 150 mark. 150 for 7. That one's slightly,
quite the right line.
Yeah, slightly too wide.
Come on, Mickey, I hear the cry.
by.
And here is the long performance.
Nigel Long goes for the straight leg.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah, that was actually a variation on his original theme, when he actually sort of lifted it and bent it
Right.
a fraction.
Yeah, Ben Debenham was definitely like right angle, knee right up. Nigel just almost flicks the foot out. I'm sure Polly... I wonder if Polly would know. I mean, this probably isn't that exciting, but I'm just wondering if she would like... You'd show a leg by signal and she'd be like, yes, that's umpire. What's his name? And she'd know who they were based on their signals. Because everyone has their little ways of signalling.
Yeah.
You know, people signal 6 differently, 4, whatever
And she
it
sees
is.
plenty of umpires over
Yeah.
the course of a summer.
Be a pretty good test that. I might test her on it next time. She came and watched us yesterday. She had a rare day off and she spent it watching cricket.
Must be rather nice that, to know you haven't got to worry about scoring every ball. Just enjoy watching.
Oh, didn't carry. Found the outside edge, but dropped short of Tom Abel there. Played soft enough by Sam Cook. But Pretorius asking plenty of questions yet again.
So it will still be Jack Leach. I think this will, well, it'll probably be the last over before tea. 15:37 says the electronic clock, which I think is the one the umpires go by.
I reckon he can get through it quicker than 3 minutes.
Depends a bit on how it goes, I suppose.
Yeah,
He
true.
gets hit for a couple of boundaries, but that's unlikely based on how he's bowled so far. It's been miserly. 3 for 30 from 21. First ball of 22 is a dot. I think you could be right, Sophie. I think we might get another one in.
Yeah, I hope so. If we did get another one, I'd quite like to see Archie Vaughan just for one over.
Nice dot straight back to the bowler.
I think Essex are hoping that this is the last one before tea, though. It's catch-22, isn't it? Because you're looking to survive, but by surviving, the ball's not going very far. Gets back to the bowler very quickly. You can bowl the next delivery.
Well played, defended. I think we're going to have another one probably. Just 2 more
He's
in
going to have
this.
2 minutes to spare.
Yeah.
Got through this over in a minute and a half. Quicker from Leach that time.
It's quite unusual to get an extra over in before the tea interval.
Worked out. Deep cover. Somerset fielders are running through. They want the extra over.
It's 15:39. I think they're going to do one more. Is it going to be Archie Vaughan? No.
Pretorius.
I
I
suppose
think
that,
he passed his cap to Nigel Long. Last ball that over.
Yeah,
Before
yeah.
that was bowled even.
and it's been a short spell, so it's logical to keep him on. So here's Miggy, as they called him. You'll be able to see during the tea interval highlights of the corresponding game last year. It was about this time last year, Somerset against Essex here, which only lasted 2 days.
Wow, so the highlights package is basically the 2 days.
Indeed. So you'll be able to see that during the tea interval.
Full and driven, might be cut off out there, just a single. Brings Cook back onto strike. Archie Vaughan comes across from the leg side. I think we're going to see an extra catcher. Tom Lammonby goes in there. Vaughan comes to cover. Jack Leach at deep point. Is that Jack Leach? No, Tom Banton.
Yeah, Sam Cook is just
Comes up to point.
pausing for a good look before settling.
Oh, it's gone late and it's gone through Rue. Craig Overton does the chasing. They're coming back for two and throws to the bowler's end. It's all a bit untidy, that delivery.
2 byes. It did seem to swing, I mean, just as James Rue was diving for it, it seemed to go tantalisingly further away.
You can see why they've put the extra guy in that slip cordon. Pretorius in. Too good
Yeah,
for Cook there.
I think he kept the bat inside the line. Maybe I'm being charitable. Have another look. Gone are the days of the 2 Cooks in the Essex side since Sir Alistair's retirement. Sam Cook, nicknamed, for reasons I don't need to explain to you, Little Chef, in the Essex changing room.
I think this is going to be the last ball before tea. Cook on strike. That one's down the leg side.
Oh, well
Rue
taken.
does well.
Guess that'll boost his confidence after that one earlier in the over.
Warm applause here for a fantastic session for Somerset. Essex 155 for 7. Thane not out on 26. Sam Cook there on 1. But that will be a much more jubilant dressing room on the Somerset side as they enjoy a little bit of tea, and we'll enjoy a little break as well. See you shortly.
Taking this first ball. It was Nick Brown from Craig Overton. And straight away was that leg stump half volley, flipped away for 4. Is that one of the worst balls Craig Overton's opened a match with?
Well, it's not a great start.
That's squirted away. It's going to be another 4. Essex off to a fly here. Craig Overton not quite getting his areas. And they say that crabby style of Dean Elgar never wants to be a pretty batter, but just finds a way to score runs. And
That's out. He's got him.
wow, no messing about. Fingers straight up. Josh Davey wraps the pads. And LBW, what do you reckon, hit an off stump before we get the replay?
That's where he likes to hit it, and he's hit it beautifully. It was just over pitched, round about Midland leg. It's right where Wesley likes it.
Billy Root given the life by his brother Joe.
Oh, that's it. It's gone. It's
chopped on, middle stump. Look.
Yeah, I think a little bit of an inside edge,
Yeah.
I guess. but it's another big wicket. Hello, that's 4 though.
Comfortably so.
Beautiful shot.
Walked, which doesn't often happen for an LBW.
Oh,
is this another one? It is! Third wicket has gone, and it's Jordan Cox taken at second slip. And Somerset are on a roll here.
That's over pitched, and he's put that away. He loves it there, though. That was just over pitched.
Those strong wrists again.
Look at him down the pitch here. Oh!
Just wide a third slip.
Yeah. It took a big stride.
Win of the opening round of championship matches.
Oh!
Thought he had that covered, but didn't, and it's going to go all the way.
Yeah. I actually wanted to split hairs. I think he was too close at mid-off there.
Out. Number 4's gone. Nicely taken. Moving smoothly to his right, and Pretorius has struck. 45 for 4. Matt Critchley has gone for 9.
Wow, look at that for an introduction back into the commentary box, Stephen Lamb. Good catch as well. That's gone quickly.
The end of the various bowlers' run-ups.
That's a Tom Wesley. That's in his wheelhouse. You couldn't give him more of a ball he wants, could you? A leg stump half volley is what Tom Wesley, you guys watching from home or work or wherever you are, that's don't fall there to Tom Wesley.
Yeah, just as he did to Jake Paul in the previous over.
Yeah.
Almost identical stroke.
I do like this captaincy though. What do you call this? I mean, that's gone for 4 between them, but it's 2 mid-wickets really, isn't it?
Nicely played. Will be runs. Possibly 4 of them for Noah Thane. Yep.
That's a
kind of
shot.
affected his rhythm a bit. He was obviously on a high after the first couple of games of the season.
It's just going to go for 4. Matt Renshaw can't quite keep up with it. Durham game in August.
Yeah, that's true. And that'll probably be 4.
He wasn't far away from stopping that, was he? If that's a longer man, if it's not Sean Dixon, probably the shortest man in the team, does he get that?
Probably loving every minute of it. And he just hit a lovely 4 from a juicy half volley, it has to be said.
What a shot though, to do it with the plum. There's getting a half volley and there's hitting it to the rope, isn't there? That was...
And that is a fantastic catch. And it's a very important wicket. What a catch.
Nice drive.
Streetly struck. That's a half volley, but he certainly hit it beautifully through that extra cover region. No point chase.
Good looking drive.
That
No
is a good
way
shot.
of getting in the way of that. Best effort, but unavailing.
Yeah, well, that's oh, he's got him. That's a big wicket. Gregory has got rid of Wesley. It's a huge wicket. It looked like a Yorker.
That was in the air for
we
a
call that a
while.
late cut? Yeah, a bit of a pokey late cut. If there's a gully, a 4 slip, that's probably straight in.
And there it is.
He called it. Stephen Lamb, brilliantly timed. What a terrible shot again from Simon Harmer. He's kicking the ground. He's played a weird little innings there. Shocking shot on the Coloff Brathwaite. Tom Lace, another wicket.
That's just swung a bit and he's gone. That's a good innings, little
yeah.
innings from... Oh, that's Snake. Is that Snater?
No, Duke, Harry Duke.
It is Duke.
Gone
yeah.
for 25.
Yeah. That's what I initially thought, and then I was having second thoughts. He's caught it.
What a catch that is.
He's caught it. That's
An
a good
absolute
catch.
screamer.
I didn't think he was going to catch that. That's up in the air.
Should be caught, I think.
Yeah. We'll wait and see. He's got it.
Well done.
That's Tom Banton.
Kept his head.
Previously too, remember. That's a cheap wicket and it's gone. It's off the leading edge straight to mid-off. He was playing that to the leg side. My goodness me, what sort of shot's that?
Extraordinary.
What, is that 4 or 6? It's 6.
Wow.
Help if you can do that.
That is caught. That's the second wicket. Dixon has gone. Slightly charmed existence for 10, and the second wicket has fallen. They continue to go down. 15 for 2 now, Somerset.
Oh my goodness me! He's run down the wicket and hit in for 4. This is the man who scored the slowest first-class century more or less ever. Well, you can't rest, can you, here?
Shot! What a shot that is. Andy Mead just gone for 6. Just landed on the rope, I thought. They're going to check.
Yeah, they're signalling 6.
It's been a 3-slip kind of day. Another great shot by Andy Mead. Is that going to go? Yes. Good catch on the bench as well. Nonchalant, casual by the Essex Sun. Give that man a shout out.
Yes, he didn't exactly hurl it into the air in triumph.
He's gone again,
Pulled.
that pull shot.
Going to get 4 more for it. Didn't sound like he timed it perfectly, but it had enough beef in it.
These three normally pitch it up, wobble it around and get the batters in trouble, but Mead's nailed that. Yeah, Nick Brown was never getting that, was he? That's gone for 4. He has timed that beautifully. Diving outstretched.
It sounded better, didn't it? Is this out? It is. It's taken by Harmer. The 3rd wicket has gone. Cook has struck. And it's the end of Andy Mead.
What's going on and how it works? Well, he'll take that. It's 4 runs, but it's not very convincing. But
every run counts.
Everyone counts. And then
he has got Tom Banton
straight away.
3rd slip, good catch, nice height in the midriff. 61 for 4, Somerset.
Well, that's under par.
Lovely shot. It's going to be at least 3. Might even go for 4, racing away over practice wickets.
Yes, and it is.
Yeah.
He's timed that well. It was just a little... He's good, isn't he?
I don't know. That's a big call. LBW James Rue just played that lovely, lovely shot through mid-wicket for 4. Got him off the mark in style.
He's played a couple of crucial innings. That's a shot. That's a classic Lamondon shot. Effortless, overpitched, hit it straight, got past the bowler. It was 4.
Yeah, lovely to watch. Runs here, could well be 4.
Yeah, he's got that straight enough to avoid the deep cover field. That's gold dust there.
Oh, appeal for LBW. That looked absolutely plumb.
Didn't need long to think about that, did he? Sam Cook gets another wicket, his 4th of the afternoon.
Jamie Porter.
Sorry, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter.
Not
that
this
one
time, though. Straight into the breadbasket at 3rd slip.
Because the bowlers know. Always. Oh, we've talked about
there it is. You've talked about. Dean Elgar takes the catch at 1st slip. Another wicket for Jamie Porter.
Well,
he's batted well. Tom Lamberby's battled away for 38 tonight, but with only a few overs remaining. Another wicket. Pretorius gone at 1st slip, and Cook.
Again, the catching is impeccable.
Yeah.
It was sort of temptingly up there. He went for it, but edged the ball to slip.
Another 5 for Sam Cook. 5 for each for good measure.
Yeah, okay, he edged the ball to slip, and the slip was Martin Crowe.
Oh, you may as well take some runs for it. Wicket for 4. What a day for Sam Cook. He has enjoyed that massively. Yeah. Josh Davey, biff through the covers for 4. What can he do? It's 4 of the day. Surely this time, Josh Davey. It's a big appeal.
It's not a very convincing one, and they're all walking off. So Sam Cook is happy. Essex are happy. The game is alive. She smacked a 4 off Davey, and that is going to be 4 as well. Smooth cover drive from Elgar.
Yeah. I hope he's listening now. Down the leg side, yes, got him.
He's got him, and that's a big wicket. It's a horrible strangle if you agree. Dean Elgar
managed to lose the game. Anyway, it was a very good game.
Oh, that's in the air, taken. What a catch!
It's a rebound catch. Overton bowling, and it takes a thick edge, was low down.
Wicket takers, they can just sort of relax, pummel away around about. That's a good shot, actually. Gosh, that's not quite a half volley. It's a top quality shot. But they can relax and just try to hit that length in the knowledge that still there's enough happening. So far, just digging in. That's where he likes it. Look at how easily he clips that away. It's a bad delivery, that, given Wesley's strength, and he's picked it up, and he hits it hard too. And just to make life even more frustrating, he's got it right in the slot that he wants, and it's edged. It wouldn't have been stopped, I don't think, by the force slip. Well, that's close, and it's out. That felt right from here. It was full in length.
Quite a big number by the end of the day if this continues. Like there, that's going to go all the way. 4 runs, flashed hard at it, and that might, as Vic was saying, because another swipe it up, and again, that's you're quite close to this pitch over there. So it does take an edge. It's going to run away, possibly all the way for 4. I think. Yep, it will go the whole distance.
Yes, that'll be frustrating for Pretorius.
Doubt he was playing like this now. That's better. That's exactly what he meant to do. Going for 4. Nicely placed.
Yeah, found the gap perfectly.
In the air. And taken. Just as I said it. And it is the slips. Tom Lammonby who takes the catch. And that's the end of Nick Brown. He was looked not at all convincing in the last couple of overs.
I'll tell you.
His ball is in. And
that's
the drive.
It's a sweet drive. It's over pitch and he's a colleague of mine, BBC, something like that.
You never truly believe a game's won. Oh, that's another over-pitch delivery.
Yeah, and he's punished it. I mean, just those 2 boundaries changed the feel of the game. It's 4 more, I think. Just over pitches again. And that's well hit. Beat the field. That's a good shot. Half volley, but he's managed to get it straight enough to beat Tom Banton at mid-off. However, he's lost his line there, and that's a bit of width, and it's well put away by Critchley, because there's a bit of pace in the pitch. That's ouch! That's a 4 and out. Often happens in the way. You think you cracked it. Good catch. A little bit of extra bounce, and he sparred at it. And a much-needed wicket from a Somerset. Ooh, we thought that was straight, and it probably was, but he improvised there. Ball was a bit over-pitched, and he ended up flicking it.
This time it's held on to.
Yeah, and gone. And that, in the end, is a bigger wicket, to be honest, because Jordan Cox has to go. It's in the air, but safe. In fact, go all the way for 4. Nicely played. Just off the hip.
Straying a little bit to leg.
Championship football next year?
Oh, there's that an edge? Yes! There's the wicket. Jake Ball gets it in his first over, coming back in for a new spell. Big breakthrough for Somerset. And as Vic was just saying, 19-run partnership just beginning to look a little bit useful for Essex. No, that looks good to me. Yeah. That's out. Plumb as you like. Straight in front of middle. And another wicket. We said he was looking dangerous. And Thane has to go now. Well, he made 16 runs more than when he was dropped on 2.
But yeah, so it's a nice photo, though. I hadn't seen that.
Oh, that's a big shout. Yes, gone. That's the end of Harmer, who just hasn't been able to get really anything going there. He's gone for a duck.
And he's...
Oh, what a catch!
That's a great catch.
Oh, brilliant. What a way to finish off that innings.
That's the second time he's taken a catch like that.
To his weaker hand, wasn't it? His right,
yeah,
I think.
Right hand. That's a good shot. That's good. That's his time perfect.
That'll ease some dressing room nerves.
Well, yeah,
plenty
a
of
little
them
bit.
still.
There'll be plenty of them.
Driven, good shot. That's going to be 4.
Well, that's over pitch, but he's punished him. He's punished him well. That's well timed. That is absolutely out the middle. You see, they're overrated, these spinners, clearly. Oh, that's very nice from a Somerset perspective. There's nothing really wrong with that delivery. But he's leant on it. Oh, that's a good delivery, and he's going to get 4 from it. Nip, the in-ducker.
But those are 2 wickets which Oh, that's a nice shot. Driven hard by Sean Dixon. 4 more, and that's a 50 partnership. Oh, he spotted the gap there. And has that gone all the way? Huge hit for 6 over mid-wicket.
Shot. 4 more.
Rocking back.
Through extra cover this time. I think some at the moment, Somerset. Did well to stop it.
Renshaw is pulling this one. Oh, and that'll be 4 runs. It was a bit too straight from Snater. There's no cover out there. One fielder is not going to be able to. The ball's been moving around a lot. So just clip, lovely. Into the leg side again. 4 more runs for Matt Renshaw. And again, Snater just going too straight and allowing Renshaw.
Oh, big appeal. This time he is out. Renshaw's gone. And Essex have struck for the first time.
It's a runner ball so far, his innings. Gone down the pitch, this one. That's going to be another huge shot. How far's that gone? 4. It's on strike again. And he's gone. Caught behind. Well, just as he was looking to attack again, he's edged it behind to the keeper.
Oh, goodness, he's just smacked him back over his head, and that is 4.
4 runs, Lead into double figures, and now 4 off that relatively small target of 167, although big in the context of the game.
That's a better shot. That is, I mean, I think that's a better shot. It went along the ground, but it's beautifully struck. He's beaten it on, he wasn't that close, and he did.
No shot offered, and
welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. And the 2 umpires, you can see one of them out in the middle. I can assure you that there are 2. Nigel Long is out of picture at square leg, and Ben Debenham is the man on your screen at the moment, and he will shortly be joined by the entire Somerset team, who are probably feeling pretty chipper after the last session of play. Essex 155 for 7. 3 of those have fallen to Jack Leach, who is turning the ball regularly and at times prodigiously. No surprise to see that he's going to continue in the attack, having already bowled 22 overs, 3 for 31, and no one has really taken control of his bowling. Wickets also for Miguel Pretorius, just the 1 for him so far. 2 for Josh Davey. And big appeal here, first ball of the afternoon. I thought you were going to take a wicket straight away, Charlie.
well, it happened in my previous stint, didn't it? The clatter of wickets. I thought maybe back again, here come the wickets. Going to get a reputation. Oh, it's a good call.
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
So 2 slips in, as before tea for Jack Leach. Nice drive, but straight to the man at extra cover. So won't be a run. Noah Thane has batted nicely, in fact. 26 not out. Sam Cook is on 1. And quite a few 20s to 30s scores for Essex, but no one's got beyond 30. Dean Elgar got there, but no further. Then Paul Walter, who was first out today. Rather optimistic crowd catch it. He made 22, then Tom Wesley 20 and Jordan Cox 26. Not much to shout about otherwise.
A guy I work with was school friends, quite close school friends with Paul Walter. How did he bat today? Did he didn't see much of it earlier?
Really, he looked pretty composed.
Because he's not. It's a new thing, isn't it? Being at the top of the order for Paul Walter, and who's in my head up until this point sort of a bowling all-rounder, but can certainly bat. But here he is finding himself as an opener with Dean Elgar now for Essex, which is clearly he's worked hard at that. You don't just get that given that role for not tried. So fair play to him.
Yeah, this was a comparative failure for him. Actually, he's had a prolific start to the season. 95 against Surrey, 76 and 41 not out against Notts, and another 100 in the second innings against Worcestershire.
Tall Paul, as they call him.
Yeah. quite a difference in height between him and Dean Elgar.
Yeah,
they came out.
Which is a good thing. You know, it's a bit like a left-hand, right-hand split in a way. Probably not quite as useful, but having very different batter heights also just causes a bit of issue, doesn't it, for bowlers having to adjust after a single. What have we got coming over now? Helicopter just up to the just above us now.
Yep.
It's
up there.
Is that a
right
Merlin?
Over the ground.
Is that a Merlin? I don't know my helicopters well enough. Looks like it might be navy colours. Someone will correct me because I know people feel very strongly about that. As Gregory is in, starting off the bowling after the tea break from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, and there'll be a single off the first ball. There we go.
Slate grey, I would say.
Slate grey. I reckon that is navy. I'm going to say Merlin, but I know there'll be experts watching it who will be shouting at the live stream now, saying, "How can you possibly get that wrong?" So please do correct me. I'd love to hear from you. Maybe it was a cricket fan. It's probably come from RNAS Ovalton. It is heading off in that direction, so
that would
maybe
be a favourite.
Yeah, maybe it's a cricket fan who's thought, "Do you know what? I'm going to go and have a look from the above." I don't know how much choice they get on training flights like that. If they can just go a bit rogue and say, "Yeah, I'll just take it over Taunton, go and have a look."
Pretty good view for a short
Certainly
while.
would have done. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's it. You do only get to see one delivery, though, don't you? Really, if that's what you're doing, in the air and safely guided between the slips and backwards point.
Yeah, there was an extraordinary moment in Bristol, actually, a game I was covering there. It was Gloucestershire against Durham. And the Great Western Air Ambulance helicopter, we'd only had 4 balls of the game.
Oh, wow.
And the air ambulance, we heard it getting louder and louder, and then thought, my goodness me, it's going to land on the outfield, and it did.
Wow. Gosh, that's, yeah. Helicopter stops play.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit of a waft to that one. Sam Cook. But no connection, luckily enough for him. Thane's looked good, hasn't he, for 27? I thought he's played really well. I didn't see Elgar at the start for reasons which we've gone into already. But he's looked pretty solid, Thane.
Yeah, Elgar looked pretty composed, actually.
Yeah, usually does, doesn't he? Elgar is quite fairly calm at the crease.
Yes, I suppose with a name like Elgar, you should be composed.
That's very true. Very true. Yeah, or usually a composed innings.
Formerly of this parish, of course.
Yes, of course. I enjoyed watching him.
A couple of stints he did here.
Yeah, he did. He was part of that incredible game which Rolf van der Merwe almost won single-handedly, but not quite single-handedly because he needed Elgar there for the partnership, where Surrey had reduced Somerset to 22 for 5 in the one-day cup here in late April a few years ago. When was that? 2017? Something along those lines, maybe 2018. A while ago now, anyway, and it was Elgar and van der Merwe who put together a bit of a partnership, and then Roloff really did rock it on, scoring 165 odd, I think. Elgar might have made 80.
He'll be missed this summer, Roloff.
Yeah,
especially in white ball.
Spoke to him the other day. I think he said he was coming to Taunton soon. I don't know if that might be this week. Or is it in the next game? Might be on the next game, which is in a couple of weeks' time. Anyway, he is coming to Taunton soon, he said. It's nice to catch up with him, reflect on his career a bit. His time at Somerset. I said to him, you never really knew, when I was commentating on you, Roloff, I never really knew what to expect. You know, your bowling was always very consistent, but when you were batting, we didn't really know what was going on. And he said, well, neither did I. He said, you know, if I don't know where it's going, how on earth would the bowling team know where it's going? I said, that's a very good point. It's a very good point.
Played some fantastic
He
goals.
did. He had some. I used to like watching him bat. And bowl and field. He was a real performer in all three, wasn't he?
A combative cricketer.
Yeah, but batting in particular was. He could be quite funny at times, as well as brilliant. The roly-poly, etc. You know.
Some splendid appeals.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He was ferocious, wasn't he?
That's turned away and missed the outside edge again. That must have happened a couple of dozen times today. Manages to get the whole bat on that this time. And again.
Beautiful scene here at Taunton, isn't it? Bathed in sunshine. We've been really lucky with the home games, coinciding with 2 hot spells for Somerset. Early April and early May.
Reverse sweep, and that's not going to get past Tom Abel.
He didn't get hold of it at all, did he there? Clothed it. There's no real venom on it. Managed to sort of execute the shot okay, but the timing wasn't quite right. Abel, had he nailed that, Abel wouldn't have been able to get around to it, I don't think.
Beautiful, I hear the cry. No doubt in Jack Leach's favour as he takes his cap off umpire Debenham. End of his 24th over. Look at those figures. Actually, you can't see them at the moment, but I can on the scoreboard. 24 overs, 10 maidens, 3 for 31.
Yeah. Very, very good.
Lewis Gregory will continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. This will be his 14th.
You mentioned about a bit of the ground in the future being named after Jack Leach, didn't you? I think. Oh, someone who's taken, that's a good ball from Gregory. Someone who's taken as many wickets as Jack and has played with such heart. I think it's absolutely a given that something like that must happen once he retires, which is hopefully a little way off yet. He's still got plenty of life left in him as a cricketer. But he has, I was just thinking, he has already got a great big picture of him up. Have you seen this, Stephen?
I haven't seen that.
It's on the side of the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
Okay.
It's got a great, it's huge. Basically the whole side of the building. I don't know if you've got a camera
So that,
over
what, a
there.
bit like the picture of Marcus Trescothick on here?
A bit like, yeah, but it's huge. Oh, is that? He's coming forwards there, Cook. Sure, he's trying to negate the swing, but he hasn't got to the line of the ball there. But yeah, it's absolutely huge. I don't know if we've got a camera around. I don't think our camera, which is over there, is quite in line to be able to pick up that big picture of Jack Leach. But yeah, just on the side of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, great big picture of him appealing for a wicket or taking one.
Yeah, Sophie and I were thinking maybe he could have a section of the Somerset stand.
Well, it is. I mean, the Somerset stand has got 5 sections, and they need names, really. I think that's a good idea. The Somerset stand.
Beauty! Oh, appeal for Corp. Well, it beat everything. Brilliant delivery from Lewis Gregory, but I think James Rue couldn't take it cleanly, but it popped up and was held by first slip. But in the end, no bat involved. It would have been an amazing dismissal.
Had that just flicked the bat, that would have been one of those which would have been watched many, many times on social media, I think. It's a horrible ball to play.
And to take.
And then to take. But James Ruse, who's going one way, wrong-footed because the ball swings late, manages just to pop it up in the air. It is taken, but not crucially off the bat.
Bit of drama. Oh, and another one.
What a beauty. Gregory is bowling so well. These are his conditions, Lewis Gregory. This is what he likes.
Good long look at Sam Cook after that.
There you go. That's the previous delivery where Rue is going one way. And how he's managed to get his right hand on that, he's done very well. Very well. And then also managing, had it been a catchable chance, to make it a catch that could have been taken, as opposed to just sort of parrying it and taking the pace off it a bit. And here's the one afterwards as well. Yeah, lovely ball. Lovely ball. He's got something on that. In fact, that might well go. Yeah, it's got past the infield. So that's going to be a 4, but...
that's the sort of thing a bowler hates, isn't
yeah,
it?
It's not because it's a bad ball, it's because Cook's sort of throwing the bat a bit at that, thinking, well, if I can get something on it, get it out into the offside, chances are it'll miss the field.
Lewis Gregory has a rueful look on his face.
Cook up to 6 runs now.
Yeah, that's his first boundary. And very soon it'll be Sam Cook of Essex and England. highly likely.
Yeah, he's deserved that, hasn't he? He's been a performer for so long at county level. Yeah, he might fancy a few runs in England colours then. This might be what he's thinking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a one-off test, isn't it? Is it Zimbabwe? Is that right?
Yeah. And then we've got the 5 against India.
Yeah, this is the shame. They've gone down from recently. When was it? A few years ago, they went down from 7 tests to 6. It does mean if you want a 5-test series, for instance, India or Australia, then it does mean that the other one is just a one-off, which feels a bit sad. Really. You know, I don't know. I think you'd rather give them a 2 or I'm being greedy now. I'd love to see them have a sort of 3-match and a 5-match series. It would be fantastic. Those days are gone.
Still to be Jack Leach from the River End. Got into a bit of a tangle.
Did that hit the stumps very gently? Well, let's have a look. Got a replay of that? Yeah,
we will have a look.
We'll have a look in a minute. Well, actually, Leach is changing the field here. We would have had time. Never mind.
As he's pushing out mid-wicket deeper, quite a bit deeper. So there are 3 men set back. There's a single available to all 3 of them on the leg side. Just looking to turn that in exactly that direction, Thane, but no bat on it.
Oh, it works. Oh, should we have a look at that ball then? Did it hit the... No, it's his leg. It doesn't have the pace on it to get to the stumps. It is interesting that tactic work there from Leach, isn't it? Pushing that gap out on the leg side around the mid-wicket area, and then Cook instantly looking to steal a single there. And he got in a bit of a muddle. Yeah, good ball. Just past Overton.
Yeah, they'll get a comfortable single for that. Can Essex get up to 200? How good a total will that be, if they can?
Could be very good. Could be very good, because their bowling attack is excellent. Right up there with the best in the division for me, Essex's bowling attack. Harmer and Cook and Porter. Hard pressed to find a more difficult one. Hampshire would be up there for sure. It's the usual contenders, isn't it? Hampshire, Surrey, Essex.
Well bowled again, Jack Leach. Another over completed. You mentioned, I heard your affection for cathedrals.
Oh yes. Yes, although specific, I do have to keep clarifying it, because what I've considered to be a cathedral, we're talking the medieval cathedrals.
Okay.
Stuff that became cathedrals after the Reformation, I'm not interested, mate. I will allow buildings that were there beforehand. Bristol is a good example.
Yep.
It was an abbey before the Reformation, then became Bristol Cathedral, and so therefore is a medieval building. But stuff, you know, like for instance, I went to have a look when I was commentating at Old Trafford at Manchester Cathedral.
Okay.
I've got to say, it does not qualify. Lovely building, very nice. Not for me. Not a proper cathedral. Sorry, Manchester. It's those big industrial towns that were towns and didn't have cathedrals that have since become big cities. Obviously, Bristol is an old medieval city, hence why it's got an older building.
Indeed. Lacking its organ at the moment. It's a major refurbishment.
What Bristol
going on.
is?
Yeah.
Ah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they've got a digital one.
Ooh.
Which they've hired.
A digital organ.
For a couple of years.
Mm.
I think that's coming back later this year.
Okay.
It's around about a 2-year. It's a full-on restoration.
Yeah.
That's going on with that.
They're all integrated. They're sort of built into the church, aren't they? You can't just sort of take out an organ easily.
Yeah, and it is
Big
actually.
work.
It's acoustically. Bristol Cathedral is very, very good. I was in a cathedral. I think this would qualify under your rules.
Oh yes, let's see.
Notre Dame.
Oh, I mean, we're talking the king of cathedrals there, or the queen of cathedrals there. Yeah, absolutely. That's, yeah.
Yeah, we had a long weekend in Paris
Very,
a
very
couple of
nice.
weeks ago, and it was so good to see, Charlie, because I remember the shock of seeing the live pictures of the fire.
It's horrible, wasn't
there.
it? Yeah.
And it has, well, it reopened, I think it was in November time it reopened, and it is, we weren't sure we'd get in because it's so popular to visit, but we did get in, and the way they've cleaned the stonework inside is absolutely fantastic.
I would love to go and see it.
There's a bit of a waft outside the off stump there at Lewis Gregory, who just, well, he's having no luck at all.
We were in Paris a couple of years ago, and there were obviously all the cranes and building work going on. It's very interesting. They had around the bottom of it sort of the boards protecting the area that was the building site. And around it they had an exhibition of what they were doing and how they were doing it. And
I saw it.
It's fascinating, yeah, really interesting.
Yeah, because you can't see the wooden roof, which
No,
they've
no.
completely rebuilt, isn't it? You can't see it at all. But one of the things that most impressed me, which I'll come back to, swinging down to leg. We'll pick up a leg by here. Fielded at long leg. But the way they've lit some of the areas high up, which you really wouldn't have been able to see otherwise, has really been very cleverly done.
I'd like to see that, yeah.
And the new spire is in position.
wow. Yeah.
Still a lot of scaffolding outside. A fleche, they call it. It's that spire.
Yes, the la flèche, yeah, like an arrow.
Yeah.
Is that French?
It is.
Right? Like Fletcher in English is
Absolutely.
an arrow maker, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
Wow,
that's
wow.
back in place, which was great to see, because there was some talk that they might go down a different route, and I'm very glad they didn't.
There was, yes, yeah. There is the thing is quite often when those sorts of things happen, they look at a bit like Coventry in a way. They didn't rebuild Coventry Cathedral, which is a proper old medieval cathedral. They decided to do something new, which is beautiful and lovely. However, Notre Dame is different to Coventry Cathedral. It is sort of, as I mentioned, I consider it the queen of cathedrals. It has, unsurprisingly, this topic we've lit the touch paper. Is that the right phrase?
Yeah, yeah.
Or
maybe not
it's the
quite.
Zeitgeist. No, let's not talk about fire. Actually, let's say we've hit the nail on the head here.
Yeah, that's
that
more
works,
like
doesn't it? Because it's about rebuilding stuff. Yeah. Thank you to Cato, who says, Charlie Taylor, I hate to say this given which county it's in, but do give Guildford a go. Smashing cathedral. Now, Guildford to me, that doesn't sound like an old one, but I'll have to have a look. I'll have to double check that. As a medievalist, I concur with the view that only medieval cathedrals count. Thank you very much, Neil. Appreciate that. There's plenty more cathedral chat on the way. Thank you, Rodney, who says, try Truro Cathedral. I was in Truro just before Christmas, went to the Christmas markets there. Truro Cathedral was completed in, I want to say, 1911. It's not an old cathedral at all. It looks like one, but it is much, much newer than that, because it's all part of the old, I assume the old Exeter Diocese of Cornwall, which is a proper cathedral. It's a lovely cathedral, Exeter.
Yes.
Got to go to Durham, says James. Yeah, I mentioned to Soph earlier on that I went on a train through Durham. That's how we got into cathedrals in the first place. How lovely Durham is. And thank you to the Bristol Dragon, who says, I prefer Cathedral City. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm very partial to that as well. Anything with a picture of a cathedral on the packet's got to be good, right? In the air, but not going to be taken.
Yeah, well, Wells Cathedral.
Oh, well, this is, I think, where my interests come from, because that's where I grew up. So
okay,
that's why I love the cathedral.
Well, that's
really.
not far from here.
No, that's very much Somerset's cathedral. Yeah.
And Wells is one of the smallest cities.
Smallest city in England, but there are various caveats on that. For instance, by size, the square city of London, officially, the city is smaller. But obviously, it's not. You're in London, so it's a bit hard to call that a small city. Let's be honest about it. It's part of London, isn't it? It's great.
Well, it is really.
So you can't really allow that, but it is smaller. You can't say the UK because St David's in Wales is smaller. Okay, so it is just this in England, and there's which one is it? Is it Ely in Cambridgeshire? I think it's also that's got a lovely cathedral.
Yeah,
I think
and
apparently
that's
I've not
very
been
substantial
there.
as well.
But that apparently, because Wales is growing a bit now, getting quite a big housing estate on the edge of it, out towards Wookey Hole. So it's growing, and there's a worry that it might outgrow Ely and lose its title of the smallest city in England, which would be devastating for the people of Wales, I should think.
I'm sure it would. It's going to be a single here.
Now,
or they may push for 2.
Yeah.
And they do, and will they get it?
I think that was knocked off by Lewis Gregory's arm
that's right.
than the ball. So
I think he was probably home
yeah,
anyway.
it was close, but in the end, good running.
Had to hustle a bit.
Sorry, Stephen. Thank you, Jamie, who says, I actually had my graduation in Exeter Cathedral. Lucky you, except for it was in 2021 and we were under COVID restrictions. Oh, no.
So it must have been rather quiet
Very
occasion.
memorable. Yeah. Hereford, very similar to Durham. Yeah, I've not been to Hereford. I've been through it, again, on a train. I tend to go through lots of places on trains without getting on. Thank you. Charlie Taylor, I'm a parish priest. My church outdates most cathedrals. Yeah, that's... He says the church that I'm a parish priest in, it was completed in 1140. That is an old parish church, isn't it? It's a very nice church. And trust me, I like old parish churches as well, but my particular interest... I can't name every single parish church in the country, but I am able to name all the cathedrals. God, there's loads of cathedral chat coming in now. I'm going to have to stop there. I'm going to get told off by our director soon. Stu says, Lincoln Cathedral was the first building to surpass the height of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Yes, it became the tallest building in the world for more than 200 years, Lincoln Cathedral. Incredible, really. I'd heard that. That's a fascinating bit of information there. I've not been to Lincoln. It's a lovely cathedral there.
Swing and a miss to Lewis Gregory, who's getting rather bored with seeing that happen, I fancy. I've been to Lincoln. There's a road that gradually leads up to it. It is a magnificent
It looks like
building.
a beautiful... It looks a lot like the city itself, and I've had a quick look on Google Maps or seen pictures of it. It does look a little bit like the medieval city of... in a bit of Wells as well. Obviously Lincoln's much bigger than Wells, but the central bit... I was in York last year, so ticked off another big cathedral there. That's a good one. That's a very good one. York Minster. Towers over the city a bit like Wells Cathedral does. Wider from Gregory.
And again, he went after it, Sam Cook. No contact with it at all. Norwich is an odd one in that it's slightly skewed.
Oh.
If you stand at the back of it, it's not quite straight.
Norwich is
down
and is
the
it?
nave.
It's a wonky church.
Wonky.
It's got a wonky... I think it's got a wonky tower as well, Norwich, or something.
I'm not sure about that, but certainly it's not exactly symmetrical as you look down.
There we are, Norwich Cathedral. That's a proper one as well. Usually the places which have got sheer at the end of them on their county have got proper old cathedrals. Gloucester's a lovely one, Gloucestershire.
Yes.
Lincoln, Lincolnshire. Leicester's a funny one because Leicester's cathedral obviously was where King Richard III is now buried. But I don't think, I'm going to have to look this up now, it was quite a small building. It looks a bit more like a sort of big parish church than a cathedral. I'll have to look up Leicester one now.
And Worcester fits into that category, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, King John's in Worcester.
He is. And there is an Elgar window.
Oh.
Different Elgar from the one playing in this
Not
game.
Dean Elgar.
Sir Edward.
Sir Edward Elgar, of course. Yeah, from...
It's a beautiful stained glass window, because that was... he lived in that neck of the woods.
He certainly did. James says, this is great. I played a trumpet solo in Southwark Cathedral back in 1997. A real honour. I do like that, James, but Southwark Cathedral is not a proper cathedral. It's a lovely old building, but it was only given cathedral status much more recently. However, don't let that take away from the brilliant trumpet solo I'm sure you did in there, because it is a beautiful building. Right by Borough Market in London, isn't it? It's lovely, sort of tucked away, right in a busy, right by the Shard. Lovely stuff.
It's a splendid part of London, and had a splendid cat, Southwark Cathedral. Dorcas Magnificat was its name. We saw it when we paid a visit.
Really?
Yeah, it was quite late in life by then, and it was very sleepy.
Oh, that's a lot of cathedrals have cats. I'm sure I've been on commentary before when Vic's been on, because he lives in Exeter.
Turn and bounce again for Drac Leach.
Talking about the fact that Exeter has got the world's oldest cat flap. Exeter Cathedral. I used to sing in Wells Cathedral and Bath Abbey regularly as a choir girl, and I graduated twice in Guildford Cathedral. This is Kate. Thanks, Kate. I used to live in Lichfield. That's a good one.
We've set a cathedral hair on.
I know. People care about cathedrals. I like to collect cathedrals, all the ones you can tick off the list as you go around the country, and not just in this country. I was in Seville earlier this year, very lucky to be in Seville. It's got an amazing cathedral there. I think it's the 3rd biggest church in the world, after St. Peter's in the Vatican and a church in Brazil. Absolutely massive. Built on the site of an old mosque. Uses the mosque's tower as its cathedral tower. Fascinating stuff.
Jack Leach is in his 27th over. And that's not many more than 27 runs conceded. While taking the 3 wickets, and that was in the air for a little while. It was always going to fall safe. The over is complete.
Dastry says, what were your thoughts on Manchester Cathedral? I did get round it. It's a lovely building. They are lovely. When I say they don't count, it's only because I try to name and memorise all of the old medieval ones. So I've got nothing against the newer ones. But they're not, in my head, they're not I'm thinking these proper medieval cathedrals, built as cathedrals in medieval times. Those are the ones I like. But yeah, it's a lovely building. I'm sure it's got a great community around it. It's right by Manchester Cathedral. When you come out of Manchester Cathedral, just opposite you is the Sixes bar. Do you know what that is, Stephen?
I don't.
Sixes is the bar you can go to, get a drink and go into a cricket net and play cricket.
Okay.
And they'll
presumably hit sixes.
If you can. I mean, I'm not good enough for that, but if you can, then that's what you're supposed to do. But yeah, it's a great. There's one in Bristol now.
Okay.
On the harbour side.
Pushing for a second again here and getting it comfortably. It's a useful stand, this, developing for Essex. 170 for 7. Taunton can't quite run to a cathedral, but it has plenty of attractive churches.
Well, it's got a Minster church now, so yeah, it wouldn't have a cathedral because it's in the same diocese as Wells.
So it's not allowed.
Yeah.
You're only allowed one.
The Bath, there's a good... Oh, you got me going now, Stephen. Bath Abbey, obviously not a cathedral, hence why it's called Abbey, but clearly isn't an abbey either, because there are no monks there. Gregory's in again. That one cuts into the batter a little bit. Bath Abbey used to be the cathedral. It swapped a few times until they eventually settled on being Bath and Wells.
Okay.
And there was also, for a period, the cathedral moved to Glastonbury. There was, going back a long time before the abbey was destroyed there, Glastonbury Abbey became the cathedral of Glastonbury, and it was the diocese of Glastonbury rather than of Bath and Wells. So always a lot of rivalry between Glastonbury and the abbot of Glastonbury and the bishop of Bath and Wells.
And it is a magnificent abbey, Glastonbury.
Oh, don't get me started on abbeys now. That's where I used to work, Glastonbury Abbey. That was my first job.
It's the longest, I believe, you'll correct me with the knowledge you're showing here, Charlie.
It started well, Stephen, carry on.
I believe that the only longer ruined abbey is Bury St Edmunds.
Very good, very good. It's top work. And I think the longest church now that's still standing is Winchester Cathedral, which is, again, another lovely building. So, yeah.
Okay.
But it was the longest because it had lots and lots of chapels, the Glastonbury Abbey, and it was very wealthy, so they had the money to build it. Well, there we go. I think we'll have to draw a line under cathedral chat there. Do you think, Stephen?
I think we probably.
For those who don't like cathedrals, I think we've driven them all away now.
But not without a word for St James, which is just alongside us. St James's Taunton, which has got
a lovely church.
Yeah, the churchyard right immediately to our left, behind Gimlet's Hill.
Quite often,
done that.
Cricket balls lost in there. Yeah, there we go. I tell you what, that's about as close to the Cathedral of Cricket that we need, isn't it? It's not a cathedral, but I'm going to allow it as that title. Somerset's Cathedral of Cricket, St James's. Beautiful church. Oh, here we go. Now, there's all sorts of people asking for my thoughts on different cathedrals. I really think we need to draw a line under it. Tell you what, if you send me messages on Twitter or X at CharlieTaylor4 or Blue Sky or Threads, you can find me on that tag at CharlieTaylor4. Happy to have more cathedral chat with you there. Cato said, what about the Sagrada Familia? Yeah,
Gaudi.
In Barcelona. Well, it's not a cathedral, it's a basilica, isn't it? So it doesn't count.
It's
it's
huge.
not medieval either.
It's absolutely.
I've not been to Barcelona.
It's massive, that cathedral.
It does look.
Or that Minster.
Basilica.
Basilica.
I think it is, isn't
Probably.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, but it's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed Gaudi's been put on the path to sainthood. It was one of the last acts
Ah.
of Pope Francis.
Was it really?
It was.
Okay. I wonder if the new Pope will take that on then. Maybe once the churches, because they haven't finished it yet, have they? These things take a long time to build. Big churches like that. Take a long, long time to build.
It's enormous.
I'd like to go and see it. So Cato's saying he thinks it's really, really ugly. I'd like to go and see it. I can't. I've seen pictures of it. It's hard to judge till you go there. This will possibly run down for 4. I think the fielders will catch up with it. Yes, they do. Good period this for Essex. Good period. Just building this partnership nicely. Approaching the 50 mark. What are they on now?
Well, it was 136 for 7 when they came together.
39.
Yeah.
So it's pretty
They could
good.
be really useful runs, these.
Yeah, it might be as the ball just gets a little bit older as well.
Yeah, we've got a new ball due, in fact, in 5 overs' time.
Could be an interesting decision. Do you think you'd take it and give it to Jack Leach with a hard ball bowling? Do you reckon you give it Overton and Davey? Perhaps?
Maybe a short burst of
Yeah.
Overton and Davey, and then back to Jack.
Yeah. Because he's just getting so much out of it, isn't he?
Still got the 2 slips for Noah Thane, who is now the top scorer in the Essex innings. He's gone past Dean Elgar's 30.
It's defended.
We're going to have a change.
I'll let Sophie come in because I've bored everyone to tears with Cathedral chat. So we need some Cathedral-free moments, I think. So I'll let Sophie come in after this over.
There was a single there. If he'd taken it, not quite sure why he didn't. Noah Thane. It's not like he needs to protect Sam Cook. Here is Leach again, and once more there is turn past the outside edge of Thane's bat. It's more defence. So quite surprisingly, Charlie goes off shift without having taken a wicket. Sophie back.
Yes, the Charlie Taylor effect has worn off by the looks.
Yeah, there is a single again here, and they take it this time. So that will bring Sam Cook back onto strike. 8 from 54 deliveries, Sam Cook. He's played a useful hand.
Yeah, this partnership up to 40 now. Last wicket fell at 136.
Well bowled again. End of the over. Number 28 for Jack Leach. 11 of them maidens, 3 for 34. But hasn't taken a wicket. Indeed, Somerset haven't taken a wicket since the tea interval. So it's a really useful partnership, this, for the visitors.
Alfie Ogborn back on the pitch. Saw him in the gym earlier, said that I gave him a shout out as soon as he got on the pitch. He's at mid-off. Helping Miguel Pretorius warm up. I think it was Craig Overton that has popped off the field.
And a change of bowling at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Miguel Pretorius replacing Lewis Gregory, and just steered down to deep backward point for a single by Noah Thane. Yeah, they want 3, according to one of the fielders.
That was Tom Abel.
Yeah, looking animated at second slip is Tom Abel.
Hands on hips.
Yeah, we were saying earlier on, you can see Taunton School from here, just to the right of the flats behind the Somerset stand. You can see a tower.
I've never noticed that before, actually.
And that's where Tom was it not?
It was, yeah.
Off the outside edge, but won't get beyond third slip. Yeah, it was Charlie Taylor who pointed that out, actually, and I didn't know that that was so until now. But we've got quite a good view of the tower. Pretorius then. He's bowled well today. This is his third spell. Oh, dropped! Second slip. It wasn't a difficult chance, and that is not like Craig Overton at all.
I think that's Tom Abel there.
Tom Abel, beg his pardon. Yep. Craigo usually fields at second slip.
Went quite quickly there. I think he went fingers pointing up. But he'd expect himself to catch that. He's got very high standards. Tom Abel will be bitterly disappointed, and Somerset will have to go again for this 8th wicket.
That's a beauty as well to follow it up. It's very rare to see Tom Abel drop a catch.
Very rare to see Somerset shell them, to be honest.
Hands on hips, Tom Abel. He'll be gutted about that.
Yeah, and what's worse is people keep playing the replay, don't they, when you make a mistake?
Again and again. What an over this is. Drop catch followed up by 2 excellent deliveries, which had Sam Cook playing and missing outside off. That's a frustrating over for Pretorius.
Yeah, he certainly deserved a second wicket there, and yeah, bitterly disappointing. Jack Leach takes his cap off once again.
Yep.
Overton back on the pitch.
Should have been the 8th wicket. So Craig Overton will now go to second slip, where he's been fielding for Jack Leach. He's been a fixture, really, alongside Lewis Gregory. Noah Thane on strike. Just elegantly pushed out on the offside by Thane. Left alone this time. Comfortably enough. Defensively out to cover. 177 for 7, which should have been 177 for 8. Reverse sweep, appeal for LBW, big shout, not out, says Ben Debenham.
Just outside.
Leach was slightly behind the others in going up. It wasn't far away. defended firmly this time. And again, back to the bowler. End of over 29.
Another maiden for Jack Leach.
Yeah, 12 in all. Well bowled.
Means Cook is still on strikes at Pretorius, and given the last few balls of his previous over, he'll be hoping he can find that outside edge again.
Yeah, hoping the miss won't be costly.
Tom Abel is out with second slip. He's now at mid-off. Craig Overton back in the slip cordon.
Yeah, well, the middle session was certainly Somerset's, but this one so far has been a frustrating one for the home side. Oh, another beauty. What does Miguel Pretorius need to do to take a wicket?
How many times have we seen that today?
Yeah, it's happened again and again, whether it's been seam or spin. The ball has beaten the bat so many times. Movement again. Well, you've just got to keep trying, not let the frustration get to you.
Going to keep chasing him as well, Cook, by the looks of it.
Yes, that was a long way outside off. Straying more to leg. Again, will go down as a dot ball. He's bowled really well today, Pretorius. Deserves more than that one wicket.
Yeah, it's crazy to think he's only got a 1 in that wickets column. He's run in, hit the pitch hard, plenty of movement, beating the bat numerous times as he does again.
Well, terrific over, and at least he'll appreciate the applause. That's something, isn't it, when you're bowling without any luck at all? At least to know that you're appreciated by the crowd. As the sweater goes back on. 1 for 18 from 11. I mean, Jack Leach's figures are the outstanding ones, but that is mighty impressive as well, isn't it, from Pretorius? They're the two bowlers whose economy rates are below 2 and over.
It's clearly not warm enough out there for him either, putting the sweater back on.
Makes me feel hot watching.
Yeah, you'd think he's steaming in, you'd think he'd be working up a sweat, but then the sweater goes back on.
Oh, he didn't have no idea where that was gone, Noah Thane, and as if he wasn't tired enough after the over, Pretorius has got to run round and field. So that'll put Sam Cook on strike. No, that's a very optimistic shout from the two slip fielders. That was palpably missing leg.
This is the sort of partnership that really frustrates you as a captain in a fielding side, especially when a chance goes begging as well.
Yeah. Just got to put that behind you and keep the pressure on, which Somerset, in fairness, are doing pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not many runs coming here.
Defended. Bit of chatter we're picking up on the effects mic, which is down below us. I think it'll be on the...
It always makes me giggle. I do try and listen into it occasionally.
Yeah. Talking about getting a ticket for something down there. Not sure what. Well bowled. Well taken as well.
Just getting through these overs so quickly as well, aren't they? Leach is sort of, he walks in, he bowls his over, he's off again.
Look at that over rate on the scoreboard. It's 7 over. It looks as though, although the new ball is due, it is going to be taken actually, because Nigel Long has just waved it in the general direction of Polly Rhodes.
Early entry or not?
Very well prepared, wasn't he, Nigel Long?
Absolutely. And Pretorius deserves it, the way he's bowling at the moment.
I mean, he was bowling pretty well with the other one.
Well, yes. Yes, let's hope this one doesn't get carved all over the place. I don't think it will be somehow. He's in the groove, Pretorius.
Yeah,
has been all day.
Looks
really.
in brilliant rhythm. God, lovely action.
Different noise. The new piece of leather on the willow.
Josh Davey just doing a little bit of warming up as well. See him back into the attack now. Bowled beautifully this morning with no luck, and then a great spell after lunch. Picked up a couple of wickets.
Runs here out to long leg, just the single. Words exchanged between the two batters, who will be very happy with the way this partnership is going. Noel Thane has gone on to 40 with that single. Just Pretorius wants third man a bit finer.
I've seen Rick in the loft a couple of times.
Played comfortably enough by Sam Cook, who's just been the perfect foil, really, for Noah Thane.
Yeah, 72 balls he's faced, Cook. Only the 8 runs, but it will be the partnership that Essex care about more than anything else, and that's up to 43 now.
He's done exactly what a number 9 should. Support the senior batter at the other end. That is up in the air and is taken. Just as we were saying what a good job he was doing. Commentator's curse. Wicket number 8.
We should try that more often, Stephen. Is that our first wicket of the day together?
I think it may be.
Yeah.
It may well be. So the vigil is at an end for Sam Cook. Good support. And just as they were coming up towards the half-century partnership, it's been concluded.
Yeah, and Pretorius really deserved that wicket. He has bowled tirelessly from this Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. 3 different spells today, and rightly so. Now has 2 wickets in that column. And Tom Abel can probably breathe a little sigh of relief.
Yeah, he can. And second catch of the day for Archie Vaughan as well. He's the man down there at long leg, and I don't think he could wish for 2 easier chances. The 19-year-old. So that is a much needed breakthrough for Somerset, putting Essex into bat this morning. They now have 8 down for 179. It looks unlikely that Essex will pick up a batting point. 1 more wicket will secure the 3rd for bowling for Somerset.
Let's go, boy Wonder!
Let's go, boy Wonder. I wonder who that is.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Never mind. Kasan Rajitha is the new batter. And he will be on strike as well. Pretorius looks for his 3rd wicket. Slower ball, which he played pretty well in the end.
Yeah, it's good Yorker, first up.
Yeah, I like the style. It wasn't what Rajitha was expecting. It adjusted well. Three slips for him. And the decision to let Pretorius bowl with that new ball has paid a dividend.
Field spreads last ball of the over. Leg side, Rue collects nicely. Nice diving roll. Just had to do a few of those today with the ball swinging late past the stumps. And an even warmer applause that time for Pretorius after his over. Picked up the wicket of Sam Cook, broke that partnership. Somerset will be hoping that Josh Davey will be able to work his magic from the river end.
It was the 2nd highest partnership of the innings. 49 for the 3rd wicket is the best, and 43 for the 8th. Followed by 40 for the 1st. So it will be Josh Davey. So it's a different new ball pairing in that Craig Overton took it first thing this morning. He's now at 2nd slip. Adjustments to the field being made by the skipper from 1st slip. We've got runs available
everywhere.
Yeah. And he's not going to take one. Thane, he's decided he's going to farm the strike for the time being.
Yeah, just 2 slips in, Gregory and Overton. And then pretty much all the other Somerset players are out on the boundary rope in some shape or form, mid-off and mid-on, kind of halfway house floating in those straighter positions.
Again, single available, not taken. Is it in or across? I think it may be across into the leg side field. Tom Lammonby going into mid-wicket.
Yeah, I don't mind this. If he's going to farm the strike and not take those runs available, then Somerset might as well try and get him out as well. So I like bringing in those straighter fielders at mid-wicket.
firm drive for, yeah, just a single. He was interested in the second, Noah Thane, and with only 3 deliveries gone, that would be understandable. Means that Rajitha is going to have to face out 3 balls from Josh Davey. And unsurprisingly, another slip goes in.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every fielder's, I was going to say come up into the ring, but there isn't a ring. It's the imaginary one in County Championship. But yeah, a lot more fielders around the bat. I think it's just the long leg out on the boundary.
Oh, well taken in the end by James Rue, because that suddenly swerved.
Yeah, didn't get up much either.
Past the off stump.
Almost wrong-footed Rue.
That's the new ball and the different things it can do. It's not been the easiest of days for James Rue. Some challenging takes. But he's kept pretty well, especially to Jack Leach. A dot, which will be quite satisfactory for Kasan Rajitha. Just 1 more left in the over to negotiate. Just Jamie Porter to come. Somerset really keen to polish this innings off. Just 15 overs remaining. We might get a few more than that, if, especially if Jack Leach comes back on. A push and a miss. So Noah Thane will be happy to be back on strike. 180 for 8. Pretorius will continue. I wonder whether we'll see anything of Craig Overton or Lewis Gregory while this ball is still quite new. Just 2 overs bowled with it so far. We're also speculating about whether Jack Leach might come back quickly. See whether he'd get with more bounce from the new ball, make him more of a threat. And single again being offered on either side of the wicket.
Pretorius in once. Nicked. He's got another one. And that is the end of Noah Thane. 41 to his name. He's played well. But Pretorius with that new ball, it's finally done the trick, Stephen.
Absolutely, and the first catch of the day for James Rue as well. Regulation one. Nicely taken. We'll have another look at it. Maybe a little bit of extra bounce. Just the thinnest of edges, really. A feather through to Rue. And won't make mistakes with chances like that. So 1 more to go. Jamie Porter will be the new batter. So numbers 10 and 11 together. The likelihood is we're going to see Somerset bat for a few overs this evening. And in fact, you can expect this man, who's got bat in hand at the moment, to have ball in hand in fairly short order. 3 now for Pretorius. Three for 19 in his 13th. He and Jack Leach have been the outstanding bowlers really today. No one's bowled badly. those two particularly economical and have taken now 6 wickets between them. So, Pretorius to Porter. I don't think anyone's going to be farming the strike now.
No. Shoaib Bashir on the field, fielding that ball. Pretorius at the top of his mark. Forward, left alone outside the off stump.
So 3 bowling points in the bag for Somerset with that fall of that wicket. Nicely played. He wanted a single, but sent back.
Probably hit it a little too well compared to Porter, who took the pace off the ball when he sort of dropped and ran in there. And Bashir was probably a little bit more ready for that one than the previous scamper through. Gonna get a single this time. It's that one off the outside edge, down to third man.
Nicely
Driven,
driven.
quick single.
One try at the stumps,
Davey.
misses. I think he was home. Not sure.
Obviously wants to strike, Jamie Porter.
Well bowled again, Miguel Pretorius. No, he was home if that had hit. Applause at the end of every over, and why not? There was applause of sympathy and applause of congratulation, and now just applause of general encouragement. And I'm going to make way for Charlie.
Thank you, Stephen. Essex 183 for 9 then. Josh Davey is going to continue with the new ball from the river end. He's going to be bowling to Jamie Porter. Still a really good crowd here at Taunton. The Somerset stand and almost the whole of the James Hildreth stand in the shade now. As Porter into the leg side, and Ogborn has a shy at the stumps. Can only hit Rajitha on the forearm or the elbow by the looks. Apologises. Just going for the run out. But a cracking evening down here to watch Somerset wrap this innings up and potentially get out there and have a bat themselves. Davey, and then 3 slips waiting, and inside edge. Porter.
Just get the impression this won't last all that long, this partnership. Maybe they'll prove me wrong, but it hasn't looked that convincing yet. But each run here is very useful in what is likely to be quite a low-scoring game, you'd think. Essex struggling to, well, not unlikely to reach 200. I thought maybe they will get 17 extra runs from here, but be tough. Somerset going to need to bat well as well, just to equal that. Well, he survives it. As I say, I don't have high hopes of this one lasting all that long. If they're going to play like that, there'll be perhaps a few big hits. But
yeah, I don't blame him, though.
No, absolutely not. Go for it. The problem is if you hang around and try and eke out 1s and 2s, you might make a mistake. You've only added a few to the total. Whereas if you can bash 1-6, even if you get out next ball.
I mean, for some people, attack is the best form of defence.
Yep. Absolutely.
Might be entertaining for the next couple of balls anyway.
I was pleased for Miguel Pretorius. Previous wicket going down, he deserved it. He'd had a lot of near misses. He'd had a drop catch. Yeah, deserved that. Second wicket for him, I think, isn't it?
It's
today?
3, yeah,
three
for
third
22.
One. 3 for 22. He's taken very.
Yeah, I mean
good
his figures were good at. I think it was 1 for 18 when we spoke about how unlucky he'd been.
Oh yes, of course he got
three,
Cook as well.
3 for 22. Yeah.
That's steepler from Cook mistiming it.
It's clipped away, and that's going to be at least a couple of runs. Pretorius has to do the fielding at deep square.
So are we expecting a new Umeed-Vaughan opening partnership, do we think? Is that the plan? I guess so. It's a like for like, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dixon out and Umeed in.
Yeah, straight replacement.
Are you playing around with it too much?
Yeah, despite the fragile nature of our middle order last game, I think it's a pretty settled middle order, so yeah, Mead comes in at the top for me.
Quite timed. It's a good area to aim for. But
Yeah, had he timed that, that would have been a lovely shot.
Yeah.
He's just looking at his bat now. It's always the equipment.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't tell me you've never been guilty of that, so when you've been batting. Bit of a mistimed one. Bat moves around in your hand a bit. You think, oh no, something's a problem with that somewhere. You just take in some of the evening sunshine. A lot of people standing up where that temporary stand. I assume the temporary stands. I hope the temporary stand's going to be built in there in time for the T20 season because I've got a ticket in there.
You'd like to hope so.
I hope they're going to build something before T20s get here. We're not all that far away now, of course. Entering May.
I'm sure that will be on the card soon. But I actually do love when that stand isn't there. That, like there's more benches available that side of the ground.
Yeah, it's nice
in the sunshine.
It's a lovely atmosphere. The sort of laid-back nature of a county championship game, where you can wander about the ground, sit where you like.
Yeah, you can just stand and watch there. Just catch up with people.
It's lovely.
Yeah, it's
It
great.
is really nice. And don't get me wrong, T20s are absolutely fantastic. The atmosphere is electric. The entertainment's massive. But there's something just so gentle and lovely about this quite laid-back atmosphere. Obviously, you have your bag search as you come in, but once you've been through that, it's basically do what you like, isn't it?
Yeah.
There we are. There are some of the people enjoying the sunshine. That's a good thing about this time of day in that area. Sun's looking right at you. Yeah, glorious. Glorious day. I've just been outside on the balcony for a bit. Had a chat with a guy called Richard who has been unwell, and I think he heard me talking and recognised my voice and came over and said, "Are you one of the commentators?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Thank you to all of you, because it's such a great service. Actually, while I was ill, he's been ill for about a year. He's watched a lot of the commentary. He's watched a lot of the live stream. So, Richard, thanks very much for coming up and saying hi. Nice to meet you, and glad you're on the mend."
Yeah, great that you can be here in person.
Absolutely. Obviously
enjoying the live action and the atmosphere. I mean, the stream facility is unbelievable. The guys here do a tremendous job, and we're just lucky to be a part of it, aren't we?
Yeah. I mean, you're a proper Somerset player, a Somerset captain. I mean, for me, I'm very lucky. Oh, that's come off the toe end of the bat. Oh, it's going to avoid all the slips running back. Tom Lammonby couldn't get there. What a strange-looking shot from Reggie to that. Not quite.
I'm not sure he intended to
No, I
play
think
a
he was
shot.
trying to get out of the
he
way.
Yeah, he was, and he just left his bat.
Yeah,
In
here
the
we
end,
go.
he found the gap.
Yeah, he's going to need to practice that a bit because
I like that he was looking towards fine leg as he played that.
That's quite a funny shot. Proper number 11 that is, isn't it? I'm looking at that thinking, yeah. He got to run off it though. It doesn't matter how they come really. It doesn't say that in the scoreboard, does it? It just says 1, a single.
It's well played by Porter. Gets in line nicely there.
Did you manage to shut down the cathedral chat pretty quickly when I left? I hope so.
I have like zero
Good.
cathedral knowledge.
It needed it. I think it'd gone on too far.
But I did not know that was Taunton School over there.
What, the one with the roof?
I've never really sort of like looked maybe specifically in that direction and thought about it, and then it makes sense.
Yeah. Full and straight from Pretorius. Just going to be the one. Yeah, this is the benefit of having the binoculars. Take a good look at Taunton skyline. Yeah, lovely building. One of the 3 big private schools in Taunton. All of them got lovely buildings. Yeah, that's Tom Abel's old school, isn't it? Taunton School. That was.
It is, yes.
He is an alumnus of the school. They take their cricket very seriously there. They've got a great big field in front of that building on the Staple Grove Road in Taunton, and when you go over the bridge, over the railway bridge there, you get a lovely view, and if you time it right, you can just see maybe one ball being bowled. I always do that. Do you do that when you're going around, especially on Saturdays or Sundays? You're probably usually playing cricket, that's the thing. So whereas someone like me who isn't required for most teams, they wouldn't want me on there. You go around, you see a village game. I was in Exeter last weekend on the Saturday, and it was a family meal for a big birthday in our family, and we walked back and we just walked past right on the river, a game going on, quite low level I'd say, judging by what was going on. I would have been right at home, I think, put it that way. And I stayed and I watched a few balls. I thought, this is lovely, you know. It doesn't matter what level. Obviously it's great to watch this high quality cricket in front of us here, but even on a Saturday stroll, spotting it, yeah, lovely. It's really lovely when the summer comes back. Oh, in the air over the slips.
It's going to race away. Porter's looking to play his shots against Davey. Picks up his first boundary. Essex move to 191.
Let's have a look at that one. Oh dear. Yeah, well, it's brought up 4. He's just followed it, and fair enough. If you're going to hit it and flash hard, that's what they say, isn't it? If you're going to flash hard, well, it was enough to take it over the slips, and there's no protection after that. So 4 runs. Maybe the 200 is on. Yeah, not timed that one. I suspect although he's probably liking the fact he's batting now, I suspect he'd be quite excited to get the ball, a brand new ball on this pitch.
How many overs we've got left in the day?
11 overs, so we'll lose the rest of this one. That'd be 10, so then the 2, so it'd be 8. If there's a wicket in this over, it'd be 8 overs to face, which could be awkward.
Yeah, it's not an ideal
number, is that's the sort of do we send out a night watch or not territory. That is 8 overs, is quite a long time, half an hour. In the air and over the fielder, and 4 more. Good shot. It's his best, actually. 195 for 9 now. Jamie Porter just lifting it over the fielder for 4.
That's a lovely cricket shot, actually. Gave himself room.
Yeah.
Lovely bat face through the ball there, and yeah, it's probably not the sight that Josh Davey wants, is it? Number 11 hitting you over mid-off for 4.
No.
Probably take the one that's flashed away hard over the slip cordon, but I'll be hoping that Porter gets too excited here and he can get rid of him, which not far away.
Nearly.
Are you playing this year, Charlie?
I will be. There's been a chaser email sent to me, which I've managed to avoid answering just yet. But yeah,
you haven't paid your subs yet, then?
No, that's true. I haven't signed up for the year actually, but I will be. I will be representing Axbridge as always. I'm quite busy the next few weekends, if I'm perfectly honest. So it's not a question of me not having replied. It's because I know the reply when I send it will be, I can't play this week or next week. But yeah, I'll be. I'm playing for Axbridge. If they want me, they might not. They might have had enough of me after all these years. Yeah, I usually get in only about 4 or 5 games a year. At the stumps, Josh, and you're in business there. As Porter's walking away, trying to give himself a bit more room. Yeah, always love it. ball in hand, come up to bowl. Haven't bowled for
a year.
Yeah, pretty much, probably 10 months since my last game. Who knows where it's going? Not me. I don't.
Well, if you don't know, the batter doesn't.
Batter's got no clue. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty terrible stuff, but I enjoy it. Davey in again then. Oh, that's a nice looking shot. Connected that one really well.
That's going to race away.
Yeah. Give me a dive on the boundaries there. No, not even that. 199 for 9. Good shot, Jamie Porter. Oh, I really enjoyed that shot. Just a punch. Yeah, lovely stuff. So 199. Just 51 away from the first batting point. I wonder if they'd be eyeing that up. I think Gregory said right. That's enough of this nonsense. Bring on Craigo. Big round of applause. Big day tomorrow for West Country Sport. As Overton's in. Just clipped into the air, just over the mid-wicket fielder. And in fact, that's going to bring up the 200. A little bit deeper, that fielder, and it would have been easy a chance, but Regita's managed to just flick it over the fielder there, mid-wicket. Was it Tom Banton, I think? And he is going a bit deeper now. Horse might have bolted there, I think, Tom.
Yeah, extra fielder comes into the leg side. Overton's in again. Down the leg side.
Are you a Bristol City fan, Soph? Do you follow that side of the city?
I'm not a massive football fan,
Just
but if
generally
I
not into-
was to follow a team, it would be Bristol City.
They'd-
When I was younger and I was interested in football, I would have followed
City.
Yeah.
Big game tomorrow. I know there'll be plenty of City fans watching this. He likes a little flick, doesn't he, down the leg side, Regita? If they win tomorrow, they secure a playoff place in the Championship, which would be a big achievement.
And who are they playing tomorrow?
They are playing Preston North End, they need a win as well, because they're at the other end of the table.
Yeah.
So big game at Ashton Gate tomorrow. Big day of cricket here as well. Plenty of sport to choose from in the West Country. I wouldn't bother. I'm a Bristol Rovers fan.
I was going
wouldn't
to
bother
say,
with
I
them.
thought you were a
Terrible.
Rovers fan.
1 point from 9 games. Let's just not think about it. Because when the fixtures came out, it looked great as a Bristol Rovers fan. Last game of the season, bank holiday weekend, Blackpool away. You're thinking, oh, hello. There's a day out. There's a weekend away. Don't need to tell you that didn't happen, as Rovers are already relegated. But don't forget, if you are going to that game, you can get the stream going before and after the match. Game starts at 12:30 there in Ashton Gate, so get the stream on for an hour and a half in the morning, and then follow Somerset for the rest. It's a good match-up, that, isn't it? Somerset and Bristol City, the two of them. There'll be a lot of crossover there. There's a lot of backing away going on. They've done well here.
Nice.
This partnership now worth 25. I think that's just going to tick over to 205 now. Yeah, 25 partnership for the 10th wicket.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that partnership between Thane and Cook, especially when you miss an opportunity, those partnerships almost haunt you a little bit. But this one, and the 10th wicket partnership, when that gets just a little bit of momentum, it's so frustrating.
It's the worst, isn't it? As a
fielding side.
Fielding side, knowing that you should be already batting. Oh, that's a lot far away from going through, but Regita gets a bat down on it. I'd be, if I was Umeed and Vaughan, I'd be slightly worried about what might be required of me in the next half an hour. Getting toward, the longer this goes on, we are getting towards Night Watcher being sent out as opening bat. I like it when that happens, like when Leach scored that 92 at Lords. That was opening the, was it opening batting? I think it was, wasn't it? Because he was the Night Watcher right at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really see it often for the opening pair.
No.
Usually
Yeah, there's usually
Wanna
a few
front
down.
front
Yeah.
up, you know, no, my job is to go out and open the batting. That's what I'll do.
Yeah.
But I get, again, the longer this partnership goes on, it's like you're
sake
almost
of
thinking,
4 overs,
right, am I batting in a minute? Am I, how long is it going to go on for? How many overs are we going to face this evening?
Oh, was that taken? No. Really good stop. Nearly got. He almost got 2 hands to it there. It was very close to pitching, I think, just as he got to it. So we've got a replay from a good angle. Yeah, this will be the angle. This is basically how we're seeing it front on. Let's have a look. Oh, it's a good. I think he could have taken it, but it was a tough chance.
Again, Porter backed nearly off the wicket there.
Yeah. It's
Striking
T20 stuff, isn't it? Really, what we're seeing here. Oh yes, I think he could have held on possibly, but would have been a tough chance. Single there.
I don't want to be nasty on commentary, but Jamie Porter running between the wickets. Just have a little watch, Charlie.
Okay, have a look.
It reminds me of a child that's wearing pads for the first time.
Now, you do a lot of cricket coaching, or have done in your life, a lot of cricket coaching with children. So.
But fair play, he's 19 now. He's doing a great job. For
Yeah,
Essex.
So he's
his pads look a little bit too big for him.
Yeah.
He's struggling to run in them. Bless him.
Okay, I'm going to be watching it like a hawk now. Davey in. Ooh, no, not going to be a run there.
This is where Somerset going to get the last wicket now. We're not going to. You're not going to
we'll
enjoy the delights. We'll have to get
some
the
replays.
The replays on. Yeah,
Jamie
maybe
Porter.
the slow mo of the. It's pretty brutal, actually.
That is
isn't it?
brutal. Yeah. Now we're getting towards brutality. Next time we start doing some slow mos of you on the stream, you're going to say, "Oh wow." I remember against Essex, you were getting the slow mos of Jamie Porter running between the wickets.
Sorry, Jamie Porter.
These two hanging on in there, doing a great job for Essex. They're a decent side, Essex. Bat deep. They've got some fantastic bowlers. Always keep an eye out for the Essex fixture. And you know you're going to be in for a bit of a tussle, bit of a scrap with Essex. Who's going to get the better of the other side this time? Some good battles in the past, Essex and Somerset, in the recent past. Two teams that have been up there towards the top. Essex winning the championship a few times. Somerset not managing that ever. Not too late this season. I know the table doesn't look great at the moment from a Somerset perspective. They've had some issues, and obviously that Matt Henry news was a real blow. It was a massive blow for Somerset. He is transformative in a side. But get a few wins together. Plenty of games left, but they do need wins. They always seem to start a bit slowly, Somerset. They rarely get off to a winning start.
Yeah, that's where that Worcester game was.
It would have been so important, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
First game of the
first
season.
game.
Huge total from Banton and a win. Yeah, that last wicket. Well, they batted brilliantly, didn't they, throughout Worcestershire? Those 200 overs. I thought they were so calm and clever about the game and the way they played. It was proper red ball cricket, and that's what we love about this game, isn't it? But very frustrating if you're the other side, especially when you're at home and the pitch. You think, oh, I'd love to have a bit more help from the pitch. There we are. Thank you everyone who's been getting in touch with us today. At Charlie Taylor 4 on social media. You can find me on X, Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky. Thanks to everyone who's been getting in touch on there. What's your tag, Sophie? I know I follow you, but I can't remember your. What's the best way to get in touch?
Probably Sophie Luff.
If you search
06.
Sophie Luff, you come up. What's the 06? Is that a birthday or a birth
Yeah,
month?
Sophie Luff 06. Yes. Born on the 6th, I think.
Yeah, people assume
Too
that
exciting.
people, because mine is 4. People assume it's that I'm the 4th, that the Charlie Taylor 1, 2, 3 were taken, but no, it's because my birthday's in April. That's as simple as that. Charlie Taylor was taken because Taylor is an extremely common name, and so then the next choice was number 4. Oh, got him! There we go. Overton does the trick. Porter goes one big shot too many, and it gets through his defences and onto the stumps, and that is the end of Essex for 206. And so we will lose an over. There'll be 5, I think, left to bat for Somerset this evening. 5 overs for Somerset's openers, or maybe a night watcher, to survive. But Sophie, what do you make of that then? Quite an odd day, the way the wickets fell there. It looked like Essex were going to have quite a good day at the start, and then Somerset really came back into it.
Yeah, I'd definitely say that Somerset started slowly. We definitely bowled in good areas, but maybe just didn't get the luck in the morning session. And then after lunch, we were fantastic. And look, there's always going to be partnerships in games of cricket, so I felt like Essex, their lower order probably did need to sort of put their hand up, and they did that. A couple of partnerships there to get them to over that 200 mark. But I think they'll be pretty keen to come out and have a bowl on this surface now, and it's all in Somerset's hands in terms of the way that they approach this batting innings now.
The last 3 wickets put on 70 runs. That's frustrating. On a low-scoring game, you sort of want to get rid of that tail really quickly, don't you? You don't want them doing that. So Somerset will be disappointed there. That's well played, though. Sam Cook, Noah Thane and Jamie Porter alongside Kason Rajita as well. Somerset, they know that this is a pitch that's not offering a lot for the batters. The bowlers are going to be helped here. How do they go about these 5 overs then?
Well, it's going to be challenging, isn't it? Up against, so I presume it'll be Porter, Cook with the new ball for Essex. Yeah, they're going to have to navigate it. Comes with the territory of being an opening batter. It's probably you're always going to face the best bowlers, and a 5 over period is a very small window. You could probably only fail in that situation. So yeah, I think they need to come out, make sure that they're both there at the end of the day, and I think Somerset will then be very happy with their work today.
Easier said than done. And come out and say, yeah, I'll still be here. But when you've got Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, who I suspect will be the first 2 men with the ball in their hands, they might try Simon Harmer, given that it has spun a bit, but I suspect it will be Porter and Cook. That is a tough proposition on a pitch like this. Well, it's fascinating to see how this goes. We'll bring you those, it's saying minimum remaining today 7, but I don't think they've taken off the 2 for the changeover there, so I think it's 5. And we will rejoin you in about, I suspect, 5 or so minutes' time to bring you the final bit of play today when Somerset will start their reply to Essex's 206 all out. I told you it wouldn't be very long. Here we are again then for the final 5 overs. I think it's 5. It still says remaining 7, but I'm fairly sure they haven't taken off the 2.
I think that'll probably be updated.
Yeah. So we've got 5 overs remaining in the day for Somerset. Well, I'm going to say to survive. I mean, they might want to take a bit of a chunk out of the 206. There won't be very many they can take out, but if they can, they will, I'm sure. But the key thing here, Stephen Lamb, who's alongside me, as Sophie Luff has finished her stints of the day. The key thing, I think, is survival, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Really, you don't want to be 1 or even 2 or worse down, do you, by the close of play, with only 5 wickets to go, 5 overs to go.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what will be in the minds of the 2 openers. It has gone down to 5 remaining now. Scoreboard's caught up with that. I just wonder if they bowled 5 overs by 5 to 6, we might get an extra
Yes,
one.
it's a minimum 5, isn't it? Yes, you're right. There could well be another 1 or 2. So, yes, Somerset. It depends. If they bowl Simon Harmer, then we may well do it. Well, we've got Umeed for sure, because that is him on your screens now, who hasn't played a First Division match this summer, or this season. He's played in the second 11 team.
Yeah, thus far it's been Sean Dixon, hasn't it?
Dixon.
Who's had that slot.
Yeah.
And very unfortunate after that excellent rearguard knock he played down at the Utilita Bowl.
Yes, is that the Utilita Bowl? Is that where's that? Is that the official pronunciation? Have I missed it?
Well, I've
always called it Utilita. Am I wrong?
Well, you may know. I'm sure you're right, Charlie. So it's slightly different emphasis on syllables.
Utilita. I guess it's a company name. It's not an actual word. So
Utilita, you're saying?
I say utilita.
Okay.
Like utilities.
Anyway.
Utilita. Anyway.
It was a good rearguard.
Either way, it was good, wasn't it, Stephen? It was good. As I suspected, it's Sam Cook, who is going to be bowling to Archie Vaughan, the other opener. Oh, it's down the leg side, but it's a fierce ball. And this just gives Archie Vaughan a little idea of what he's going to be facing for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, so unfortunate really for Sean Dixon, having played that unbeaten knock to be hit on the hand in his very next innings. Now how long he'll be out for. He very bravely came back in to bat at the end of the innings to keep Lewis Gregory company. Anyway.
Yeah, and that was useful, although they went on to lose the game. They added some good runs there. Oh, this is going to be a tough test for young Archie Vaughan. There are no easy moments, I don't think, in the county championship, and this will be up there with some of the hardest, I think. Essex with 5 overs to bowl, so they don't really need to keep themselves fresh because they'll have a big old rest after that. Pitch like this.
Yeah, we've seen the ball pass the bat so often today, and that's just one more time. And Sam Cook is a class operator. No need to play that. Archie Vaughan won't mind at all if he gets deliveries like that.
Anything that doesn't need to be played doesn't get played. In my opinion, if you're playing those, you've got to ask the question why you play at this stage. Tomorrow morning is different, but here and now, let those balls go by the batter, by the stumps, which he did there. Essex are well up for this. Body language very good. 4 slips in place. Comes Cook again, the right armour. Oh, it's a beauty. That's a beauty. That's what England will be looking forward to as well.
Great shape away from the batter.
Oh, that's taken a wicket on some other days for sure.
I felt Lewis Gregory was very unlucky not to take a wicket today.
Yeah.
Passed the bat on numerous occasions.
Yeah, gone. I think that's been taken. And it was just too good for Archie Vaughan. If he missed it, he was going to be given out LBW, I suspect. He hit it, and it was really well taken in the slips. And Vaughan goes in the first over. Somerset a 0 for 1, and it is not at all how they would have hoped to start this innings. And Essex have got one of the openers.
Yeah, Sam Cook, well, it wasn't really much of a surprise after the previous deliveries, was it? Passed the bat on 2 occasions, one with an absolute beauty, and Archie Vaughan just being given no chance to settle.
Oh, it's an absolute beauty, that. Very difficult to play. He'll hang his head there, Archie Vaughan, but he's up against one of the absolute best in conditions that are helping him. So, yeah, Somerset are 0 for 1. And it's Josh Davey, so the night watcher was ready and waiting to go, but coming in at 3. I wonder whether it might have... I don't know. For me, I think, well, surely you want your night watcher out there.
Well, with only 5 overs in prospect.
And then he gets that ball rather than Archie Vaughan, and you think, well, that's probably for the best, isn't it? Anyway, that's my thought on it. Easy to do it from up here, I guess.
Yeah, and also, what do you do then if he gets that ball? And
yeah,
he's dismissed?
well then it's time for Jack Leach to go out there, and you just go down it from the other way, just reverse the running order. That's all you do.
Yeah.
The batting order, just go from Leach, and then you've got Pretorius. You know. Yeah, there's arguments either way, isn't there? He's been done by very... I think whoever's getting that ball is really struggling to not get out one way or another. 4 slips in place then. And there's Davey. Faces this one, and he's played it really well. Really well. Got forwards and defended it.
Yeah.
Good over that. Really good over from Sam Cook. Great to watch. Absolutely love that. He'll fancying another few overs tonight as well.
Yeah, there's basically a minimum of 4 remaining in the 15 minutes that we've got left. And Simon Harmer is going to take the new ball. We wondered whether it might happen, and it's going to. The off spin of Harmer, which has been so successful for Essex in recent seasons. We're going to get an immediate example. There will be 2 close fielders in addition to the keeper.
We did say it, didn't we? What would Umeed and Vaughan have been thinking towards the end of that Essex innings when there were 5 overs left? I think they would have thought, oh no, don't really fancy this much. Can we just come back tomorrow? Right, Umeed then. Stephen, this will be your over.
Yeah,
You have the spin.
It's not often that Umeed comes in at the top of the order to face a spinner.
No, that's true. Quite unusual, really.
Here is his first ball. Defended pretty well down to deep backward square, and immediately off the mark. That'll be a relief to him.
And that's good because Josh Davey is there to take the strike at the moment, so use him if you can. If you can get that single. Davey fancies himself a bit as a batter, and that's what a lot of people say. And he's good when he shapes up nicely. He's got good technique.
He started off as a batter.
Yeah. He's proved himself well as a night watcher recently. Oh, more runs there. That's a lovely shot. Well, they're going to get at least 2. They might stop at 2, I think. Will they go for 3? Yeah, they're not worried about keeping on strike. They've gone for 3. Yeah, take the runs as they come. Good shot.
Yep, nice start for Josh Davey. And 4 for 1 looks, well, just a little bit better than 0 for 1.
Yeah, it's not great, but it is better, you're right.
So it's Umeed on strike now. Appeal for LBW, not out, says Ben Debenham, or indicates. He probably does say it too.
Yeah, 206 is looking quite good, I think. would be my take from watching these first 10 deliveries.
That's defended well by Umeed. Got the full face of the bat onto it. The fact that Harmer has taken the new ball makes it all the more likely we'll see more than 5 overs this evening. Again, firm defence from Umeed. His first championship match of the season, as we've been saying. And an awkward time. That's played comfortably enough. Just waited for the ball to come onto the bat and played it pretty well. Simon Harmer has that very easy, repeatable action. 4 for 1 with 2 overs complete. And Sam Cook will no doubt continue. Wicket maiden to start with. Here comes his second.
Not the first wicket maiden in this match, and I suspect not the last either. Cook running in, bright orange soles of his boots. Yeah, left. Well left by Josh Davey. Bat high above his head, just letting that one through.
Yeah, if it starts off outside the off stump, then
yeah, you're fairly safe. Fairly safe. Never can say never, but you are.
It's the deliveries that force the batter to play, of which we saw a couple in the previous over, which are so dangerous.
Yeah.
Like that.
That's a brilliant ball. Exactly what you said, Stephen. Make the batter play, move it just a touch. It's a fantastic delivery that's too good for Josh Davey. He's great to watch. I've watched Sam Cook a lot of times because I've been to a lot of the games with Essex here, and he's great every time. And I'm so pleased for him getting that call up to England because he more than deserves it, in my opinion. He's probably overdue it. Great to watch. Another good ball. Not quite as good as the previous one, but still very good.
Just enough room for Umeed to leave it. Come on, Sammy, someone shouts. Tractor's here. You probably heard him in the background.
Yes, yeah. I didn't did hear him while I was out on the balcony a bit.
He's encouraging Craig Overton earlier.
Yeah. Comes Cook. Oh, that's well played by Davey, getting bat on it. Well defended.
Yes, that repeats the stroke.
4 for 1, nearly 3 overs gone. We've got 9 minutes left. Yeah. I'm sure if you're clever, Umeed and Davey, they might just take a bit of time, might need their shoelaces tied a bit. Bit of gardening going on the pitch, bit of poking and prodding between each delivery. Slow it down a bit. Try and save yourself for the extra over. Here we go, Davey walks off a bit. Just a bit of, you know, professional batsmanship, if you like.
Just one delivery remaining in this over for Davey to negotiate.
He's 1 for 1 so far. Cook. No, 1 for 0. He's had yeah, it was maiden the first time. He hasn't had a run this time either to his name, so he's 1 for 0. Oh, he remains at 1 for 0, just about. Could easily have been 2 for no runs, but very, very good bowling from Sam Cook, from Little Chef.
As in the previous over, 2 absolute beauties.
Yeah.
And,
Davey's got his sort of hands up saying, what on earth, what's going on? How am I supposed to play that? Somerset are 202 behind still. They're not going to worry too much about that today, but just about getting through. Just the 1 wicket down, that's what they'll want to stay as. Somerset no more than that.
a huge disappointment for Archie Vaughan. Can't really blame himself for the dismissal. It was the bowlers.
He's got a very good ball. Archie Vaughan is still very young, still learning his way in the game. Still probably won't have come up against many more tough situations than this.
Harmer then, and that's good defence.
You know, he's so early on in his career, Archie Vaughan. He's got plenty of time to gain that experience to become a really good batter. But
yeah, he's only 19.
Yeah,
still
so much time. But you've got to give it to Sam Cook. He is one of the best. And we're getting a lovely show of that this evening. And Harmer, obviously, extremely good player. Yep. I suspect we're going to get 6 overs in. It's good for Essex. They've put the spinner on, try and get that extra over in tonight.
Oh, is that taken round the corner? There's an appeal. Not out, says Ben Debenham.
Didn't sound like the bat. Let's have a look at the replay. What's that come off? Bit of pad, yeah, his front foot. Yeah. It's a good catch, good take. Worth asking the question, but I think it's the right call.
Some oohs and ahs around the bat as Umeed defends again. He's got plenty of company out there.
It's such a tough sport sometimes. When you're a batter out there and you've got a whole team right around you, especially those close fielders. You've got the ball turning and seaming. That's a pretty lonely place, isn't it? Just you and your partner at the other end, 22 yards away. It's not like football, is it, where you've got all your teammates on the pitch with you all the time. This is a very different game. That's why we like it, isn't it?
He's taking his time. He's got another short fielder come in. There are 4 now, plus the keeper. Again, that's solid defence.
Oh, it's brave, isn't it? It is brave. Because, you know, if you get it slightly wrong, it just takes the edge. You've got all those 5 players around you, desperate to catch it off the edge.
Here's Harmer. And here again is Umeed.
And Harmer makes him play. Puts it on the place where he has to play it. He has to use his bat, and you've got those players around you. Great battle. Absolutely loving this.
It's terrific. It's why we watch cricket, isn't it? Battles like this. But credit to Andy Umeed in that over. He played Harmer pretty safely. So 4 gone. It says 1 remaining on the scoreboard. I think we will see a couple. 1 more now from Sam Cook, and there should just be time for another one from Harmer. Cook's going to be bowling to the night watchman.
Over the wicket comes Cook. Oh, it's moving away again. It's really good bowling. He's got it on a piece of string here, Sam Cook. Just a lovely bit of swing. What are we going to get? We'll probably get one more over after this, I suspect, won't we, Harmer? So, although your screen there saying minimum remaining today, it's that minimum which is important. We'll get those 5 balls in. I suspect, maybe unless a wicket falls, perhaps.
Well, if a wicket falls, it could be interesting, couldn't it?
Yeah, I suspect there'll be another one after that, given that we've had that spin. But let's see what happens. 5 balls to go in this over. It's well defended, Josh Davey. A little bit too straight from Cook, not finding that movement there in that line. 4 for 1 is the score. Not really important at the moment. It will be tomorrow, but at the moment it's just about making sure there aren't any more in that wickets column. Another beautiful day. We really have been treated at Taunton so far this season. 4 lovely days and that Worcestershire draw, and now 1 day here against Essex, all under glorious blue skies. Now that has moved. It's jagged well in, and Davey is beaten, but he survives. Crucially, he survives.
Yeah, that was going to leg, wasn't it?
Yeah, let's have a look. Just watch the. Look at that coming in, swinging hard.
It's great bowling.
Yeah, really good. Big smile on Sam Cook's face. He's enjoying himself. Probably enjoying himself slightly more with ball in hand than when he was batting, where he scored 8 off 73 balls.
It was a useful knock.
Oh yeah, it was a helpful knock for Thane at the other end, but that's a good line. Are they going to run it? No, they turned down the single there.
Josh Davey is saying, I will take Cook to the end of the day.
Fair enough. That's what the night watcher is there for, really. In my opinion, that's kind of what you do when you're out there. You farm the strike if you can. No point in you being at the other end and exposing the top order batter.
I think that was good thinking.
Doing his job, yeah, especially because how many is left in the over? A couple of balls left, yeah. A bit too early to try and keep the strike, isn't it? Perhaps off this ball or the next one you might have run it. Let's have a look. Oh, shot. Well, that might be 4. It's going to be a dive, yeah. No, it goes all the way. Well, that's even better. Listen to that. That's the biggest cheer of the day, isn't it? 4 off that penultimate ball of the Sam Cook over. That's a lovely bit of timing.
Yeah, a little bit of a relief of tension in the crowd as well.
That's a great shot. 4 added, so it doubles Somerset's score, 8 for 1.
Doesn't need to worry about keeping the strike. Maybe this time. This is the last ball from Sam Cook that we'll see today, without question.
And I'm pretty, it's just gone on to 59, so this will be just 1 over after this. Oh, another lovely shot. Now what are they going to do there? I think just take the single, Davey.
Making sure that he will take Harmer.
Really, really good work from Josh Davey, who deserves a lot of credit, I think, for the way he's played for Somerset so far this season on some pretty unforgiving tracks. He's come in and he's bowled hard, taking wickets, as he always does, there's crucial wickets, and now he's doing the job of a night watcher number 3 very well.
Yeah, he's doing it to a T.
He certainly is. Right, 17:59 is the digital clock here. That's the one we follow. There is an analogue clock on top of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, but tend not to use that one. A bit more decorative. So this will be the last over of the day, Stephen. It's all yours.
Still 4 men around the bat, plus the keeper. Harmer to Davey. Well played.
It's tense, isn't it? Clock ticks over to 6 o'clock, so this is the final over.
So if a wicket should fall now, that will be stumps.
Yeah.
Turned around the corner, fielded by Elgar. He's the backward of the 2 short legs. Also got a slip and a silly point. Tense final moments of the day in beautiful sunshine. Again, well defended. Just turned down to backward square leg. 3 more to negotiate.
It's a brilliant bit of a passage of play, this.
firm defence again from the bat of Josh Davey.
So yeah, that point you made about it being stumps, that's Josh Davey having done his job there, isn't it? Getting to the last over.
Yeah.
No new batter will be exposed now.
He knew when he settled for that single
that
sorted
it
done
out
his
for the
job.
day. Yeah. Half appeal, but and the other thing is, if Davey survives this next delivery, he might fancy having a bit of a.
I have no doubt that he
bash
will
tomorrow, because it sort of gives you a bit of a license then,
it.
doesn't it? A night watcher who survives the night.
Absolutely. Here's the last ball of the day from Simon Harmer. Defended well. Davey lives to fight another day.
Very
well
good work.
batted.
Very good work from Josh Davey, and Essex, who picked up a wicket to start with. Archie Vaughan, the man to go. 9 for 1 in reply to Essex's 206, having been asked to bat first up, Essex by Somerset. Where do you think the balance lies on this one then, Stephen? Who's in front?
Well, I think Essex will be delighted with that wicket. And it's a bit too early to tell. I would say it's shading towards Essex.
I'd agree.
Hard. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? How the pitch will play.
206, I think, feels like a pretty
a
good
decent
score. Yeah, I think on this pitch. But as Stephen says, things can change overnight. Depends on the weather conditions. A bit cooler, I think, tomorrow. Who knows how the pitch might stand up? Might get better to bat on. Might get better to bowl on, which is not what Somerset would like. But we will have to wait and see. Stephen, thank you so much for your company. Are you here tomorrow?
I am indeed.
Well, we'll look forward to hearing and seeing you then. I am not, but I will double check with the rota people just to make sure that is correct. But thank you very much for joining us today on what's been a glorious day here at Taunton, and from Stephen and Sophie, who've been here all day, and from me, who sort of joined in a third of the way in. Thanks so much, and we'll be back again tomorrow just before 11 o'clock for the resumption of play.
Gregory. Oh my goodness me! Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome! Oh yes!
I'm James Roux, and today we are recreating some classic Somerset photographs to celebrate 150 years of the club and the launch of our new County Championship shirt.
Hi, I'm Lewis Gregory, all-rounder at Somerset County Cricket Club. I've been playing at Taunton since 2010, been home for me now for the best part of 15 years. My experience with Alliance Medical here at Taunton's been amazing. The service that we get is pretty special. It's really important to have access to world-leading technology and diagnostics. I guess as sportsmen, you need that technology to determine any injuries or not injuries. Having access to a 3T scanner for us is amazing. It's got a stronger magnet and gives us higher resolution pictures, which for MSK injuries, which we tend to get, it gives us a better picture on the injuries that we're dealing with and come up with a more detailed plan of rehab and way forward. Alliance Medical had the best service, got us in quickly, got us seen quickly, and yeah, got us diagnosed with what we needed. Alliance Medical are the perfect imaging partner for Somerset. This partnership's really integral to keep our guys match ready. I visit the Centre for Scans quite regularly. I pretty much do know the team pretty well. I've seen the smiling faces. It's always a nice introduction, and it's 10 minutes from the ground for us. Car park's really spacious. It's I guess a modern facility for everyone to use. Yeah, I'd recommend Taunton Diagnostics to people around the community. It's a great facility and somewhere that you can come if you do need any imaging. It's a long, hard season on the bodies for a lot of boys, and yeah, to have this facility available to us to get guys back on the park quicker or to keep them on the park is amazingly special.
So, if like these Somerset cricketers, you want to have a good innings, make sure you get it checked to avoid serious illness or even death.
We're going to check your blood pressure today. It takes just 1 minute to have this done. I'll pop this cuff onto your arm. It'll start to inflate and you'll feel a bit of pressure. Please let me know if this pinches at all. So your blood pressure is absolutely perfect. The top reading, the systolic, is 130 and the diastolic is 64. So both of those are very healthy blood pressure. It shows you're looking after yourself very well. For having your blood pressure checked, you can go to any pharmacy and they'll check the blood pressure for you, or you can also borrow a machine from the library, take it home and do your measurements there.
Do you need to book an appointment when you go into these pharmacies, or can you just walk in?
So some pharmacies do have online booking and some just let you walk straight in. It also doesn't have to be the pharmacy you normally collect your tablets from, so if going to one next to where you work or where you train is easier, you're welcome to go to there as well.
Don't let high blood pressure bowl you over this year. Get your blood pressure tested, like our Somerset cricketers and staff have, today.
Quick and easy to do, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, very easy.
Lovely. So your top reading, the systolic, is 129 and your diastolic is 80. So that's a completely normal and healthy blood pressure. And your resting heart rate is 47, which is very good. You're clearly someone who's fit and healthy and looks after yourself.
Well, we try to.
So from today, this nice normal blood pressure reading will go automatically to your GP surgery and be on your medical record, so that should you ever need to know what your blood pressure is, it's there and it's stored.
Take the pressure off and get your blood pressure checked today. It's quick. It takes just a few minutes to get tested.
Let's knock high blood pressure out for 6. With our 6 top tips for bowling high blood pressure out for good.
Keep physically active. Minimise your body weight. Take a low salt diet. Minimise your alcohol intake. Getting help to stop smoking. And take any medication as prescribed.
One of life's great invites, Thatchers have invited me to their orchard to see the process from on the tree to in the pint. Shipplate Orchard is just 16 minutes from Myrtle Farm, Thatcher's largest orchard with 137 acres of land and home to 65,700 trees. It's got the most amazing views over the levels and across the Bristol Channel. No wonder our apples are so happy here. The apples include varieties such as Dabinet, Three Counties, Tremlett Bitter, and of course, the Somerset Red Streak. There's even a royal variety called Prince William, named after his favourite drink when at university. When it's time to harvest, we shake the apples from the tree using specialist tree shakers. It's fascinating to watch, and a lot more effective than back in the day when William Thatcher used to shake the trees by hand. Once the apples are shaken from the tree, it's just a case of gently sweeping them up. The harvester has giant brushes that collect the apples and transfer them to the trailer that's hooked up to our tractor. Right, my lovers, we got a trailer full of apples. We're back to Myrtle Farm now to press these into pints. So we made it to the processing farm. Here is John here, who we met earlier, with my apples, ready to put them onto the weighbridge here at Myrtle Farm. Our trailers gently lower the apples onto the apple sorter and washer. So now we see nearly the end of the road for the Thatcher's apples, going into the cleaning facility. All of the, as I'd like to call them, bad apples are got rid of, dropped through the bottom, all the leaves and bits that the machines have picked up, all disappearing, and all those high quality apples going into the press a bit later on to make that famous Thatcher cider. It's ideal, this machine, but it actually came from the potato industry and works brilliantly for our apples. It's gentle on the apples, saves on water, and has been a fantastic addition to Myrtle Farm. We can shake, collect, deliver into the press within an hour. That's impressive and means we get the apples to Myrtle Farm when they are still at their absolute finest. The apples are fed into the mill and pressed into apple juice. Our cider making experts then ferment the juice and turn it into cider. This is probably the most important part of the whole cider making process. and then the juice is matured, blended, ready for tasting. The cider makers taste the cider every day to make sure it's absolutely perfect. Now that's a job to get. Hey, Martin, where do I put my application in? After a hard day's work harvesting the Thatcher's cider apples, it's only right that you taste the fruits of your labour. Over.
I guess when he was about 7, we started doing more things together, playing more sports in the garden.
There's definitely a competitive relationship between me and Dad. We've played many sports against each other over the years. We've got darts, pool, table tennis all in the garage. Played all the racket sports. We still play golf against each other. But the one sport that I've never beaten Dad at is tennis. And that is because he refused to play me since I was 12 years old.
He beat me at everything else by 13, and so I had to, had to just call it a day there.
I remember distinctly having a birthday party here. There was a cricket party when I was 7 or so. Dad managed to cut a strip and rolled it. We've even got a little roller in the garage and had a great time.
I went to various estate agents and borrowed sale signs, and we put them around the garden as hoardings around the boundary rope, and we had a small little strip in the middle that we cut and rolled, and he had, I think, 13 friends around, so there was almost two teams worth of players, and they all had a bat and they all had a bowl, and then they had a lovely party tea afterwards. When we first looked at this house, the estate agents suggested to us that we should take a pair of shears with us, because we wouldn't even be able to get in through the gate because it had been neglected for years and it was very, very overgrown. When we got a lot of the bulk clearance done and I started to cut the grass, it was quite obvious that it was just a sea of weed and very little grass, more moss than anything else. Because of the size of the garden, I didn't have the time to do very much about it, so it was obvious that we needed some help to get the grass into a decent condition, which is when we engaged the services of Green Thumb. At one stage the garden was full of climbing frames and we had an above ground swimming pool and trampoline, all sorts of other stuff, and whenever Green Thumb came they had to move all this stuff around to actually tend to the grass, so they've been great.
I remember Green Thumb coming round probably from the age of about 8, because I remember the little orange pellets that were always in the grass, and Dad would say, no, you're not allowed to play on them whilst that's out there, so I was always frustrated for a week or so after Green Thumb had come, but obviously it gets the grass to look like it does. I've put it through a lot of trauma over the years with cricket spikes, rugby boots, and I think it's obviously testament to them that every time I come back home now, and when I came home after school, it looked immaculate and I was able to just get out there and have some fun. I think they've done a fantastic job for 25 years. There's probably a few patches around the garden where I've taken a few too many divots with the golf club as well, and they've managed to get it growing back very well.
I think the combination of what they have done, the treatments that we've had, and the advice they've given us on how to care for the lawn in the interim, it's been first class.
Get to the cricket this season with First Bus.
We all make mistakes. They aren't deliberate, and that's why they're called mistakes. But sadly, sometimes these can have life-changing consequences. If you suffered a medical mistake, misdiagnosis, or incorrect treatment, then Harris Fowler can help. Our specialist team are ready to help you receive the compensation, treatment, and aftercare that you deserve. There's no win, no fee, and no risk. Contact Harris Fowler today on 0800 213 214. Don't suffer because of someone else's mistake. Harris Fowler, the personal injury solicitor.
Plan it, track it, buy it with the First Bus app.
Get to the cricket this season with First Bus.
Get ready, get ready, get ready for it. Get ready. I'm in my with the new. I'm in my new era. I'm back. I'm better.
Nice to meet you, Finn. I'm Dan. How you doing, mate? You okay?
Hi, it's Tom Abel here. We're at the Cooper Associates County Ground and I'm with Leachy and Craigie. We've got a little surprise in store for Finn Mackay, who has an incredibly inspiring story. He's a huge part of the Somerset disabled cricket community. He doesn't know we're here this morning, so we're here to surprise him. And we've got a little gift for him, kindly supported by WPA, so yeah, here goes.
We're here today at the Cooper Associates County Ground to talk a little bit about Finn and the Super Ones. Just tell us how important the Super Ones have been to your family and to Finn.
It's fair to say that having a lad with quite severe learning difficulties, it's not easy. There's struggles both with the formal stuff, education, and getting what he needs, and also the fact that he's different, and he does have enough insight to know that he's different. So he can be lonely, can be sort of isolated.
We had all these plans for his future, like you do when you have a new baby, and it was a really, really tough time thinking, what his future would be. He was a very, very difficult baby and toddler, as you can imagine. And we felt very isolated. Friends, you find, they say when something like this happens, you discover who your friends are. You certainly do. And we felt very much on our own.
He's got two older sisters who, obviously, as parents, you're trying to balance the special needs requirements with an ordinary family life for his two sisters. So it's not been straightforward, We planned to have 3 children and do wonderful things together, and it impacted a great deal on the time that we could spend, with them, doing stuff. So they've had to put up with an awful lot, really. Having him, you're not accepted in the normal world, taking him places. So when Super Ones came along, we jumped at the chance that there was something for young people like him. You immediately felt that he felt relaxed. We felt relaxed because we were always on edge with him. If we took him, to other places, people would frown at you and stuff with his behaviour. So to be able to relax knowing that he could do what he wanted, he was fine. What's developed through this has been amazing because it is life-changing for him. But I think, on reflection, it's probably life-changing for all of us as a family, actually. That there's more support from other families and other parents.
Someone without additional needs, I guess, we take that for granted, that you can go out and find a place to belong and have that sense of belonging. But for some young people, that's not always the case. So to provide that, and they can build that identity, feel part of the community, and then begin to experience what we might take for granted it has huge impact. The statutory bodies, as we all know, everyone's under financial pressure. So Finn, without this, wouldn't have a great deal now that he's left formal education. He wouldn't have a great deal of interaction. It completely changed all of our lives to, be a part of something like that. Yes, it's cricket, but then you've got so much more that comes off the back of that, which actually for Finn has just helped him grow as a person. So that's been great. And, long may it continue.
And also your favourite sort of Somerset players, I'd like to touch on that. We spoke before we started actually about some of your favourite players, and one of them was it Tom Abel was your favourite player? Yeah. If Tom was around right now, that would be great, wouldn't it? What would you say to Tom?
What would you say? Do you think he's good?
You could always ask him.
Hiya, Finn. Good to see you, buddy. You okay? Hiya, how are you? Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Bit of a surprise. We always see you here supporting us, Finn. So, we obviously thought we'd come and have a bit of a knock around if you fancy a bit of a game. So before we do that, we've also got a little gift for you. Leachy's got a little award here. So,
wow.
It's an exclusive invitation. There's a disability game at Lord's, so we've got you an exclusive invitation.
Wow, Finn, to
and
go to
WPA are kindly covering the cost of your travel and your accommodation.
Oh wow.
And on top of that, there is also tickets for you and your family to day 3 of a test match against Sri Lanka at the Oval, which hopefully, Leachy will be playing in. So, fingers crossed, yeah. So, that's for all your commitment and everything that you do for Super Ones,
Oh, wow, what did you say?
You deserve it.
That's amazing, isn't it? He's quiet now, but he won't stop talking about it.
for the next goodness knows how long. That's amazing. Thank you.
Pleasure. Should we play a bit of cricket? I think the nets are set up for you, so should we have a bit of a bat and a ball?
Yeah, fancy that?
Sound good? Show us what you got. Right, you got Craigo and Jack Leach bowling at you. Boy, nice shot. Why, nice. Hey, nice ball.
Well, buddy. Finn, we've got one more little surprise for you. We've got a signed championship shirt from this year from all the boys. You can get framed up. Okay? Do you like that one? Come on, buddy.
Finn, what are you doing?
Oh, bold. Well done.
Well done, Finn, that was awesome. Great to see you, buddy.
in a chilly morning in front of a nice warm fire at Blackmore Farm at Cannington.
Cannington, correct.
So what's it feel like to be back here?
Oh, well, we always like coming back. We haven't been back for 3 years, obviously, COVID. And so we've all been looking forward to it, and lucky enough to bring our daughter and grandson with us this year.
Brilliant. How do we come to have Somerset in your name, Derek? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, well, it was mentioned in my benefit brochure, but it's a made-up story. The real truth is that it's from my grandfather's side on my mother's side, and her father was Henry Somerset Wickets. And one of his brothers had the name, but prior to that, we don't know where it came from. So just have to blame my great-grandfather, who was Henry Rowley Wickets. But there was no trace of Somerset before that. So it's a bit of a mystery in that respect.
You said you've done a bit of family history background with the genealogy side of things,
sure.
And you maybe have tenuous links with Casey Aldridge, because Aldridge is a family name.
Well, that's right. That's on my mother's side. Same part of the family, but on her mother. My grandmother was an Aldridge from Gloucester, and she had lots of brothers, sisters, aunts, cousins, and nieces, and they were all over Gloucestershire, Tewkesbury, and every Stroud, Gloucester, and I noticed that Casey's from Bristol, so not too far away.
Oh, interesting, isn't it? Might be another one in the family coming through.
You never know. Yeah. Haven't had the chance to meet him yet, but hopefully one day.
Good. Tell me, how did you get into cricket in the first place? You were born in Amersham, weren't you?
That's right.
And so, how does it come about that you started with cricket in the first
well,
place?
I don't know. My brother and I liked playing cricket from a very young age, and the local cricket ground was just down the road, Amersham Hill Cricket Club, which is no longer. And from there, my father and mother liked sport as well. But and I had an uncle Derek, who was unfortunately killed in the war, and he was a good sportsman, cricket, tennis, soccer, and so that's where it came from, I think. But and then we progressed through. We then joined Chesham Cricket Club. And then on to Buckinghamshire, young amateurs, Buckinghamshire minor counties, and Michael went to Nottingham when he was 18, I think, 19, and then it was 2 years later I joined Surrey at 21.
Let's just go back to you before then. You played football a bit, didn't you, in your younger days?
Well, until I got injured when I was 19. But I played. Yeah, I played for the local Amersham town, and Michael played in Nottingham as well, and had a trial at Vicarage Road. Didn't go any further, but it was at the stage even then that you had to decide soccer or cricket really. That Jimmy Standen, who you may remember, he's a bit older than us, but he lived at Chorley Wood, just down the road, and I think he did both, and I think he's the only guy to win a FA Cup medal and a Championship medal.
64, he won the FA Cup, didn't
like
he?
Yeah,
I think it was.
And he Worcester when he played for Worcester.
He did indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
So you've remained a Watford Football Club fan. Who would just talk about one or two of the names when you were growing up? Who's sticking in your brain?
Oh, at Watford.
Yeah.
Oh well, Cliff Holton.
Cliff Holton
was the number one. He's still a big name there, really, although he's been gone a long time now. And there were all sort of local guys, and there was an Australian actually, Frank Mitchell, played for Worcestershire, played a bit for Warwickshire, played in the Warwickshire League and Birmingham League, but he played for a number of clubs, including Watford. And then, Pat Jennings, he started at Watford, and a number of others right up to he got in the Premier League.
Yeah. Let's then move on to your cricket. You played minor county cricket with Buckinghamshire for several seasons, didn't you?
Yes, I first played when I was 17, and then in the minor county championship I played from 18 until I went to Surrey.
And I think, got a funny feeling, you played a game against Johnny Harris, didn't you? One of your first games.
Yeah, John Harris was playing for Suffolk.
For Suffolk, you're absolutely right.
He started running from the side screen. I had to play forward in the end. No. John Harris. there was a few old timers playing in the minor counties in those days. A guy called Perkins that played for Suffolk.
Yeah.
He played till he's 50 odd, I think. And another guy that played for Kent, Ted Witherden.
Yes.
He ended up at Suffolk, I think. Bill Edrich,
of course, yeah.
Norfolk, and then Alan Revel played for Berkshire. Played, was at Derbyshire.
Derbyshire, yeah.
Well, he might have played for Leicester as well.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I think he did.
Well, GRJ Roop,
yeah,
Berkshire, before he joined Surrey, and I can't think of other players that went on to play first class cricket. Not in not long term.
No.
There was the odd one.
Yeah. Now, how did you become involved with Surrey? How did that come about?
Well, basically, Arnold Long was the established wicketkeeper, but they didn't have a professional reserve wicketkeeper, and they basically advertised.
Right.
And at the beginning of '74, it went down pre-season to the Oval with a number of other guys, and I was fortunate enough to be the one that was offered a contract.
So you were obviously then moved to London?
Yes, I had to. That winter, I moved to London to qualify by residence, and that took me through basically to nearly the end of '65.
Right.
So I didn't get a first team game till '66, the university game at the Oval. But then I played in the county championship at the Old Arms Park. That's my county championship debut.
Right, at Cardiff.
On a interesting wicket, rain affected, of course.
Yeah.
And but John Edrich played very well, and we won comfortably in the end.
Who were some of the people that you sort of would have been involved with when you were at Surrey? Was Arthur McIntyre part?
Oh yeah, he was the coach.
Yeah.
Big disciplinarian, and he helped me enormously, and I always thanked Arthur for that. And Mickey Stewart, of course, who was a captain, just finished 75 years at the Oval now.
Yeah.
Incredible,
90.
15 to 90.
Yeah.
I haven't spoken to him for a while, but he was the club captain, and of course there was Ken Barrington, John Edrich, and any number of good professionals that also played at Surrey at the time. Even Bernie Constable was the oldest, I think, in those days. He was still there in '64 and '65. He was well in his 40s then. But we sort of lived under the shadow still of the great side of the 50s.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we were always expected to win the championship, whatever. But it did happen the season after I left, '71.
Yeah.
And it's happened a few times since. But in the '60s, well, I think we got to the Gillette Cup final.
Yeah.
And that was about it, I think. But we were always, high up in the championship. But
I was looking at one game that you played in. I think it was the seconds. David Gibson got a 9 for, or 7 for, 9 for.
Well, I always rated David Gibson.
Yeah.
And because he could bowl in swingers and out swingers, and he bowled them very well. You couldn't really tell which way it was going if you just come into bat.
Yeah.
I remember playing once in a second team game and against Hampshire, and Gordon Greenwich was in his teens, I'd say, and it was at Cranley, and it was green as a bowling green, and they gave him 2 outers and the in-swinger, they all fell over. But nobody would have played it, let alone Gordon at 17. So he was very, very good bowler. Unfortunately, not with us anymore.
No.
But it was Ronnie Tyndall. Played with Jimmy
Chelsea,
Greaves,
didn't he?
Chelsea, West Ham. Man, he ended up in Australia.
Yeah, did he?
Yes, he coached in Perth.
Right.
Soccer mainly. I met him there. He came over to the East Coast for a coaching trip back in the '90s.
Right.
Yeah. Saw him then. And David Sydenham was another one.
Yeah.
He could bowl in swingers and out swingers, and just a bit like Budgie, in as much that he held the ball up for the away swinger and down for the in swinger.
Right.
On his approach.
So you knew which way.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's interesting.
So
let's move on to how you came to come to Somerset. I mean, obviously you've been at the Oval from '64 to '69.
That's right.
Probably had 10 Champo games,
About
that sort of
that,
thing.
yeah.
And then how did you come to make the move?
Well, I was keen to obviously play first class cricket more, and I had a number of opportunities from, or not a number, but I mean a number of other counties interested. But I never actually got a contract anywhere through different circumstances. I remember I was coaching in South Africa, and Middlesex wanted me to join because they said John Murray wasn't going to play anymore, but of course he did. So that didn't come to fruition. And so, excuse me. In the end, I got an approach from Somerset in '69.
Right.
And I went to, that's the first time I went to Taunton.
Really?
August, '69. And met the captain, Mr. Langford.
Langy, yeah.
Robert was in attendance, I think.
Yes.
And Richard Robinson was the secretary then. And signed on. Well, I think they wanted me to play at the Western Festival.
Right.
But because Surrey were could have won the championship that year, they didn't want to release me because of in case Arnold Long got injured. Yeah. So I came back at the beginning of '70. Very cold, April the 1st.
So obviously, when you signed, what sort of a deal would they have given you? Can you remember what that was?
It wasn't that exciting. I signed on to play, but I was guaranteed to play.
Yeah.
But it was actually, the annual income was less than Surrey 2's.
Really?
Yeah. But with, if we happened to win a game, or and appearance money and things, it was more or less, I think, worked out about the same, really.
And what sort of contract would you have been signed on?
Oh, I think I had a 3 or 4 year contract.
You did, right? Okay.
Yeah, so that was good from that point of view.
So you then moved down.
Oh, I was coaching abroad,
right.
And then on April the 1st, I reported to Taunton.
Right.
And we. I had moved into one of the supporters club's houses. Yeah. With our signing from Sussex.
Alan Arthur Jones.
Alan Arthur Jones, yes, mine host in Greenway Road.
Alan Arthur Jones. You shared a house with Jonah
for about 6 months, I think.
Right.
At the maximum. No, we shouldn't be. He told me he was a cordon bleu cook.
Did he? I bet he wasn't.
Didn't quite work out that way.
No, and obviously, Closey was. You were there before Closey because Langy was your first captain, wasn't
Well,
he?
actually, the last game of 1970 was Yorkshire at Hull.
Right.
We they had a few days off, and then Hull for Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Harrogate on the Sunday. So it was a bit of a tour, and we lost quite comfortably on the Tuesday morning, I think. But that turned out to be Brian Closey's last game.
Really?
Yeah.
And did we know he was coming to Somerset then?
No, not then. No, definitely not, because Tom Cartwright had joined. He also joined along with Alan Jones and Maurice Hill and Stephen Hallam. Steve Wilkinson and Hallam were qualifying, I think, and so there was at least 6 new players for that start of that season, and then 71. Well, I was away again playing in the Currie Cup that winter, so then we learnt after Christmas that Closey was coming.
Right.
And that's also when Kerry O'Keefe joined for a couple of seasons. Yeah.
Right.
So we had the start of 71 was fantastic because it was very dry.
Yeah.
Not particularly warm, but and the wickets were conducive for spin, and we got off and we won 2 or 3 games in May straight off. Very good games as well.
Did you like keeping the spinners?
Yes. Well, Langy was captain.
Yeah.
And he gave Kerry every opportunity, and I think got 47 wickets in May.
Right.
So and that together with Tom and Joan. Oh well, I'm trying to think who the other opening bowler was. I should know, because Roy Palmer had left in '70.
Yeah. And Ken had gone 69.
Ken had gone 69. God, I get told off for that. Who was the other opening bowler in 71?
I'm just trying to think.
I just can't think of it. Well, Budgie was, Budgie was there.
Yeah.
I suppose he must have opened with Jonah, and then Tom would have come on first change, and then Kerry and Lange. So it was, quite a good attack, really. But then the rain started, and we still did all right. I mean, it's a good. We got the semi-final of the Gillette as well that year against Lancashire at Taunton, full house. So that was. I remember that game well. Unfortunately, we lost. But coming from like last in '69 to a Gillette Cup final within 18 months was a pretty good performance.
But people have always liked their one-day cricket at Taunton, haven't they?
Oh yeah, well particularly the Sunday League and the Gillette Cup. But
because you played obviously before the one day, before the Sunday League came in.
Yes.
Gillette came in 63, Sunday League 69, I think.
Correct.
Didn't it?
Yeah, and then the Benson Hedges started in 70, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was 55, so
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically the same, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
And we did pretty well in the Benson Hedges over the years, and then by the time 73 wasn't a great season, I don't think, but 74 we had all the young superstars.
Yeah, you did.
So Lord Botham and Sir Vivian.
And what was it like when they came into the dressing room? I mean, I can't imagine they ever came with sort of shy, retiring violence.
No. Well, actually, Vivian was. I met Vivian in at Bath in '73.
Right. Yeah.
Because he'd come over from the Caribbean and was playing for Lansdowne.
Yeah.
And when we played at Bath, he came down as 12th man, and he was very quiet. But shortly afterwards, met the Lord. And he wasn't as shy after that. But but Ian was always very exuberant. I remember him playing pre-season, and he was a very confident young man. And everybody knows the Ian Botham story, don't they? So we went from strength to strength then, and along with Vic and Peter and Phil Slocum, and they were the main three, and Jerry Lloyd's, of course.
Yeah.
I think he came the year after, 75 perhaps. Yeah. And then, but Closey was still playing. I mean, I never forget. I think it was. It must have been 77, and we played one of our first championship games at Hove, and after the first day's play, I was with Budgie and Tony Gregg, who was captain then.
Yeah.
And he said to Budgie and I, "I'm looking for an opening batsman," and we looked along the bar, and there he was. Don't be vague, have a Hague. Big DB Close.
Yeah.
Sure, he's the best player he can pick. And 2 weeks later, Greggy picked him. But I mean, he did all right. But I mean, the thing was, he was 46, and it's atrocious, really, what happened at Old Trafford in the dark with Edrich and Close.
Yeah.
No helmets, dark, and the fastest bowlers in the world.
Yeah.
Bowling 4 or 5 bounces and over.
Yeah.
I mean, it just wouldn't be allowed to happen these days.
No, it wasn't.
No helmets, nothing.
No.
But Closey just kept chesting them off, which he did. Well, that's right. After that game, we were playing a Gillette Cup game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and I went to see him because we travelled up from Somerset, I suppose, and he was in his room, like covered from here in bruises.
Bruises, yeah.
So I said, "Are you going to play tomorrow?" He said, "Of course I can, lad." And we performed terribly. We bowled out for a low 150 or something, and Closey got 70 on. So everybody felt embarrassed, I think. And of course, Warwickshire won. But very brave.
Yeah, and he drew that side together, didn't he? Really, that Rosie took on.
Yeah, he did. But look, I mean, Closey did. He was an extraordinary bloke, but he also did some extraordinary things, particularly in one-day games. I think we were playing at Taunton against Gloucester once, and you know, we got 2 or 3 wickets out, one thing and another, and he then put Merv on. You know, excuse me, Merv. And I don't know if he got a wicket or not. I can't remember, but he got a wicket somewhere, so he thought he put Merv. But then we lost the initiative, and then Mike Proctor got into, because Mike Proctor was a great player of spinners, and poor old Kerry kept going out the ground. So game over. So he did a few crazy things in one-day games, but of course he always liked to attack, and that, you know, that won him a lot of friends, and he was popular with everyone. Really.
Fielded pretty close to the bat, didn't he?
Well, he was never far away from me.
I was going to say, you must have had quite a lot to do with
especially
him.
if we were on top.
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember. Yeah, on so many occasions when you know, it's intimidating for the batsman.
Yeah. And then obviously Closey went, and Rosie stepped into the job, didn't
That's
he, in
right.
78?
Yeah. Well, there were a number of us were sort of in line for the captaincy, and then but the club chose Brian, which on hindsight was of course the best decision that could have happened, because
was it at the time?
Sorry,
at the time, was it, or what did you think?
Well, it proved to be.
Yeah.
Fair enough. You know, he was. It was obviously changing the guard, and from a personal point of view, I was older than the rest, apart from you know, Merv and Budgie.
Yeah.
And I would have thought I'd have had a chance, but overall I've got no regrets, and that was the club's decision, and that's what I stood by. And Brian proved to be a very good captain, totally different to Closey, of course. And we were very unfortunate not to win in his first year.
Yeah, you were.
Well, we were a bit unlucky in Closey's last year. That was another. But at the same, you know, we lost to the worst side, or the bottom side in the Sunday League at Cardiff, and they'd had the worst chasing record in the league. What did Closey do? Put them in. But anyway, that's, you know, by the by. But we should have won that game, and then we'd have broken our duck. But so in '79, we got full revenge.
You did the double, didn't you? Just tell me about that, Derek. I mean, did the fact that you'd lost the year before, because you got beaten by Sussex, didn't you?
Yeah, well, that was ironical as well, because I think we'd already played Sussex 4 times in the twice in the Championship, Sunday League and Benson's, and we'd beaten them every time, all 4 games. So I suppose there was an air of overconfidence in that respect. Excuse me. But from memory, Ian and Viv didn't let us down. You know, they both got runs. But Vivian didn't get 100, but I mean, you can't expect him to get 100 every game. But we didn't get a big total, about 220 or something. And then we bowled badly with the new ball to Guion Mendes and John Barclay, who were square of the wicket players, and we bowled short. And they had a flying start, and we got them both out, and Imran and Javid. And we thought we had a chance then. They were about 100 odd for 4. But Paul Parker played very well, and that was it, game over.
Yeah.
So, and then the next year, we got a better score against Northants, and we were pretty confident we could, with Joel as well. Well, Joel would bowled very well then, and we got early wickets, and but Alan Lamb and Jeff Cook played very well.
Yeah.
But then, fortunately, Alan Lamb was stumped.
Yeah, by you. Yeah.
Off Vivian.
Yeah.
And that was it, game over.
Very nifty bit of keeping, dare I say.
Well,
I've seen the replay.
One of the better ones, shall we say.
Yeah.
Well, it was he hit over a half volley, so always difficult to take. But so that, yeah, I was happy with that. And then that was it. And then, well, we didn't think we'd win the Sunday League because Kent had to beat Middlesex at Canterbury, and but they lost. Yeah. And we beat Nottingham pretty comfortably at Trent Bridge. So that was it.
And that was Budgie's last game.
At Trent Bridge, boots up over the balcony, Budge. Yeah. Never saw him for 37 years.
Yeah, I mean, you must have some very fond memories of that. You know, the glory years run. Playing with people like Joel and Vivian.
Well, with us the Australian game was Joel's at Bath was his debut.
Exactly. Yeah.
And well, I personally, I think half the others had never met Joel then.
No.
And you know the Bath Pavilion.
Yeah, indeed.
And his head was above the door.
Yeah.
might help with a few deliveries. And he bowled very well straight away. But all the lads bowled well. And
Budgie did quite well that day, didn't he?
He did. He could always move the ball around at Bath.
Yeah.
And he mesmerised a few of the later order Australians, and got a fifer. And but although I'm sorry to blow my top, but his first wicket was a leg side stumping.
Yeah.
Craig Sargent, the opening batsman. So that got him on his way, and then Ian chipped in, but Greg Chappell got 100, but they only got 200, I think. And then that was another. This might be cut. No, but we had Closey just had time to get a duck on the first evening, and then there was a reception at the Bath, the Roman Bath.
Yeah.
And IT Botham, DB Close and D Breakwell wanted to christen Kerry, who was playing for the Australian team, in the Roman Baths.
Right.
But unfortunately, DB fell over. And the next morning I had a phone call to Derek Lellam at the hospital. Can you take over? Because I was the vice captain.
Yeah.
So we never saw him till lunchtime. But we batted very well because Rosie got 100. Well, they all got runs, and he turned up. We were 350 for 3 or 4, and Phil had 50 or 60 as well, I think, and declared the innings closed. He said, "I want to have a go at them before tea and after tea." You know. So, well, the Aussies ran off, and Slokes and Rosie were still out there. We had to drag them off. But anyhow, he came out to field, and after about 10 minutes, he said, "It's no good, lad. I've got to go off again. I'll leave it to you." So, we managed to bowl them out again, although David Hookes got 100. One of the few hundreds he got in overseas. Played very well. But we only had to chase 180, 190. And we won comfortably by about 6 wickets. And Ian and Viv were in at the end, hitting them all round Bath.
That must have been one of your memorable games.
Oh yeah, it was.
To beat the Aussies.
Yeah, that's
First
right.
time they'd ever beaten them, wasn't
Well,
it?
I remember Greg Chappell coming up to me on the second morning. He said, because I tell him about Closey, and he said, "Do you mind if Doug Walters has a substitute fielder?"
Right.
So I said, well, for what reason? He said, "Oh, he's, been up all night playing cards." I said, "I do mind, yes." So he had to go out and field. Well,
Right.
I mean, those were the days, as they say. But he was another one, great player in Australia and a natural athlete. But it wouldn't happen today anyway, would it?
No.
But I suppose the latest comparison would have been the late Andrew Simons.
Yeah.
But
indeed.
But that was all brought on by other things as well.
Yeah.
So there we are.
And One of the things you've not talked about, you talked about the Benson and Hedges, but you actually hold a record, don't you, in Benson and Hedges?
Yes.
Tell us about that, Dennis.
Well, last season I played, actually. We were playing Oxford and Cambridge at Taunton in one of the zone games.
Yeah.
And it was a bouncy wicket for Taunton, and they kept nicking it, and I never dropped one for a change. 8 out of 10. Yeah. I think every bowler. Well, Both opened the bowling. I think with Dredgy, of course. I've forgotten Dredgy.
Yeah, Dredgy.
But Dredgy wasn't playing in set. No, he didn't play until. I'm thinking back to what I said earlier.
Yeah.
But he wasn't there.
No, he wasn't playing then.
No. Dredgy played. He debuted at Bath. He bowled Glenn Turner out on debut.
That was his first wicket.
Yeah, he couldn't believe it, Glenn Turner, like an off break. Anyway, yes. So there was Ian and Colin, and I think Vic played certainly, and Hallam, and Peter Roebuck. He bowled that. I caught a couple of him. So well, no one's ever caught 8 since.
No.
There's 2 guys got 6 catches and 2 stumpings.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be honest, the way it's played now, how's the wicketkeeper ever going to catch 8?
Yeah, exactly.
They're all on the short boundaries.
Absolutely.
So so that was good. Yeah, well, I didn't realise, but at the time that was the first time a wicketkeeper had ever got a gold medal.
Absolutely.
I remember playing in a game at Street, funny enough, and against Gloucester. That was a Benson Hedges, and I caught the first 3 off Hallam, I think, and Jimmy Folk got 70 odd, and they got about 170, and apart from running Rosie out, we only lost 1 wicket.
Right.
And I did get a mention, but 80 odd not out, but I didn't get the gold medal.
You got the gold medal for 8 catches.
Yeah, I thought it was Jim Laker, I think. Jim Laker. He mentioned me, but thought I had a chance. Perhaps I shouldn't have run Rosie out. But I can't remember. Oh, close. No, that was the game, because we won by 9 wickets with 5 overs to spare.
Right.
And when I came in, Closey said, "You've got to remember, lad, there's world-class batters waiting in the pavilion to bat, like myself and Vivian." So I said, thanks, Brian. Yeah.
Jerry, during your years at Somerset, I mean, you obviously played against a lot of really good players who were about at that stage. Who would be a sort of the best bowler that you faced during your playing career?
What fast bowler, spin bowler?
Yeah, fast bowler and spin bowler.
Well, the fastest bowler, 2 bowlers, was Michael Holding and Jeff Thompson.
Right, yeah.
Definitely the quickest. But I mean, Dennis Lilly was a great bowler, but even quite as fast as Jeff Thompson or Michael Holding. Andy Roberts was a great bowler. I think I opened the batting against Andy Roberts more than Jeff Boycott.
And of course, no helmets were there in those days?
No helmets, no.
So you were...
Well, it was Wayne Daniels and a number of others. But I remember in my last year playing against, I think it was the last year, playing against Wayne Daniels with a helmet.
Yeah.
And it seemed to make a big difference.
Right.
But that was just when they were coming in. And then... lots of, not lots, but I had the utmost difficulty playing Ambition Beatty.
Did you? Right.
I thought he was a very good bowler.
Yeah.
And, there was a whole plethora, really.
Yeah.
Good bowlers. Derek Underwood.
Yeah.
And he was always difficult to get away. And... I suppose, just trying to think who the others were, but so many names, really.
Yeah. And what about, from a Somerset perspective, who did you enjoy keeping to best?
I think with in a way, I suppose I'd say T.W. Cartwright.
Right, you used to stand up to him, didn't you?
Yes, yeah, mostly. Not always, not if it was a really rain-affected wicket, perhaps. But 9 times out of 10, yes. But I enjoyed keeping to all of them, really. Some were more erratic than others, shall we say. But Tom was very accurate.
Yeah.
And I always enjoyed keeping it to Budgie as well, because I knew what he was going to do.
Yeah.
And although he was only there a short time, Kerry as well, and Brian Langford. And then, but they all had their merits. So.
And you've obviously batted with Vivian, I'm guessing, quite a few times.
Yeah, I did. Yes,
what was it like standing in the opposite end watching a masterclass like that?
Well, I remember we were playing Gloucester once at Weston, and he had 60 odd, and I had 60 odd because I'd opened. So he caught me up easy enough, and he came up to me and he said, "Shall we both get hundreds today?" 2 overs later, we're both out. I said, "You well said, Viv," but that was just one of the funny things. But no, well, I'm also lucky enough to play with Sonny Gavaskar.
Were you? Yeah, because he was here for a season, wasn't he?
And he was, I remember batting with him at the Oval for some time. And my old pal Pat Pocock was bowling. And Sonny said, "Don't hit him for too many fours, we want to keep him on." Just 1 and over. Because he's a great player of spinners.
Yeah.
And I think he 90 or 100. But Sylvester Clark was, he's another one. Sylvester Clark.
Yeah.
Because, a lot of his balls were faster than the other ones, shall we say.
Yeah.
Not making any
implications.
implications.
Absolutely, no, indeed.
But, so we didn't want him to stay on, but he did, unfortunately. And Jackers was there, of course. He was always trying very hard.
Yeah, yeah.
But Sonny was. It's a good experience playing cricket with him, and I think that 1980 was the last of the uncovered wickets.
Mm-hmm.
And Vivian played, but he'd also toured with the West Indies that year, so he played it towards the end and at the start, I think. And Sonny played most of the games in between. So, very lucky to play with 2 such great players. And but the King was the best to played against, Gary.
Yeah.
When he played for, Nottinghamshire.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And we played a Sunday league game, I think, at Taunton, and we got a reasonable score. Got a couple of early wickets, and Gary came in. And it was September. It was dark. And he just hit them all round the ground. Game over. Got about 18 out in the dark.
So he would be probably the greatest player you've ever...
Well, all-round cricket. He could do, opener bowling, slow left arm. He could bowl everything, catch everything, and supreme batsman. So, I mean, there's been a lot of good all-rounders, obviously, but I would say he's a standout.
And 40 years ago, you packed your bags and went off to Australia.
That's right.
What have you been doing with yourself since then, Derek?
I've been pretty busy. I've been busy coming back. Come back about 20 times.
Yeah.
But initially I joined Consolidated Press with through Tony Gregg in Sydney, and I was there for about 6 or 7 years, and then that changed, and then was on my own for a couple of years, and then I had the opportunity to go to Queensland from Sydney, and we made the move in '91, and end of '91. And we've been there ever since. And but I retired from actual working in about about 2005.
Right.
But now I was in real estate then.
Right.
I did some coaching. Did a bit of coaching with the Queensland, the QCA, with Barry Richards was the CEO at the time.
Right.
but he's long retired from that. And then since, I've been retired since for the last 17 years. Yeah.
And do you keep in touch with people back here?
Oh yes, yes.
And you always seem to come back regularly, enjoy your time back here.
Indeed, yeah, we do. And still summer, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Living in Somerset's always summer.
That's right. No, but it's very hot earlier on.
Yeah, it has been.
But we've had a lot of rain in Australia, but on the east coast, so it's very pleasant. But it's also you've had enough rain here, though. You like everything green, and the leaves aren't even off the trees yet.
No, we're still into the
summer. No, very nice.
So you never regretted coming down to Somerset back in 1970?
Oh no, not at all. No, I've always had a connection now, and the name.
Absolutely. Well, Derek, thank you very much indeed for talking to us today.
Okay, Richard.
And always a pleasure to talk to you and see you back at Somerset.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks
Thanks, Derek. Thank you.